Chapter 1 of The Rebel of the School. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L. T. Meade. Chapter 1. The school was situated in the suburbs of the popular town of Merrifield, and was known as the Great Shirley School. It had been endowed some 100 years ago by a rich and eccentric individual who bore the name of Charles Shirley, but was now managed by a board of governors. By the express order of the founder, the governors were women, and very admirably did they fulfil their trust. There was no recent improvement in education, no better methods, no sanitary requirements which were not introduced into the Great Shirley School. The number of pupils was limited to 400, 100 of which were foundationers and were not required to pay any fees. The remaining 300 paid small fees in order to be allowed to secure an admirable and up-to-date education under the auspices of the great school. There came a day in early autumn, shortly after the girls had reassembled after their summer vacation, when they streamed out of the building in groups of 20 and 30s and 40s. They stood about and talked as girls will. The Great Shirley School, well as it was managed, had perhaps a larger share than many schools of those temptations which make school a world for the training either for good or evil of those who go to it. There were the girls who attended the school in the ordinary way, and there were the girls who were drafted onto the foundation from lower schools. These latter were looked down upon by the least noble and the meanest of their fellow scholars. There was a slight rain falling, and 2 or 3 girls standing in a group raised their umbrellas, but they still stood beside the gates. "She is quite the very prettiest girl I ever saw," cried Alice Tennant, "but of course we can have nothing to do with her. She entered a week ago. She doesn't pay any of the fees. She has no pretence to being a lady. Oh, here she comes. Did you ever see such a face?" A slight, shabbily dressed little girl, with her satchel of books slung on her arm, now appeared. She looked to right and left of her, and though she were slightly alarmed, her face was beautiful in the truest sense of the word. It did not at all match with the shabby, faded clothes which she wore. She had large, deep, violet eyes, jet black hair, and a sweet, fresh complexion. Her expression was bewitching, and when she smiled, a dimple came in her cheek. "Look, look!" cried Mary Denny. "Isn't she all that I have said?" "Yes, and more. What a pity we can't know her," said Alice Tennant. "But can't we? I really don't see why we should make the poor child miserable," said Mary Denny. "It is not to be thought of. We must worship the beautiful new star from afar. Perhaps she will do something to raise herself into our set, but as it is, she must go with Kate Rourke and Hannah Johnson and Clara Sawyer and all the rest of the foundationers." "Well, we have seen her now," said Mary, "so I suppose we needn't stand talking about her any longer. Will you come home and have tea with me, Alice? Mother said I might ask you." "I wish I could come," said Alice, "but we are expecting Kathleen." "Oh, the Irish girl. Is it really arranged that she is to come?" "Yes, of course it is. She comes to-night. I have never seen her. We are all pleased, and expect that she will be a very great acquisition." "Irish girls always are," said Mary. "They're so gay and full of life, and are so ridiculously witty. Don't you remember that time when we had Nora Mahoney at the school? What fun that was! "But she got into terrible scrapes and was practically dismissed," said Alice. "I only hope Kathleen won't be in that style." "But do you know anything about her? The Irish are always so terribly poor." "She's not poor at all. She has got an uncle and aunt in Chicago, and they are as rich as can be, and her uncle is coming to see her at Christmas. And besides that, her father has an awfully old castle in the southwest of Ireland. He is never troubled on account of the Land League or anything else, and Kathleen will have lots and lots of money. I know she is paying mother well for giving her a home while she is being educated at the Shirley School. I can't imagine why she comes to our school if she is so rich," said Mary. "It seems almost unfair. The Great Shirley School is not meant for rich girls. A girl of the kind you have just described ought not to become a member of the school." "Oh, that is all very fine, but it seems her mother was educated here, and swore a sort of vow that when Kathleen was old enough she should come to this school and to no other. Her mother's name is Mrs. O'Hara, and she wrote to Miss Ravenscroft and asked if there was a vacancy for Kathleen, and if she knew of any one who would be nice to her and with whom she could live. Miss Ravenscroft thought of mother. She knew that mother would like to have a boarder who would pay her well. So the whole thing was settled. Mother has been corresponding with Mrs. O'Hara, and Kathleen comes to-day. I really can't stay another moment, Mary. I must rush home. There are no end of things to be attended to." "All right," said Mary. "I will watch for you and the beautiful Irish heiress." "I don't know that she is an heiress." "Well, whatever she is, the bewitching Irish girl to-morrow morning. Ta-ta-ta for the present." Mary turned to the left, and Alice continued her walk. She walked quickly. She was a well-made, rather pretty girl of 15. Her hair, very light in colour, hung down her back. She had a determined walk, and a good carriage. As she hurried her steps, she saw Ruth Craven, the pretty foundation girl, walking in front of her. Ruth walked slowly, and if she were tired. Once she pressed her hand to her side, and Alice, passing her, hesitated and looked back. The face that met hers was so appealing and loving that she could not resist saying a word. "Are you awfully tired, Ruth Craven?" she said. "I shall get used to it," replied Ruth. "I have had a cold for the last few days. Thank you so much, Miss Tennant." "Don't thank me," said Alice, frowning, "and don't say Miss Tennant. It isn't good form in our school. I hope you will be better to-morrow. I am sure, at least, that you will like the school very much." "Thank you," said the girl again. The girls parted at the next corner. When Ruth found herself alone, she paused and looked behind her. Tears rose to her eyes. She took out her handkerchief to wipe them away. She paused as if troubled by some thought. Then her face grew bright, and she stepped along more briskly. "I am a coward, and I ought to be ashamed of myself," she thought. "Now when I go in and grandfather sees me, he will think he has done quite wrong to let me go to the Shirley School. I must not let him think that. And Granny will be still more vexed. I have had my heart's desire, and because things are not quite so pleasant as I hoped they would have been, it is no reason why I should be discontented." The next moment she had lifted the latch at a small cottage and entered. It was a little better than a workman's house, but not much. There were 2 rooms downstairs and 2 rooms upstairs, and that was all. To the front of the little house was the tiny parlour. At the back, an equally tiny kitchen. Upstairs was a bedroom for Ruth, and a bedroom for her grandparents. Mr. and Mrs. Craven did not keep any servants. The moment Ruth entered now, her grandmother put her head out of the kitchen door. "Ruthie," she said, "The butcher has disappointed us to-day. Here is a shilling. Go to the shop and bring in some sausages. Be quick as you can, child, or your grandfather won't have his supper in time." Ruth took the money without a word. She went down a small lane, turned to her right, and found herself in a mean little street full of small shops. She entered one that she knew, and asked for 1.5 pounds of pork sausages. As the woman was wrapping them up in a piece of torn paper, she looked at Ruth and said, "Is it true, Miss Craven, that you are a scholar at the Great Shirley School?" "I am," replied Ruth. "I went there for the first time to-day." "So your grandparents aren't going to educate you, miss, as if you were a lady?" "I am a lady, Mrs. Plowden. My grandparents cannot make me anything but what I am." Mrs. Plowden smiled. She handed Ruth her sausages without a word, and the young girl left the shop. Her grandmother was waiting for her in the porch. "What a time you have been, child," she said. "I do hope this new school and the scholars and all this fuss and excitement of your new life won't turn your head. Whatever happens, you have got to be a little servant to me and a little messenger to your grandfather. You have got to make yourself useful, and not to have ideas beyond your station." "Here are the sausages, Granny," answered Ruth in a gentle tone. The old lady took them from her and disappeared into the kitchen. "Ruth, Ruth," said a somewhat querulous but very deep voice, which evidently issued from the parlour. "Yes, Grandad, coming in a moment or two," Ruth replied. She ran up the tiny stairs and entered her own little bedroom, which was so wee that she could scarcely turn round in it, but was extremely neat. Ruth removed her hat, brushed out her black hair, saw that her dress, shabby as it was in apple pie order, put on a neat white apron, and ran downstairs. She first of all entered the parlour. A handsome old man with a decided look of Ruth was seated by the fire. He was holding out his thin, knuckly hands to the blaze. As Ruth came in, he turned and smiled at her. "Ah, dearie," he said, "I have been missing you all day. And how did you like your school? And how is everything?" "I will tell you after supper, grandfather. I must go and help Granny now." "That's right. That's a good girl. Oh, far be it from me to be impatient. I wouldn't be for all the world. Your granny has missed you too to-day." Ruth smiled at him and went into the kitchen. There were eager voices and sounds of people hurrying about, and then a fragrant smell of fried sausages. A moment later Ruth appeared, holding a brightly trimmed lamp in her hands. She laid it on a little centre table, drew down the blinds, pulled the red curtains across the windows, poked the fire, and then proceeded to lay the cloth for supper. Her pile of books, which she had brought in her satchel, lay on a chair. "Can I have a look at your books while I am waiting? Can't I, little woman?" said the old man. Ruth brought him over the pack of books, somewhat unwillingly. He gave a sigh of contentment, drew the lamp a little nearer, and was lost for the time being. "Now, child," said old Mrs. Craven, "you heat that plate by the fire. Have you got the pepper and salt handy? Sausages ain't worth touching unless you eat them piping hot. Your grandfather wants his beer. Dear, dear, what a worry that is. I never knew that the cask was empty. What is to be done?" "I can go round to the shop and bring in a quart," said Ruth. "But you, a member of the Shirley School? No, you mustn't. I'll do it." "Nonsense, Granny. I'll leave school to-morrow if you don't let me work for you just the same as ever." Mrs. Craven sank into her chair. "You are a good child," she said. "All day I have been so fretting that we were taking you out of your station, and that is a sad mistake, sad and terrible. But you are a good child. Yes, go for it, dear. It won't do you any harm." Ruth wrapped an old shawl round her head, picked up a jug and went off to the nearest public house. They were accustomed to see her there, for old Mr. Craven more often than not had his little cask of beer empty. She went to a side entrance, where a woman she knew served her with what she required. "There, Ruth Craven," she said, "there it is, but all the same, I'm surprised to see you here to-night." "But why so?" asked Ruth. "Isn't it true that you are one of the Shirley scholars now?" "I am. I joined the school to-day." "And yet you come to fetch beer for your old grandfather?" "I do," said Ruth with spirit, "and I shall fetch it for him as long as he wants it, thank you very much." She took the jug and walked carefully back to the cottage. "She's the handsomest, most spirited, best little thing I've ever met," thought the landlady of the Lion, and she began to consider in her own mind if one of her men could not call round in the morning and leave the necessary beer at the Cravens. Supper was served and was eaten with considerable relish by all three. "Now," said old Granny, when the meal had come to an end, "you stay and talk to your grandfather. He is all agog to hear what you have got to say, and I will wash up. Now then, child, don't you worry. It isn't everybody who has got loving grandparents like us." "And it isn't many old bodies who have got such a dear little granddaughter," said the old man, smiling at Ruth. Mrs. Craven carried the supper things into the kitchen, and Ruth sat close to her grandfather. "Now, tell me, child, tell me," he said. "What did they do? What class did they put you into?" "I am in the third remove, a very good class indeed. At least they all said so, grandfather." "I don't understand your modern names, but tell me what you have got to learn, dear. What sort of lessons are they going to put into that smart little head of yours?" "Oh, all the best things, grandfather. French, German, English in all its branches, music, and Latin if I like. I am determined to take up Latin. I want to get into the heart of things." Quite right too, and you are ever so pleased at having got in." "It does seem a grand thing for me, doesn't it, grandfather?" "Most of the girls are ladies, aren't they?" "It's a big school, between 300 and 400 girls. I don't suppose they are all ladies." "Well, you are anyhow, my little Ruth." "Am I, granddad? That is the question." "What do you think yourself?" "I think so, but what does the world say?" "Ruth, I never told you, but your mother was a lady. You know what your father was. I saved and stinted and toiled and got him a commission in the army. He died, poor fellow, shortly after you were born, but he was a commissioned officer in the Punjab infantry. Your mother was a governess, but she was a lady by birth. Her father was a clergyman. Your parents met in India and they fell in love and married. Your mother died at your birth and you came home to us. Yes, child, by birth you are a lady, as good as any of them, and good as the best." "They are dead?" said Ruth. "I don't remember them. I have a picture of my father upstairs. It is taken with his uniform on. He looks very handsome. And I have a little water-colour sketch of my mother, and she looks fair and sweet and interesting. But I never knew them. Those I knew and know and love are you, grandfather and granny." "Well, dear, when I had the power and the brains and the strength, I kept a shop, a grocer's shop, dear, and my wife, she was the daughter of a harness maker. Your grandparents were both in trade. There's no way out of it." "But a gentleman and lady for all that," said the girl. She pressed close to the old man, took one of his weather-beaten hands between both of her own, and stroked it. "That is as people think, Ruthie, but we weren't in the position, and never expect to be, of those who are high up in the world." "I am glad you told me about my father and mother," said the girl. "I love both their memories. I am glad to think that my father served the Queen, and that my mother was the daughter of a clergyman. But I am more glad to hear that there never was such an honourable man as you, Grandad, and that you made the grocery trade one of the best in the world." "It was a bad trade, my darling. I had several severe losses. It was very unfortunate my lending that money." "What money?" "Oh, I will tell you another time. It doesn't really matter. There was a little bit of ingratitude there, but it doesn't matter. Only I made no fortune by grocery, barely enough to put my boy into the army and to educate him for it, and enough to keep us with a pittance now that we are old. But I have nothing to leave you, sweetest. You just have your pension from the government, which don't count for nothing at all." Ruth rose to her feet. "I am glad I got into the school," she said. "I hope to do wonders there. I mean to take every scrap of good the place opens out to me. I mean to work as hard as ever I can. You shall be desperately proud of me, and so shall Granny, although she doesn't hold with much learning." "But I do, little girl. I love it more than anything. I have got such a lovely scheme in my head. I will work alongside of you, Ruth. You and I at the same things. You can lend me the books when you don't want them." "What a splendid idea!" said Ruth, clapping her hands. "You look quite happy, my dear." "And so I am. I am about the happiest girl on earth. And now, may I begin to look through my lessons for to-morrow?" The old man arranged the lamp where its light would be most comfortable for the keen young eyes, and Ruth sat down to the table, got out her books, and worked for an hour or two. Mrs. Craven came in, looked at her proudly, wagged her head, and returned to the kitchen. After a time she came to the door and beckoned the old man to follow her. But the old man had taken up one of Ruthie's books and was absorbed in its contents. He was muttering words over under his breath. "Coming, wife, coming presently," he said. Ruth's head was bent over her books. Mr. Craven rose and went on tiptoe into the kitchen. "We mustn't disturb her, Susan," he said. "We must let her have her own way. She must work just as long as she likes. She is going to be a great power in the land, is that child. With her beauty and her talent, there's nothing she can't aspire to." "Now don't you be a silly old man," said Mrs. Craven. "And what on earth were you whispering about to yourself when I came in?" "I am going to work with her. It will be a wonderful stimulation and a great interest to me. I always was keen for book learning." Mrs. Craven suppressed a sigh. "If I even had £50," she said, "I wouldn't let that child spend every hour at school. I'd dress up smart and take her out, and get her the very best husband I could. Why, old man, what does a woman want with all that learning?" "If a woman has brains, she's bound to use them," replied the old man, as he sat down by the kitchen fire. Meanwhile Ruth went on with her lessons. After a time, however, she uttered a sigh. She flung down her books and looked across the room. "If he only knew," she said under her breath. "If he only knew that I was practically sent to Coventry, that none of the nice girls will speak to me. But never mind, I won't tell him. Nothing would induce me to trouble him on the subject." End of chapter 2. Chapter 2 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L. T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Amongst the many girls who attended the Great Shirley School was one who was known by the name of Cassandra Weldon. She was rapidly approaching the proud position of head girl in the school. She had entered the Shirley School when quite a little child, had gone steadily up through the different classes and the various removes until she found herself nearly at the head of the sixth form. She was about to try for a £60 scholarship, renewable for 3 years. If she got it, she would go to the Holloway College and eventually support herself and her mother. Mrs. Weldon was the widow of a man who in his time had a very successful school for boys, and she herself had been a teacher long ago in the Great Shirley School. Cassandra and her mother, therefore, were from the very first surrounded by scholarship. They belonged, so to speak, to the scholastic world. Mrs. Weldon could scarcely talk of anything else. Evening after evening she would question her daughter eagerly with regard to this accomplishment and the other, to this change or that, to this chance which Cassandra might have and to the other. The girl was extremely clever, with a sort of all-round talent, which was most remarkable, for in addition to many excellent accomplishments, she was distinctly musical. Her musical talent very nearly amounted to genius. If in the future she could not play in public, she resolved at least to earn her living as a music teacher. Mrs. Weldon hoped that Cassandra would do more than this, and, to tell the truth, the girl shared her mother's dreams. Besides music, she had worked very hard at botany, at German and French, and at English literature. She would be 17 on her next birthday, and it was against the rules for any girl to remain at the Great Shirley School after this time. Cassandra had, however, 2 more terms of school life before her, and these terms she regarded as the most valuable of her whole education. In appearance Cassandra was a tall, well-made girl, graceful in her movements, and very self-possessed in manner. Her face was full of intelligence, but was rather plain than otherwise, for her mouth was too wide and her nose the reverse of classical. She had bright, intelligent brown eyes, however, a nice voice, and a pleasant way. Cassandra was looked up to by all her fellow students, and this not because she was rich, nor because she was beautiful, but simply because she was good and honourable and trustworthy. She possessed a large amount of sympathy for nearly everyone. Her tact was unfailing, and she was never self-assertive. Now Cassandra, who had many friends in the school, had amongst them, of course, her greatest friend. This girl was called Florence Archer. Florence was pretty and clever, but she had neither Cassandra's depth nor power of intellect. She was naturally vain and frivolous, except in the presence of her dearest friend. She was easily influenced by others, and it was her habit to follow the one who gave her the last advice. Her passionate love for Cassandra was perhaps her best and strongest quality, but of late she had exhibited a sense of almost unwarrantable jealousy when any other girl showed a preference for her special friend. Florence was a very nice girl, but jealousy was her bane. She thought a good deal of herself, for her father was a rich man, and only took advantage of the Great Shirley education because it was incomparably the best in the place. There was no rule against anyone attending the school, and he had long ago secured a niche in it for his favourite daughter. Florence loved it and hated it at the same time. She was fond of her own companions, but she could not bear the foundation girls. These girls made a large percentage in the school. In all respects they were supposed to be Florence's equals, but as a matter of fact they were kept in a very subordinate position by the paying girls. On every possible occasion they were avoided, and there must be something very special about any one of them if she was taken up by the aristocrats, as they termed themselves, of the school. But Cassandra as a rule was perfectly sweet and pleasant to the foundation girls, and this trait in her friend's character annoyed Florence more than anything else. On the morning after Ruth Craven had been admitted to the school, Cassandra was one of the first arrivals. She was standing in the wide courtyard waiting for the school doors to be opened. She looked as usual, bright and capable. A stream of girls was surrounding her, each smiling and trying to draw her attention. Cassandra was a girl of few words, and after nodding to her companions, she gave them to understand that she did not intend to enter into any special conversation. Her neat satchel of school books was slung on her arm. She wore a very dark blue serge dress, and her white sailor hat looked correct and pretty on her shining brown hair. Cassandra, with her face beaming as the sun, made a sort of figurehead for the smaller girls. Presently 3 foundation girls entered the gates side by side and glanced up at her. This trio formed perhaps the most objectionable set in the school. One was called Kate Rourke. She was a girl of 15 years of age, showily dressed with flashing eyes, long earrings in her ears, false jewellery round her neck, and a smart, rather shabby hat, trimmed with a lot of flowers, placed at the back of her head. Hanging on Kate's arm might have been seen Hannah Johnson, in all respects that young lady's double. Clara Sawyer, a fair-haired little girl about 14, with a heavy fringe right down to her eyebrows, completed the trio. They glanced at Cassandra and then nodded to one another and joked and laughed. "I have no doubt," said Kate, "that Cassie will take her up." She said the word Cassie in a loud voice. Cassandra heard her, but she took not the slightest notice. "She is safe too," continued Kate. "Now such a girl oughtn't to be on the foundation at all. If you only knew the snubbing she gave me yesterday. I quite hate her, with all her pretty face and her mincing ways." "Never mind, Kitty," said Hannah Johnson. "She may snub you as much as she likes, but you have got me to cling on to." "And you've got me too, Kitty," said Clara Sawyer. She snuggled close up to Kate and slipped her hand through her arm. "Nasty thing," said Hannah. "I feel every word you say, Kate. Do you know, I offered to walk home with her yesterday, and she said, 'No, I thank you. I prefer to walk home alone.'" As Hannah made this speech, she adopted the mincing tones which she supposed Ruth Craven had used. The 2 other girls burst out laughing. "Oh, do say what you're laughing about," said another girl, running up to the group at this moment. Her name was Rosie Myers. "You always have a joke among you 3, and I want to share it. Do say, do say. I've got a lot of toffee in my pocket." "Hand it out, Rosie, and perhaps we'll tell you," said Kate. Rose produced a packet of sticky sweetmeat, and a moment later the 4 were sucking peppermint toffees and making themselves thoroughly objectionable to their neighbours. "But what about the girl, the person you are laughing about?" asked Rose. "Oh, it's that stupid, tiresome Ruth Craven," answered Hannah. "Why, she's nobody. The governors and the mistresses ought not to allow such a girl in the school. It's all very well to be on the foundation, but there are limits. Why, her old grandfather kept nothing better than a huckster's shop. It doesn't seem right that a girl of that sort should belong to this school and then take airs." "But the question is," said Cassandra suddenly, "does she take in airs?" The girls all stopped talking and gazed up at Cassandra with astonishment in their faces. "I have overheard you," said Miss Weldon calmly. "I presume you are alluding to Miss Craven?" "We are talking about Ruth Craven," said Kate Rourke, "and you will excuse me, Cassie, but I never saw a girl more chock full of pride. She is so conceited that she is intolerable." "I heard of her yesterday, but have not had an opportunity to form any estimate of her character," continued Cassandra. "I should prefer that you did not call me Cassie, if you please, Kate. I will watch her and find out if I agree with you. I only noticed yesterday that she is remarkably pretty. I will ask her to walk home with me today and have tea. I should like to introduce her to mother." "Well, I never!" said Hannah. And you really mean that you would introduce that girl to Mrs. Weldon?" "I think so. Yes, I am almost certain. Here she comes. I like her face. Don't let her hear you giggling, please, Kate. It is very unkind to make a new girl feel uncomfortable." Kate smothered a laugh and turned away. The doors of the school were now thrown open, and the girls disappeared by their special entrances. It was just at that moment that Ruth, in her shabby dress, but with her sweet and most beautiful face, joined the group of girls who were going into the school. She was without a companion. The other girls went in by twos, each clinging to her special crony. Cassandra now changed her position and found herself within a yard or two of Ruth Craven. She was examining Ruth with great care, but not at all from the unkind point of view. Hers was a sympathetic aspect. That little old serge dress made something come up in Cassandra's throat, and she longed beyond words to give her a better dress. Ruth's hat, too, left much to be desired. It was an old black sailor hat, which had been burnt to a dull brown. But notwithstanding the hat and the dress, there was the face. The face was most lovely, and the back of the shabby frock was covered by hair as black as jet, and curling and rippling in the sunshine. What wouldn't every other girl in the school give to have such a face as that, and such hair as that? Thought Cassandra. I must speak to her. She was just bending forward, meaning to touch Ruth on her shoulder, when there came a commotion near the entrance, and the excited face of Alice Tennant came into view. Alice was accompanied by a tall, showily dressed girl. The girl had a very vivid colour in her cheeks, intensely bright and roguish dark blue eyes, light chestnut hair touched with gold hair, which was a mass of waves and tendrils and fluffiness, and on which a little dark blue velvet cap was placed. "I am not going to be shy," cried the newcomer in a hearty, clear, loud voice, with a considerable amount of brogue in it. "Leave off clutching me by the arm, Alice, my honey, for see my new companions I will. Ah, what a crowd of girls! Colleens we call them in Ireland. Oh, glory! How am I ever to get the names of half of them round my tongue? Ah, and isn't that one a beauty?" "Hush, Kathleen, do hush," said Alice. "They will hear you." "And what do I care if they do, darling? It doesn't matter to me. I mean to talk to that girl. She's won my heart entirely." Before Alice could prevent her, the Irish girl had sprung forward, pushed a couple of Great Shirley girls out of their places, and had taken Ruth Craven by the arm. "It's a kiss I'm going to give you, my beauty," she said. "Oh, it's right glad that I am to see you. My name is Kathleen O'Hara, and I hail from the old country. Ah, though, it's lonely I am likely to be, isn't it, dearie? You don't deny me the pleasure of your society when I tell you that in all this vast crowd I stand solitary but for her, and bedad, I'm not certain that I take to her at all. Let me tuck my hand inside your arm, sweetest." A titter was heard from the surrounding girls. Ruth turned very red. Then she looked into Kathleen's eyes. "You mean kindly," she said, "but perhaps you had better not. You too are a stranger." "Are you a stranger?" asked Kathleen. "Then that clinches the matter. Ah, yes, it's lonely I am. I have come from my dear mountain home to be civilized, but civilization will never suit Kathleen O'Hara. She isn't meant to have it. She's meant to dance on the tops of the mountains and to gather flowers in the bogs. She's made to dance and joke and laugh, and to have a gay time. Ah, my people at home made a fine mistake when they sent me to be civilized. But I like you, honey. I like the shape of your face and the way you are made, and the wonderful look in your eyes when you glance round at me. It is you and me will be the finest of friends, shan't we?" Before Ruth could reply, the girls had entered the great hall, which presently became quite full. "Don't let go of me, darling, for the life of you. It's lost. I'd be in a place of this sort. Let me clutch on to you until they put me into the lowest place in the school." "But why so?" asked Ruth, glancing at her tall companion in some astonishment. "Don't you know anything?" "I? Never a bit, darling. I don't suppose they'll keep me here. I have no learning, and I never want to have any. And what's more—" "Hush, girls! No talking!" cried the indignant voice of a form-room mistress. Kathleen's dark blue eyes grew round with laughter. She suddenly dropped a curtsy. "Mum's the word, ma'am," she said, and then she glanced round at her numerous companions. The girls had all been watching her. Their faces broke into smiles, the smiles became titters, and the titters roars. The mistress had again to come forward and ask her what was wrong. "It's only me, miss," said Kathleen, "so don't blame any of the other innocent lambs. I'm fresh from old Ireland. Oh, miss, it's a beautiful country. Were you never there? If you could only behold her purple mountains, and let yourself go on the bosom of her rushing streams. Were you ever in the old country, miss, if I might venture to ask a civil question?" "No," said Miss Atherton, in a very suppressing tone. "I don't understand impertinent questions, and I expect the schoolgirls to be orderly. Ruth Craven, will you take this young lady under your wing?" "Didn't I say we were to be mates, dear?" said Kathleen O'Hara, and as they passed from the great hall, Kathleen's hand was still fondly linked on Ruth's arms. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L. T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Wild Irish Girl. Lessons went on in their usual orderly fashion. At 11 o'clock there was a break for a quarter of an hour. The girls streamed into the playground. The playground was very large and was assaulted, and in consequence quite dry and pleasant to walk on. There was field beyond, and into this field the girls now strolled by twos and twos. Kathleen O'Hara clung to Ruth Craven's arm. She kept talking to her and asking her questions. "You needn't reply unless you like, pet," she said. "All I want is just to look into your face. I adore beauty. I worship it more than anything else on earth. I was brought up in the midst of it. I never saw anything uglier than poor old Towser when he broke his leg and cut his upper jaw. But although he was ugly, he was the darling of my heart. He died, and I cried a lot. I can't quite get over it. Yes, I suppose I am uncivilized, and I never want to be anything else. Do you think I want to copy those nimby-pimby girls over there, or that lot, or that?" "You had better not point, please, Miss O'Hara," said Ruth. "They won't like it." "What do I care whether they like it or not?" said Kathleen. "I wasn't brought here to curry favour with them. What would my darling father say if I told him that I was going to curry favour with the girls of the Great Shirley School? And what would mother say? No, no, I may pick up a few smatterings, or I may not. But there is one thing certain. I mean to make a friend of you, Ruth. Yes, a great big bosom friend. You will be fond of me, won't you?" "I like you now," said Ruth. "I know you are kind, and you are very pretty." "Why then, darling," said Kathleen, "it is the Blarney Stone you have kissed. You have a sweet little voice of your own, although it hasn't the dear touch of the brogue that I miss so in all the other girls." "But you like Miss Tennant, don't you?" said Ruth.
"Oh yes, poor little Alice. She's very reserved and very, very formal, but she's a good soul, and I won't worry her. But you are the one my heart has gone out to. Ah, that is the way of Irish hearts. They go straight out to their kindred spirit. If you're a kindred spirit of mine, Ruth Craven, and you can't get away from me, not even if you will." The 15 minutes for recreation came to an end, and the girls returned to the schoolroom. Ruth was in a high class for her age, and was already absorbed in her work. Kathleen drummed with her fingers on her desk and looked round her. Kathleen was in a low class. She was with girls a great deal smaller and younger than herself. "How old are you, Miss O'Hara?" the English teacher, Miss Dove, had said. "I am 15, bless your heart, darling," replied Kathleen. "Don't talk exactly like that," said Miss Dove, who, in spite of herself, was attracted by the sweet voice and sweeter eyes. "Say, I am 15, Miss Dove." Kathleen made a grimace. Her grimace was so comical that all the small girls in the class burst out laughing. She was silent. "Speak, dear," said Miss Dove in a persuasive tone. "Yes, darling, I'm trying to." "You mustn't use affectionate words in school." "Oh, my heart, how am I to bear it?" said Kathleen, and she clasped a white hand over that organ. Miss Dove paused for a moment, and then decided that she would let the question in dispute go by for the present. She began to question Kathleen as to her acquirements, and found that she must leave her with the younger children for the time being. She then went on to attend to other duties. Kathleen sat bolt upright in the centre of the class. It seemed absurd to see this tall, well-grown girl surrounded by tiny tots. One of the tiny tots looked towards her. Presently she thrust out a moist little hand, and out of the moisture produced a half-melted peppermint drop. Just for a second Kathleen's bright eyes fell upon the sweetmeat with disgust. Then she took it up gingerly and popped it into her mouth. "It's galiptious," she said, turning to the child, and then she drummed her fingers once more on the edge of the desk. Presently she stooped down and whispered to the small girl. "I hate school, don't you?" "Yes," was the timid reply. "Let's go out." But I can't." "I must then. I have nothing to do. The lessons are deadly stupid. Forgive me, girls, you are all blameless." And the next moment she had left the room. Half a moment later she was in the fresh air outside. Her cheeks were hot, her hair in disorder, and her hand, where she had touched the peppermint, was sticky. "What would father say if he could see me now?" she thought. "If Auntie O'Flynn was to look at her Kathleen, oh, why did they send me across the cold sea to a place of this sort? A detestable place. Oh, the fresh air is reviving. I was born free, and Britons never will be slaves. I can't stay in that horrid room. Oh, how long the morning is!" Just then a teacher came out and beckoned to Kathleen. "What are you doing outside, Miss O'Hara? Come in immediately and return to your class." "I can't, dear," replied Kathleen in a gentle tone. "You are young, aren't you? You don't look more than 20. Do you ever feel your heart beat wild, dear, and your spirits all in a sort of throb? And did you, when you were like that, submit to being tied up in steel chains all round every bit of you? Answer me, did you?" "I can't answer you, Miss O'Hara. You are a very naughty, rebellious girl. You have come to school to be disciplined. Go back immediately." For a minute Kathleen thought of rebelling, but then she said to herself, "It isn't worth the fuss," and returned to her place once again in the centre of the class. "I have been called back," she said in a whisper to her little peppermint companion. I was naughty to go out, and I am called back. I am in disgrace. Isn't it a lark?" The little girl felt quite excited. Never was there such a big and fascinating inmate of the lower fifth before. It was worth coming to school now to be in the vicinity of one so handsome and so gay. The weary morning came to an end at last. The girls seldom returned for afternoon school, generally doing their preparations at home. Alice Tennant, however, sometimes preferred the quiet school to the noisy life she lived with her brothers at home. She looked now eagerly for Kathleen, who had shunned her from the instant they had entered the school. She stood just by the gate waiting for her. Kathleen, on her part, was looking for Ruth Craven. Ruth had been monopolized by Cassandra Weldon. "You must come home with me," she said. "But my grandparents will be expecting me," said Ruth. "Never mind. We will go round by your cottage and ask them. I know all about you, and I want to know you better. You will, won't you?" "Thank you very much," said Ruth. "We will go on at once without waiting for the others," said Cassandra, and they walked on quickly, while Kathleen searched in vain for her chosen friend. "Come, Kathleen, I am waiting," said Alice in a slightly cross voice. "Mother said we were to be home early today." "All right," said Kathleen, "but I can't find Miss Craven anywhere." "You can't wait for her now. Indeed, she has gone. I saw her walking down the road with Cassandra Weldon." "And who is she?" "The head girl of the school, and such a splendid creature. I am glad she is taking up Ruth. It isn't possible for everyone to notice her, although, for my part, I have no patience with that sort of false pride. Of course, a lot of the foundation girls are very common, but when one sees a perfect lady like Ruth, one ought to recognize her." "Of course," said Kathleen, fidgeting a little as she walked. "And how did you get on?" asked Alice, noticing the dejected tone of her voice. "I got on abominably," she said. "What class are you in?" "I don't know. I am with a lot of babies, I suppose. I am sort of be caretaker to them. There wasn't anything to learn. I am going to write to father. I can't stay in that horrid school." "Oh, yes, you can. You will get to like it very much after a time. You have never been at school before, and, of course, you find it irksome." "It is irksome," cried Kathleen. "It is that she calls it? Oh, glory! It's purgatory, my dear. That's what it is. Purgatory. And I haven't done anything to deserve it." "But you want to learn. Don't you want to be always ignorant?" "Bedad then, darling, I don't want to learn at all. What do I want to know your sorts of things for? I could beat you, every one of you, and the teachers too, in some accomplishments. Put me on a horse, darling, and see what I can do, and put me in a boat, pet, and find out where I can take you, and set me swimming in the cold sea. I can turn somersaults and dive and dance on the waves, and do every mortal thing as though I were a fish, not a girl. And give me a gun, and see me bring down a bird on the wing. Ah, those things ought to be counted in the education of a woman. I can do all those things, and I can mix whiskey punch, and I can sing songs to the dear old dad, and I can comfort my mother when her rheumatics are bad, and I can love, love, love. Oh no, Alice, I am not ignorant in the true sense, but I hate French, and I hate arithmetic, and I hate all your horrid schoolwork, and I never could spell properly, and what does it matter?" "Everything," replied Alice. "You can't go about the world if you are stupid and ignorant." "Can't I?" exclaimed Kathleen, and she flashed her eyes at Alice and made her feel, as she said afterwards, quite uncanny. The Tennants were, after all, not a large family. They consisted of Mrs. Tennant, Alice, and 2 young brothers. These brothers were schoolboys of the unruly type. Alice considered them very badly trained. Kathleen, however, was much taken by their schoolboyish ways. As the two girls now entered the house, they heard a whistle proceeding from the attic. A catcall at the same time came from the basement. "Oh dear!" cried Alice. "There are those dreadful boys again. Whatever you do, Kathleen, you must not encourage them in their larks." "But why shouldn't I? I like them both. I call David a broth of a boy. I am glad you have got brothers, Alice. I haven't any, but then I have lots of boy cousins, which comes to much the same thing." The girls by this time had reached the large bedroom which they shared on the first floor. "You are welcome to my brothers if you don't toss all your things about in my room," cried Alice. "If we are to sleep together, we must be orderly." "Orderly, is it?" cried Kathleen. "I don't know the meaning of the word. Well, all right, I'm ready." She pushed her fingers through her tangled golden hair, and, without glancing at herself in the glass, marched out of the room. "I wish mother hadn't asked her to come," said Alice to herself. "The house was bad enough before, but now she will make things past bearing." Alice went downstairs to the sound of a cracked gong. The tenants had their meals in a sitting room on the second floor. It was barely furnished, and had kamptulion instead of a carpet on the floor. Mrs. Tennant, looking careworn and anxious, was seated at the head of the table. Her dress was somewhat faded. Alice entered and took her seat at the foot. Kathleen was nowhere to be seen. "I have only soup and fish for dinner to-day," said Mrs. Tennant. "I do not trust Kathleen will be satisfied." Alice frowned at her mother in some displeasure. "We ought to have meat," she was beginning, when there came a loud bang and a scuffle, a girlish laugh, and Kathleen, leaning fondly on both the boys, appeared. Mrs. Tennant pointed to a seat, and she sat down. The Irish girl had a healthy appetite, and was indifferent to what she ate. She demanded 2 plates of soup, and when she had finished the second, she looked at Mrs. Tennant and said emphatically, "I have fallen in love." "My dear Kathleen!" "I have, with a girl, so it doesn't matter. She's the prettiest, sweetest, bonniest thing I ever saw in my life. I am going to hunt round for her immediately after dinner. I thought I'd say so, for I mean to do it." "Oh, Kathleen!" said Alice in a distressed voice. "You really mustn't. You must come back to the school with me. I promised Miss Dove that I'd see you through your tasks. You know, mother," continued Alice, "Kathleen is not very advanced for her age, and Miss Dove wants to get her into a proper class as quickly as possible. Therefore she is to be coached a little, and I have undertaken to do it. You will come with me, Kathleen. I must get back to the school again by 2:30. You'll be sure to come, dear." "I think not, dear," replied Kathleen in her most aggravating tone. "But you must. Mustn't she, mother?" "You ought to, Kathleen," said Mrs. Tennant. "You have been sent here to learn. Alice can teach you. She can help you very much. She means to be very kind to you. You certainly ought to do what she suggests." "But I am afraid," said Kathleen, "that I am not going to do what I ought. I don't wish to be good at all to-day. I couldn't live if I wasn't really naughty sometimes. I mean to be terribly naughty all in the afternoon. If you will let me have my fling, I do assure you, Mrs. Tennant, that I will work off the steam, and will be all right tomorrow. I must do something desperate, and if Alice opposes me, I'll have to do something worse." "You're a clipper," said David Tennant, smiling into her face. "All right, my boy, I expect I am," said Kathleen, and then she added, springing to her feet, "I have eaten enough, and for what we have received, goodbye, Miss Tennant. I'm off." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 The Homesick and the Rebellious. Kathleen O'Hara ran up to an untidy room. She banged to the door, and standing by it for a moment, drew the bolt. Thus she had secured herself against intrusion. She then flung herself on the bed, put her two arms under her head, and gazed out of the window. Her heart was beating wildly. She had a strange medley of feelings within. She was desperately, madly lonely. She was homesick in the most intense sense of the word. Kathleen had never left Carrigrohane Castle before. This romantic abode was situated in the extreme south-west of Ireland. It was a mile away from the sea, and stood on a rocky eminence which overlooked a very wide expanse of moor and wood, rushing streams, and purple mountains, and deep dark blue sea. In the whole world there could scarcely be found a more lovely view than that which since her birth had presented itself before Kathleen's young eyes. Her father, Squire O'Hara, was, as landlords in Ireland go, very well off. His tenantry adored him. He got in his rents with tolerable regularity. He was a good landlord, firm but also kind and indulgent. A real case of distress was never turned away from his door, but where rent could be paid he insisted on the cottar's giving him his due. He kept a rather wild establishment, however. His wife was an Irishwoman from a neighbouring country, and had some of the most careless attributes of her race. The house got along anyhow. There were always shoals of visitors, mostly relatives. There were heavy feasts in the old hall, and sittings up very late at night, and no end of hunting and fishing and shooting in their seasons. In the summer a pretty white yacht made a great divertisement, as the squire was fond of saying, and in all things Kathleen O'Hara was free as the air she breathed. She was educated in a sort of fashion by Irish governess, but in reality she was allowed to pursue her lessons exactly as she liked best herself. It was just before she was 15 that Kathleen's aunt, a maiden lady from Dublin, who rejoiced in the truly Irish name of O'Flynn, came to see them, remarked on Kathleen's wild, unkempt appearance, declared that the girl would be a downright beauty when she was 18, said that no one would tolerate such a want of knowledge in the present day, and advised that she should go to school. Mrs. O'Hara took Miss O'Flynn's hint very much to heart. Kathleen was consulted, and of course tabooed the entire scheme. In the end, however, the elder ladies carried the day. Miss O'Flynn took her niece to Dublin with her, and gave her an expensive and very unnecessary wardrobe. And Mrs. O'Hara, having heard a great deal of Mrs. Tennant, who had Irish relatives, decided that Kathleen should go to the Great Shirley School, where she herself had been educated long ago. Everything was arranged in a great hurry. It seemed to Kathleen now, as she lay on her bed, kicking her feet impatiently and ruffled her beautiful hair, that the thing had come to pass in a flash. It seemed only yesterday that she was at home in the old house, petted by the servants, adored by her father, worshipped by all her relatives, the young queen of the castle, free as the air, followed by her dogs, riding on her pony, and now she was here in this hideous, poor, fifth-class house, going to that ugly school. "I can't stand it," she thought. "There's only one way out. I must have a real desperate burst of naughtiness. What shall I do that will most aggravate them? For do that thing I will, and as quickly as possible." Kathleen thought rapidly. She had no brothers of her own, but their loss was made up for by the adoration of about 20 young cousins, who were always loafing about the place and following Kathleen wherever she turned. "What would aggravate Pat if he were here?" thought the girl. "Or dear Michael? Well, Michael—" The girl's face slightly changed. "I was never very naughty with Michael," she said to herself. "He is different from the others. I wouldn't like to see that sort of sorry look in his dear dark blue eyes. Oh, I mustn't think of Michael now. When I was going away he said, 'Bedad, you'll come back a princess, and I'll be proud to see you. No, I mustn't think of Michael. Pat, the imp, would help me, and so would Rory, and so would Ted. But what shall it be?" She thought excitedly. There came a rattle at the handle of the door. "Let me in, please, Kathleen. Let me in," called Alice's voice. "Presently, darling," replied Kathleen in her most nonchalant tone. "But I am in a hurry. I must be back at school by 2:30. Let me in immediately." "What a nuisance it all is," thought Kathleen. "But after all, my naughtiness needn't make that stupid old Alice late for her darling lessons." She scrambled off the bed, drew back the bolt, and returned to her old position. Alice came quickly in. She glanced at Kathleen with disgust. "I wish you wouldn't lie on the bed in your muddy boots." No answer. "I must ask you not to lock the door. It is my room as well as yours." No answer. Kathleen's eyes were fixed on the window. They were brimful of mischief. After a time she said, "Darling, I wish you wouldn't talk to me in that silly way." "Faith, honey, then." "I do wish—" Kathleen suddenly sprang upright on her bed. "Don't you like the sky when it looks as it does now? I wish you could see it from Carrigrohane. You don't know the sort of expression it has when it seems to be kissing the sea. We have a ghost at Carrigrohane. Oh, wisher then, if you only could see it. I can tell the boys about it. Shan't I make them creep?" "It is very silly to talk about ghosts. Nobody believes in them," said Alice. "I'll ask father if I may have you at Carrigrohane in the summer, and then see if you don't believe." She wears white. "I'm going out now, Kathleen. Aren't you coming with me?" "No, thank you, my love." "You ought to, Kathleen. I am busy preparing for my scholarship examination, or I wouldn't stay and argue with you. It is an awful pity to have gone to the expense of coming here if you don't mean to do your utmost." "Thank you, darling, but it is rather a waste of breath for you to talk so long to me. I mean to be naughty this afternoon." "I can't help you," said Alice. "I am very sorry you ever came." "Thank you so much, dear." Alice ran downstairs. "Mother," she said, rushing into her mother's presence, "we shall have no end of trouble with that terrible girl. She is lying now on the bed with her outdoor boots on, and she won't come to school or do a single thing I want her to." "The money her father pays will be very welcome, Alice. We must bear with some discomforts on account of that." "I suppose so," said Alice, shrugging her shoulders. "How horrid it is to be poor, and to have such a girl as that in the house. Well, I can't stay another minute. You had better keep a sort of general eye on her, mother, for there's no saying what she will do. She has declared her intention of being naughty. She knows no fear. It is not guided by any sort of principle, and would, in short, do anything. Well, go to school, Alice, and be quick home, for I have a great deal I want you to help me with." Alice made no reply, and Mrs. Tennant, after thinking for a minute, went upstairs. She knocked at the door of the room which she had given up to the two girls. There was no answer. She opened it and went in. The bird had flown. There were evident signs of a stampede through the window, for it stood wide open, and there were marks of not too clean boots on the drugget, and a torn piece of ivy just without. The window was 20 feet from the ground, and Kathleen must have let herself down by the sturdy arm of the old ivy. Mrs. Tennant looked out, half expecting to see a mangled body on the ground, but there was no one in view. She returned to her darning and her anxious thoughts. She was a widow with 2 sons and a daughter, and something under £250 a year on which to live. To educate the boys, to do something for Alice, and to put bread and butter into all their mouths was a difficult problem to solve in these expensive days. She had on purpose moved close to the Great Shirley School in order to avail herself of its cheap education for Alice. The boys went to another foundation school near by, and altogether the family managed to scrape along. But the advent of Kathleen on the scene was a great relief, for her father paid 3 guineas a week for Mrs. Tennant's motherly care and for Kathleen's board and lodging. "Poor child," thought the good woman, What a wild, undisciplined, handsome creature she is! I must do what I can for her." She sat on for some time darning and thinking. Her heart was full. She felt depressed. She had been working in various ways ever since 6 o'clock that morning, and the darning of the boys' rough socks hurt her eyes and made her fingers ache. Meanwhile Kathleen was running along the road. She ran until she was completely out of breath. She then came to a stile, against which she leant. By and by she saw a girl walking leisurely up the road. She was a shabbily dressed and rather vulgar girl. Kathleen saw at once that she was one of the Great Shirley girls, so she went forward and spoke to her. "You go to our school, don't you?" she said. "Yes, miss," answered the girl, dropping a little curtsy when she saw Kathleen. She was a very fresh foundation girl, and recognized something in Kathleen which caused her to be more subservient than necessary. "Then, if you please," continued Kathleen, "can you tell me where that sweet pretty girl Ruth Craven lives?" "She isn't a lady," said the girl, whose name was Susan Hopkins. "She is no more a lady than I am." "Indeed she is," said Kathleen. "She is a great deal more of a lady than you are." The girl flushed. "You are a Great Shirley girl yourself," she said. "I saw you there to-day. You are in an awfully low class. Do you like sitting with the little kids? I saw you towering up in the middle of them like a mountain." Kathleen's eyes flashed. "What is your name?" she said. "Susan Hopkins. I used to be a board school girl, but now I am on the foundation at Great Shirley. It is a big rise for me. Are you a poor girl? Are you on the foundation?" "I don't know what it means by being on the foundation, but I don't think I am poor. I think, on the contrary, that I am very rich. Did you ever hear of a girl who lived in a castle, a great beautiful castle, on the top of a high hill? If you ever did, I am that girl." "Oh my!" said Susy Hopkins. "That does sound romantic." Her momentary dislike to Kathleen had vanished. The desire to go to the town on a message for her mother had completely left her. She stood still as though fascinated. "I live there," said Kathleen. "That is, I do when I am at home. I come from the land of the mountain and the stream, of the shamrock, of the deep, deep blue sea." "Ireland! You are Irish," said the girl. "I am proud to say that I am." "We don't think anything of the Irish here." "Oh, don't you? But don't be angry, please," continued Susy, "for I am sure you are very nice." "I am nice when I like. To-day I am nasty. I am wicked to-day, quite wicked. I could hate any one who opposes me. I want someone to help me. If someone will help me, I will be nice to that person. Will you?" "Oh, my word, yes. How handsome you look when you flash your eyes," said Susy Hopkins. "Then I want to find that dear little girl who is so beautiful that I love her and can't get her out of my head. I want to find Ruth Craven. She went away with a horrid, stiff, pokery girl called Cassandra Weldon. You have such strange names in your country. That horrid prim Cassandra chose to correct me when I came into school, and she has taken my darling away, the only one I love in the whole of England. I want to find her. I will give you an Irish diamond set in a brooch if you will help me." This sounded a very grand offer indeed to Susy Hopkins, who lived in the most modest way, and had not a jewel of any sort in her possession. "I will help you. I will, and I can. I know where Miss Weldon lives. I can take you to her house." "But I want Ruth." "If she has taken Ruth home, she will be at Cassandra's house," said Susy. "And you can take me there?" "This blessed minute." "All right, come along." "When will you give me the diamond set in the brooch?" "It isn't a real diamond, you know. It is an Irish diamond set in silver, real silver. My old nurse had it made for me, and I wear it sometimes. I will bring it to you to school to-morrow." "Oh, thank you, miss. I forget your name." "O'Hara. Kathleen O'Hara." "O'Hara is rather a difficult name to say. May I call you Kathleen?" Just as you please, Susan. It is more handy for me to say Susan than Hopkins. As long as I am in England I must consort, I see, with all kinds of people, and if you will make yourself useful to me, I will be good to you." Susy turned and led the way in the direction of Cassandra Weldon's home. They had to walk across a very wide field, then down a narrow lane, and then up a steep hill, and then into a valley. At the bottom of the valley was a straight road, and at each side of the road were neat little houses, small and very proper looking. Each house consisted of 2 stories, with a hall door in the middle and a sitting room on each side. There were 3 windows overhead, and 1 or 2 attics in the roof. The houses were very compact, and they were new, and were called by ambitious names. For instance, the house where the Weldons lived went by the ambitious name of Sans Souci. All through the walk Susy chatted for the benefit of her companion. She told Kathleen so much about her life that she was interested in spite of herself, and by the time they arrived outside Sans Souci, Kathleen's hand was lying affectionately on her companion's arm. "I had best not go in, miss," she said. "Cassandra Weldon would never take the very least notice of me, and none of us foundation girls like her at all." "Well, that is extremely unfair," said Kathleen. "From all you have been telling me, the foundation girls must be particularly clever. I tell you what it is, I think I shall take to you." "Oh, would you indeed, miss?" said Susy, her eyes sparkling. "There are 100 of us, you know, in the school." "That is a great number. And Ruth Craven is really one?" "She is, miss. She isn't a bit better than the rest of us, and I love her already." "She is no better than the rest of us," repeated Susan Hopkins. "I have a great mind to take to you all, to make a fuss about you, and to show the others how badly they behave." "You'd be a queen amongst us, there's no doubt about that." "It would be lovely, and it would be a tremendous bit of naughtiness," thought Kathleen. "Do you think you will, miss? Because if you do, I will tell the others. We could meet you and talk over things." "Well, I will decide to morrow. I will enclose a letter with your brooch. Good bye now. I must go in and kiss my darling Ruth." Susy Hopkins stood for a minute to watch Kathleen as she went up the little narrow path of Sans Souci. When Kathleen reached the porch, she waved her hand, and Susy, putting wings to her feet, ran as fast as she could in the opposite direction. She felt very much elated and really pleased. In the whole course of her life she had never met a girl of Kathleen O'Hara type before. Her beauty, her daring and wild manner, the flash in her bright dark eyes, the glints of gold in her lovely hair, all fascinated Susy. "What a queen she'd make!" she thought. "We must make her our queen. We'd have quite a party of our own in the school if she took us up, and she will. I am sure she will. This is a lark. This is worth a great deal." Meanwhile Kathleen rang the bell at Sans Souci in a very smart, imperative manner. A little maid, neatly dressed, came to the door. "Please," said Kathleen, "will you say that Miss O'Hara has called and would be glad to see Miss Ruth Craven for a few minutes?" The girl withdrew. Presently she returned. "Miss Weldon will be pleased if you will go in, miss. She is sitting in the drawing room. The 2 young ladies are out in the garden." "Thank you," said Kathleen. After a brief hesitation she entered the house, and was conducted across the narrow hall into a very sweet and charmingly furnished room. The room had a bay window with French doors. These opened on to a little flower lawn. At one side of the house was a tiny conservatory full of bright flowers. Compared to the house where the tenants lived, this tiny place looked like a paradise to Kathleen. She gave a quick glance round her, then came up to Mrs. Weldon. "I am one of the new girls at the Great Shirley School," she said. "My name is Kathleen O'Hara. I am Irish. I have only just crossed the cold sea. I am lonely too. I want Ruth Craven. May I sit down a minute while your servant fetches her? I like Ruth Craven. She is very pretty, isn't she? She is the sort of girl that you take a fancy to when you are lonely and far from home. May I sit here until she comes?" "Of course, my dear," said Mrs. Weldon, speaking with kindness, and looking with eyes full of interest at the handsome, striking looking girl. "I quite understand your being lonely. I was very lonely indeed when I came home from India and left my dear father and mother behind me." "How old were you when you came home?" "A great deal younger than you are, only 7 years old. But that is a long time ago. I should like to be kind to you, Miss O'Hara. Cassandra has been telling me about you. You are living at the Tennants', are you not? Alice Tennant and Cassandra are great friends." "But I don't like either of them," said Kathleen in her blunt way. Mrs. Weldon looked a little startled. "Do you know my daughter?" she asked. "She is much too interfering, and she is frightfully stuck up. Please forgive me, but I am always very plain spoken. I always tell the truth. I don't want her. I like you, and I wish that I lived with you, and that you'd have Ruth Craven instead of your own daughter in that house. Then I'd be perfectly happy. I always did say what I thought. Will you forgive me?" "I will, dear, because at the present moment you don't know my girl at all. There never was a more splendid girl in the whole world, but she requires to be known. Ah, here she comes, and your little friend Miss Craven with her." Ruth, looking very pretty with a delicate flush on each cheek, now entered the room in the company of Cassandra. Kathleen sprang up the minute she saw Ruth, rushed across the room, and flung one arm with considerable violence around her neck. "You have come," she said. "I have been hunting the place for you. How dared you go away and hide yourself? Don't you know that you belong to me? The moment I saw you I knew that you were my affinity. Don't you know what an affinity means? Well, you are mine. We are twin souls before birth. Now we have met again and we cannot part. I am ever so happy when I am with you. Don't mind those others. Let them all stare all they like. I am going to take you foundation girls up. I have made up my mind. We will have a rollicking good time, a splendid time. We will be as naughty as we like, and we will let the others see what we are made of. It will be war to the knife between the foundation girls and the good, proper paying girls. Let the ladies look after themselves. We of the foundation will lead our own life and be as happy as the day is long. Aren't you glad to see me, dear, sweet, pretty Ruth? Don't you know for yourself that you are my affinity, my chosen friend, my beloved? Through the ages we have been one, and now we have met in the flesh." "I think," said Cassandra, at last managing to get herself heard, "that you have said enough for the present. Miss O'Hara, Ruth Craven has come to spend the day with me. I know that you are an Irish girl, and you must be lonely. I shall be very pleased if you will join Ruth and me in our walk. We are going to walk across the common. We shall be in to tea, dear mother. Will you have it ready for us not later than 5 o'clock? And I am sure you will join me, mother darling, in asking Miss O'Hara to stay too." "But Miss O'Hara doesn't want to join either you or your mother darling," said Kathleen in her rudest tone. "It is Ruth I want. I have come here for Ruth. She must return with me at once." "But I can't. I am ever so sorry, Miss O'Hara." "You mean that you won't come when I have called for you?" "I am with Miss Weldon at present." "Be sensible, dear," said Mrs. Weldon at that moment. "You don't quite understand our manners in this country. However attached we may be to a person, we don't enter a strange house and snatch that person out of it. It isn't our way. And I don't think you will forgive me for saying it that your way is as nice as ours. Be persuaded, dear, and join Cassandra and Ruth and have a happy time." Kathleen's face had turned crimson. She looked from Mrs. Weldon to Cassandra, and then she looked at Ruth. Suddenly her eyes brimmed up with tears. "I don't think I can ever change my way," she said. "I am sorry if I am rude and not understood. Perhaps, after all, I am mistaken about Ruth. Perhaps she is not my real proper affinity. I am a very unhappy girl. I wish I could go back to mother and to my dad. I shouldn't be lonely if I were in the midst of the mountains, and if I could see the streams and the blue seas. I don't know why Aunt Katie O'Flynn sent me to this horrid place. I wish I was back in the old country. They don't talk as you talk in the old country, and they don't look as you look. If you put your heart at the feet of a body in old Ireland, that body doesn't kick it away. I will go. I don't want your tea. I don't want anything that you have to offer me. I don't like any of you. I am sorry if you think me rude, but I can't help myself. Good-bye." No, stay and visit with me, and tell me about the old country and sea and the mountains," said Mrs. Weldon. But Kathleen shook her head fiercely, and the next moment left the room. "Poor strange little girl," thought the good woman. "I see she is about to heap unhappiness on herself and others. What is to be done for her?" "I like her," said Ruth. "She is very impulsive, but she is—" "Oh yes," said Cassandra. "She has a good heart, of course, but I foresee that she is up to all sorts of mischief. She doesn't understand our ways. Why did she leave her own country?" Ruth was silent. She looked wistful. "Come along, Ruthie. We will be late. I have no end of schemes in my head. I mean to help you. You will win that scholarship." Ruth smiled. Presently she and Cassandra were crossing the common arm in arm. In the interest of their own conversation they forgot Kathleen. When that young lady left the house she ran back to the Tennants. "I will write to dad tonight and tell him that I can't stay," she thought. "Oh dear, my heart is in my mouth. I shall have a broken heart if this sort of thing goes on." She entered the house. There sat Mrs. Tennant with a great basket of stockings before her. The remains of a rough-looking tea were on the table. The boys had disappeared. "Come in, Kathleen," called Mrs. Tennant, "and have your tea. I want Maria to clear the tea things away, as I have some cutting out to do, so be quick, dear." Kathleen entered. The untidy table did not trouble her in the least. She was accustomed to things of that sort at home. She sat down, helped herself to a thick slice of bread and butter, and ate it, while burning thoughts filled her mind. "Have some tea. You haven't touched any," said Mrs. Tennant. "I'd rather have cold water, please," replied Kathleen. She went to the sideboard, filled a glass, and drank it off. "Mrs. Tennant," she said when she had finished, "what possessed you to leave England? You had all the world to choose from. Why did you come to a horrible place like this?" "But I like it," said Mrs. Tennant. "You don't look as if you did. I never saw such a worn out poor body. Are you awfully old?" "You would think me so," replied Mrs. Tennant with a smile, "but as a matter of fact I am not 40 yet." "Not 40?" said Kathleen. "But 40's an awful age, isn't it? I mean, you want crutches when you are 40, don't you?" "Not as a rule, my dear. I trust when I am 40 I shall not want a crutch. I shall be 40 in 2 years, and that by some people is considered young." "Then I suppose it is mending those horrid stockings that make you so old." "Mending stockings doesn't help to keep you young, certainly. Shall I help you? I used to cobble for an old nurse when I was at home." "But I shouldn't like you to cobble these." "Oh, I can darn, you know." "Then do, Kathleen. I should take it very kindly if you would. Here is worsted, and here is a needle. Will you sit by me and tell me about your home?" Kathleen suddenly would not have believed her own ears had she been told an hour ago that she would end her first fit of desperate naughtiness by darning stockings for the Tennant boys. She did not darn well, but then Mrs. Tennant was not particular. She certainly, although she said she would not, did cobble these stockings to an extraordinary extent. But her work and the chat with Mrs. Tennant did her good, and she went upstairs to dress for supper in a happier frame of mind. "I will stay here for a little," she said finally to Mrs. Tennant, "because I think it will help you. You look so terribly tired, and I don't think you ought to have this horrible work to do. I'd like to do it for you, but I don't suppose I shall have time. I will stay for a bit and see what I can make of the foundation girls." "The foundation girls?" "Oh yes. Don't ask me to explain. There are 100 of them at the Great Shirley School, and I am going No, I can't explain. I will stop here instead of running away. I meant to run away when my affinity would have nothing to do with me." "Really, Kathleen, you are a most extraordinary girl." "Of course I am," said Kathleen. "Did you ever suppose that I was anything else? I am very remarkable, and I am very naughty. I always was, and I always will be. I am up to no end of mischief. I wish you could have seen me and Rory together at home. Oh, what didn't we do? Do you know that once we walked across a little bridge of metal which is put between two of the stables? It is just a narrow iron rod, 6 feet in length. If we had either of us fallen, we'd have been dashed to pieces on the cobblestones 40 feet below. Mother saw me when I was halfway across, and she gave a shriek. It nearly finished me, but I steadied myself and got across. Oh, it was jolly. I am going to set some of the foundation girls at that sort of thing. I expect I shall have great fun with them. It is principally because my affinity won't have anything to do with me. She is attaching herself to another, and that other is little better than a monster. Your Alice won't like me, and to be frank with you, I don't like her. I like you because you are poor and worried and seem old for your age, although your age is a great one, and because you have to cobble those horrid socks. There, goodbye for the present. Don't hate me too much. I can't help the way I am made. Oh, I hear Alice. What a detestable voice she has. Now then, I'm off." Kathleen ran up to her room, and again she locked the door. She heard Alice's step, and she felt a certain vindictiveness as she turned the key in the lock. Alice presently took the handle of the door and shook it. "Let me in at once, Kathleen," she said. "I really can't put up with this sort of thing any longer. I want to get into my room. I want to tidy myself. I am going to supper tonight with Cassandra Weldon." "Then you don't get in," whispered Kathleen to herself. Aloud she said, "I am sorry, darling, but I am specially busy, and I really must have my share of the room to myself." "Do open the door, Kathleen," now almost pleaded poor Alice. "If you want your share of the room, I want mine. Don't you understand?" "I am not interfering, dearest," called back Kathleen. "I am keeping religiously to my own half. I have the straight window and you have the bay. I am not touching your beautiful half. I am only in mine." "Let me in," called Alice again, "and don't be silly." "Sorry, dear. I don't think I am silly." There was a silence. Alice went on her knees and peered through the keyhole. Kathleen was seated by her dressing table, and there was a sound of the ferocious scratching of a pen quite audible. "This is intolerable," thought Alice. "She is the most awful girl I ever heard of. I shall be late. Mary Addersley and Rhoda Pierpoint are to call for me shortly, and I shan't be ready. I don't want to appeal to mother or to be rude to the poor wild thing the first day. Stay, I will tempt her. Kathleen?" "Yes, darling." "Wouldn't you like to come with me to Cassandra Weldon's? She is so nice, and so is her mother. She plays beautifully, and they will sing." "Irish songs?" called out Kathleen. "I don't know. Perhaps they will if you ask them." "Thanks," replied Kathleen. "I am not going." Again there was silence, and the scratching of the pen continued. Alice was now obliged to go downstairs to acquaint her mother. "What is it, dear? Why, my dear Alice, how excited you look!" "I have cause to be, mother. I have come in rather late, very much fagged out from a day of hard examination work, and that imp, that horrid girl, has locked me out of my bedroom. I was so looking forward to a nice little supper with Cassandra and the other girls. Kathleen won't let me in. She really is intolerable. I can't stay in the room with her any longer. She is past bearing. Can't you give me an attic to myself at the top of the house? You know I haven't a corner. Can't I share your bed, mummy? I shall be so miserable with that dreadful Kathleen." "You know quite well, Alice, that is the only really good bedroom in the house, and I can't afford to give it to one girl by herself. I think Kathleen will be all right when we really get to know her, but she is very undisciplined. Still, 3 guineas a week makes an immense difference to me, Alice. I can't help telling you so, my child." "In my opinion it is hardly earned," said Alice. "I suppose I must stay down here and give up my supper. I can't go like this, all untidy, and my hair so messy, and my collar. Oh, mother, it is nearly black. It is really too tiring." "I will go up and see if I can persuade her," said Mrs. Tennant. She went upstairs, turned the handle of the door, and spoke. The moment her voice penetrated into Kathleen's ears, she jumped to her feet, crossed the room, and bent down at the other side of the keyhole. "Don't tire your dear voice," she said. "What is it you want?" "I want you to open the door, Kathleen. Poor Alice wants to get in to get her clothes. It is her room as much as yours. Let her in at once, my dear." "I am very sorry, darling Mrs. Tennant, but I am privately engaged in my own half of the room. I am not interfering with Alice's." "But you see, Kathleen, she can't get to her half." "The door is my half, you know," said Kathleen very meekly. "I don't see that she has any cause to complain. I am awfully sorry. I will be as quick as I can." "You annoy me very much. You make me very uncomfortable by going on in this extremely silly way, Kathleen." "I will darn some more socks for you, darling tired pet," whispered Kathleen coaxingly. "I really am awfully sorry, but there is no help for it. I must finish my own private affairs in my own half of the room." She retreated from the door, and the scratching of the pen continued. Alice downstairs felt like a caged lion. Mrs. Tennant admitted that Kathleen's conduct was very bad. "It won't happen again, Alice," she said, "for I shall remove the key from the lock. She won't shut you out another time. Make the best of it, darling. If we don't worry her too much, she is sure to capitulate." "Not she. She is a perfect horror," said Alice. Mrs. Weldon's supper party was to begin at 8 o'clock. It was now 7, and the girls were to call for Alice at 1:30. If Kathleen would only be quick, she might still have time. The boys came in. They stared open-eyed at Alice when they saw her still standing in her rough school things, a very cross expression on her face. David came up to her at once. He was the favorite, and people said he had a way with him, whatever they meant by that. Most people did what David Tennant liked. He stood in front of his sister now and said, "What's the matter? And where's that little Irish beauty?" "For goodness' sake, don't speak about her," said Alice. "She's driving me nearly mad." "Your sister is naturally much annoyed, David," said his mother. "Kathleen is evidently a very tiresome girl. She has locked the door of their mutual bedroom and declines to open it. She says that as the door happens to be in her half of the room, she has perfect control over it." David whistled, then burst out laughing. "Well, now, that is Irish," David said. "If you take her part, I shall hate you for the rest of my life," said Alice, speaking with great passion. "But can't you just wait for once?" asked David. "Anyone could tell she is just trying it on. She'll get tired of sitting there by herself if only you have patience." "But I am due at Cassandra's for supper, and Mary Addersley and Rhoda Pierpont are to call for me at 7:30. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said David. "Ben, leave off teasing," for Ben was whistling and jumping about, and making the most expressive faces at poor Alice. "I will see what I can do," he said, and he ran upstairs. David was very musical. Indeed, the soul of music dwelt in his eyes, in his voice, in his very step. He might in some respects have been an Irish boy himself. He bent down now and whistled very softly and in the most flute-like manner "Garry Owen" through the keyhole. There was a restless sound in the room, and then a cross voice said, "Go away." David stopped whistling "Garry Owen" and proceeded to execute a most exquisite performance of St. Patrick's Day in the Morning. Kathleen trembled, her eyes filled with tears. David was now whistling right into her room. "The Wearing of the Green." Kathleen flung down her pen, making a splash on the paper. "Go away!" she called out. "What are you doing there?" "The outside of this door doesn't belong to you," called David, "and if I like to whistle through the keyhole, you can't prevent me." And he began Garry Owen again. Kathleen rushed to the door and flung it open. The tears were still wet on her cheeks. "Can't you guess what you are doing?" she said. "You are stabbing me, stabbing me. Oh, oh, oh!" And she burst into violent sobs. David took her hand. "Come, "Little Irish colleen," he said, "come along downstairs. I am going to be chummy with you. Don't be so lonely. Give Alice her room, one half of it is hers, and she wants to dress to go out." "Let her take it all," sobbed Kathleen. "I am most miserable. Oh, Garry Owen, Garry Owen! Oh, land of the Shamrock! Oh, my broken heart!" She laid her head on David's shoulder and went on sobbing. David felt quite bashful. There was nothing for it but to take out his big and not too clean handkerchief and wipe away her tears. "Whisper," he said in her ear. "There are stables at the back of the house. They are old, worn out stables. There is a loft over one, and I keep apples and nuts there. It is the jolliest place. Will you and I go there for an hour or two after supper?" "Do you mean it?" said Kathleen, her eyes filling with laughter and the tears still wet on her cheeks. "Yes, Colleen, I mean it, for I want you to tell me all you can about your land of the Shamrock." "Why, then, that I will," she replied. "Wish her then, David. It's a broth of a boy you are," and she kissed him on his forehead. David took her hand and led her into the dining room. Alice was still there, looking more stormy than ever. "It's too late now," she said. "The girls have come and gone. I can't go at all now." "But why, darling?" she said. "Oh, I wish I had let you in. She must go. David, the poor dear, it would be cruel to disappoint her. What dress will you wear?" said Kathleen. "Let me alone," said Kathleen. She rushed upstairs, but Kathleen was even quicker. "I am not going to be nasty to you any more," she said. "I have found a friend, and I shall have more friends to morrow. Kathleen O'Hara would have died long ago but for her friends. I shall be happy when I have got a creelful of them here. Now then, let me help you. No, that isn't the shoe you want. Here it is. And gloves. Here's a pair, and they're neatly mended. Which hat did you say?" "The one with the blue scarf round it. Isn't it a pretty one? You put that on. Aunt Katie O'Flynn is going to send me a box of clothes from Dublin, and I will give you some of them. You mustn't say no. I will give you some if you are nice. I am ever so sorry that I kept you out of your part of the room. I won't do it any more. Now you are dressed. That's fine. You won't hate me forever, will you?" Alice growled something in reply. She had not Kathleen's passionate, quick, impulsive nature. Furious with rage one minute, sweet and gentle and affectionate the next. She hated Kathleen for having humiliated and annoyed her, and she went off to Cassandra's house, knowing that she would be late, and determined not to say one good word for Kathleen. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Wit and Genius. The Plan Propounded. While Kathleen was locked in Alice's room, she was writing to her father. "My darling daddy, if ever there was a cold, dreary, abominable land, it is this where they wave the British flag. The ugliness of it would make you sick. The people are as ugly as the country, and they're so stiff and stuck up. If you suppose for a moment that your wild Irish girl can stand much of this sort of thing, you are fine and mistaken. You can tell the mothers so. I mean to write to Aunt Katie O'Flynn to-morrow and give her a fine piece of my mind. Early in the day, Dad, I did not think that I could stay at all, but I have got a plan in my head now, and if I succeed I may at least put up with one term of this detestable school. I won't tell you the plan, for you mightn't approve. In fact, I can guess in advance that you wouldn't approve. Anyhow, it is going to occupy the time and thoughts of your Kathleen. Now I want a good bit of money, not £1 or even £5, but more than that. Can you send me a £10 note, Daddy mine, and say nothing whatever about it to the mother or the retainers at Carrigrohane? And can you let me have it as quick can be? Maybe I will want more before the term is up, or maybe I won't. Anyhow, we will let that lie in the future. Oh, my broth of an old dad! wouldn't I like to hug you this blessed minute? How is everybody at home? How are the mountains? How is the sea? How is the trout stream? Are those young cousins of mine behaving themselves, the spalpeens? And how are you, my heart of hearts? Missing your Kathleen? I doubt not. Well, no more for the present. They're rattling at the door like anything, and there's a detestable boy now whistling Garry Owen right into my heart. You can't imagine what I am feeling. Oh, the O'Mandon! He is changing it now into St. Patrick's Day. Wish her then, Daddy. I must stop, for it's more than the heart of a woman can stand. Your affectionate daughter, Kathleen. This letter was posted by Kathleen herself. After supper she went with David into the old loft over the tumble-down stables. It was not a very safe place of refuge, for the rafters were rotten and might tumble down at any time. Still, the sense of danger made it all the more interesting to the children. There they sat side by side, and Kathleen told David about her old life. She was very outspoken and affectionate, and very fierce and very wild. To look at her, one would have said there never was any one less reserved, but Kathleen in her heart of hearts was intensely reserved. Her real feelings she never told, her real hopes she never breathed. She talked with high spirits all the time, and although she liked David and was much comforted by his words and his actions, he did not get at the real Kathleen at all. When Alice came back that evening, Kathleen was sound asleep in her little bed, dreaming of Carrigrohane and the old home. She was murmuring some loving words as Alice entered the room. "Oh, Daddy mine, my heart is sore for you," she was saying in a tone which caused Alice to pause and look at her attentively. "She is the most awful girl I have ever heard of," thought Alice. "I am sure she will get us into trouble. I know that those 3 guineas a week that mother gets for having her are not worth all the mischief she will drag us into, but still, she does look pretty when she is asleep." Kathleen had very long and very thick eyelashes and nobly arched brows. Her forehead was broad and full and beautifully white. The mischievous daredevil expression of her face when awake was softened in her sleep. Alice, who had determined to come very noisily into the room and bang her things about, to take rude possession of her own half of the room, which after all was the better half, was softened by the look on the girl's face. She knelt for a moment at her bedside and prayed that God would keep her from quite hating Kathleen. This was a great deal from Alice, who had made up her mind never to be friends with the Irish girl. Then she got into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, quite early, Kathleen was up. She was accustomed to getting up almost at cock-crow at Carrigrohane, and when Alice opened her eyes it was to see an empty bed and an empty room. "I wonder if she's up to mischief," she thought. She got up and went to the window. Kathleen was walking across the common. She had no hat on and no jacket. She was stepping along leisurely, looking up sometimes at the sky and sometimes pausing as though she was thinking hard. "She will catch cold and be ill. That will be the next trouble," thought the indignant Alice. She sleeplessly proceeded with her dressing. It was only 7:30. The Great Shirley School met at 9. Alice was seldom downstairs until 8:30. When she came down this morning, she saw to her amazement Kathleen helping the very untidy maid-of-all-work to lay the breakfast things. She was dashing about, putting plates and cups and saucers anyhow upon the board. "Now then, Maria," she said, "I shall run down to the kitchen and bring up the hot bacon and the porridge. I will, with a heart and a half. Oh, you poor girl, how tired you look!" Maria, whom Alice never noticed, looked with adoring eyes at beautiful Kathleen. "It isn't right, miss. I ought to be doing my own work," she said. "I am ever so much obliged to you, miss." "Wisha, then it is I who like to help you," said Kathleen, "for you look fair beat." She dashed past Alice and appeared the next moment in the kitchen. "Where's the bacon, cook? And where's the bread? And where's the butter? And all the rest of the breakfast?" "See, woman, see. Give me a tray and I will fill it up, and take the things upstairs with my own hands. You think it is beneath me, perhaps, but I am a lady from a castle, and at Carrigrohane Castle we often do this sort of thing when the hands of the poor maids are full to overflowing." The cook, a sandy-haired and sour-looking woman, began by scowling at Kathleen, but soon the girl's pretty face and merry eyes appeased her. She and Kathleen had almost a quarrel as to who was to carry up the tray, but Kathleen won the day, and when Mrs. Tennant made her appearance, feeling tired and overdone, she was amazed to see Kathleen acting parlour maid. "I love it," she said. "If I can help you, my dear tired worn one, I shall be only too glad." "I am sure, mother," said Alice, "it is very good of Kathleen to wish to do the household work, but as she has been sent here to gain some information of another sort, do you think it ought to be allowed?" "And who will prevent it, darling? That is the question," said Kathleen in her softest voice. Alice was silent. "I tell you what," said Kathleen, "when I see you beginning to help your poor exhausted mother and running messages for that overworked slavey, I think you call her Maria, then perhaps I'll do less, and when there's some one else to mend the boys' socks, perhaps I won't offer. But until there is, the less you say about such things the better, Miss Alice Tennant." Ben kicked David under the table, and David kicked him back to stay quiet, although the breakfast was a noisy one. Kathleen went to school quite prepared to carry out her promise to Susy Hopkins. She had neatly packed the little Irish diamond brooch in a box and had slipped under it a tiny note: "Get as many foundation girls as you can to meet me at whatever place you like to appoint this evening. I have a plan to propose. Kathleen O'Hara. P.S. You can name the place by pinning a note under my desk. Be sure you all come. The plan is glorious." The thought of the note and the plan and the little brooch kept Kathleen in a fairly good humour on her walk to school. There she saw Ruth Craven. She was decidedly angry with Ruth for having, as she said to herself, snubbed her the day before. But beauty always had a curious effect on the Irish girl, and when she observed Ruth's really exquisite little face, clear cut as a cameo, with eyes full of expression, and watched the lips ready to break into the gentlest smiles, Kathleen said to herself, "It is all over with me. She is the only decent looking colleen I have met in this God-forsaken country. Make up to her I will." She dashed, therefore, almost rudely through a great mass of incoming girls, and seized Ruth by her shoulder. "Ruth," she said, "go and talk to Susy Hopkins during recess. She will have something to say, and I want you so badly. You won't refuse me, will you, Ruth?" "But I don't know what you want," said Ruth. "Go and talk to Susy Hopkins. She will know. Oh, there she is." "Kathleen, Kathleen!" called out Alice. "The school bell has just rung, and they're opening the doors. Come, do come." "In a jiff," replied Kathleen. She ran up to Susy. "This is what I promised," she said, "and there is a note inside. Read it, and give me the answer where I have asked you." Susy Hopkins, a most ordinary little girl who had no position of any sort in the school, coloured high with delight. Some of the paying girls looked at her in astonishment. Susy walked into the school with her head high in the air. She quite adored Kathleen, for she was making her a person of great distinction. "We are going to have a glorious time," whispered Susy to Kate Rourke, as they made their way to the respective classes. Susy was small, rather stupid, and absolutely unimportant. Kate was big, black-eyed, impudent. She was jealous of the paying girls of the school, but she treated Susy as someone beneath contempt. "Don't drag my sleeve," she replied crossly. "And what do you mean by a glorious time? I don't understand you." "You will presently," said Susy, "and when all is said and done you will have to remember that you owe it to me. But I have no time to talk now. Only meet me, and bring as many of the foundationers as you can collect into the left-hand corner of the playground, just behind the botanical laboratory at recess." Kate made no answer, unless a toss of her head could have been taken as a reply. Her first impulse was to take no notice of Susy's remarks. Little Susy Hopkins, the daughter of a small stationer in the town, a girl who had scarcely scraped through in her examination. It was intolerable that she should put on such airs. The work of the school began, and all the girls were busy. Kate was clever, and she meant to try for one of the big scholarships. She would get her £40 a year when the time came, and go to Holloway College or some other college. She was not a lady by birth. She had not a single instinct of a true lady within her, but she was intensely ambitious. She did not care so much for beauty as for style. She made style her idol. The look that Cassandra wore as she walked quietly across the room, the set of her dress, the still more wonderful set of her head as it was placed on her queenly young shoulders, these were the things that burnt into Kate's soul and made her restless and dissatisfied. She would willingly have given all her father's wealth, and he was quite well to do for his class, to have Cassandra's face, Cassandra's voice, Cassandra's figure. Cassandra was not at all a pretty girl, but her appearance appealed to all the wild ambitions in Kate's soul. She had a jealous contempt of Ruth Craven, who, although a foundation girl, managed to look like a lady. But her envy was centred around Cassandra. As to the Irish girl, she had scarcely noticed her up to the present. Work went on that morning with much vigour and vigour. It was a pleasant morning. The windows were open. The schoolrooms were all well ventilated. The teachers, the best of their kind, were stimulating in their lectures and in their conversations. There was a look of business and animation throughout the whole place. It was like a hive of bees. At last the moment of recess arrived. Kate just raised her head, looked over the shoulders of her companions, and saw Susy Hopkins darting restlessly about, catching one girl by the sleeve, another by the arm, whispering in the ear of a third, flinging her arm round the neck of a fourth, and as she spoke to the girls they looked interested, astonished, and cordial. They moved away to that lonely part of the playground, which was situated at the back of the botanical laboratory. Kate had made up her mind not to take the least notice of Susy. She was pacing up and down alone, for, most provoking, all her chosen friends had gone off with that young lady. Suddenly she saw Ruth Craven going very quietly by. By all the laws of the foundationers, Ruth ought to speak to her companions in misfortune. Kate rushed up to her. "What are they all doing there?" she said. "Do you happen to know Susy Hopkins?" "No," replied Ruth gently. "She came up to me just now and asked me to join her and some other girls at the back of the laboratory. I don't know that I want to." "I am curious," said Kate. "Of course, I am no friend of Susy's. She is a most contemptible little wretch, but I may as well know what it's all about. Come with me, won't you?" Ruth hesitated. "Come along, we may as well know. There is probably some mischief on foot, and it is only fair that we should be forewarned." "I don't want to know," said Ruth. But as Kate slipped her hand through her arm and pulled her along, she said resignedly, "Well, if I must, I must." As they strolled across the big playground, Ruth turned and glanced at Cassandra. But Cassandra was busy making friends with Florence, who was very angry with her for her desertion of the day before, and took no notice of Ruth. The Irish girl was nowhere in sight. Ruth sighed and continued her walk with Kate. The most lonely and most dreary part of the playground was that little portion which was situated at the back of the laboratory. Nothing grew there. The ground was innocent of grass, and much worn by the tramping of young feet. There were swings and garden seats and preparations for tennis and other games in the rest of the big playground, but nothing had ever been done at the back of the laboratory. When the two girls arrived, they found 5 other girls waiting for them. Their names were, of course, Susy Hopkins, who considered herself on this delightful occasion quite the leader; a gentle and refined-looking girl of the name of Mary Rand; Rosie Myers, who was pretty and frivolous, with dark eyes and fair hair; Clara Sawyer, who was renowned for her vulgar taste in dress; and Hannah Johnson, a heavy-looking girl with a scowling brow and a very pronounced jaw. Hannah Johnson was about the plainest girl in the school. When Susy saw Kate Rourke and Ruth Craven, she uttered a little scream of delight. "Now we are complete," she said. "Listen to me, all you girls, for I haven't too long in which to tell you that horrid bell will ring us back to lessons and dulness in less than no time. The most wonderful, delightful chance is offered to us. I met her yesterday, and she decided to do it. She is a brick of bricks. She will make the most tremendous difference in our lives. You know, although you pretend not to feel it, but you all must know how we foundationers are sat upon and objected to in the school. We bear it as meekly as we can for the sake of our so-called advantages, but if we can be snubbed, we are, and if we can be neglected, we are, although it isn't the teachers we have to complain of, but the girls. Sometimes things are past bearing, and yet we are powerless. There are 300 paying girls, and there are only 100 foundationers. What chance has 100 against 3? "What is the good of bringing all that up, Susy?" said Mary Rand. "We are foundationers, and we ought to be thankful." "The education is splendid. We ought not to forget that," said Ruth Craven. Susy turned on Ruth as though she would like to eat her. "It is all very fine for you," she said. "Just because you happen to be pretty they take you up. I wonder one of your fine friends doesn't pay for you, and so save your position out and out." "I wouldn't allow her to," replied Ruth, her eyes flashing fire. "I had much rather be a foundationer. I mean to prove that I am every bit as good as a paying girl. I mean to make you all respect me, so there." "That'll do, Spitfire," said Kate Rourke. "The time is passing, and we must get to the bottom of Susy Hopkins' remarkable address. What's up, Susy? What's up?" "This," said Susy. "You know the Irish girl who has come to live with the Tennants?" "Can't say that I do," said Kate. "Well, you will soon. She's a regular out-and-out beauty." "I know her," cried Ruth Craven. "She is most lovely." "She's better," said Susy. "She's bewitching. See, she gave me this." Here she pointed proudly to the Irish diamond brooch, which she had stuck in the bosom of her dress. The diamond had been polished and flashed brightly. The silver setting was also as good as was to be found. The girls crowded round to admire, and "Oh my!" "Oh dear!" "Did you ever?" and "Well, I never!" sounded on all sides. "You will be so set up now, Susan Hopkins, that we won't be able to bear you in the same class," said Clara Sawyer. "Go on!" exclaimed Hannah Johnson. "Go on and tell us what you want. Your horrid brooch doesn't interest us. What have you got to say?" "You are mad with jealousy, and you know it," answered Susy. "Well, I am coming to the great news. The Irish girl's name is Kathleen O'Hara, and she comes from a castle over in the wild west of Ireland. Her father is very rich, and he keeps dogs and horses and carriages and everything that rich people keep. Compared to the other girls in the school, she is 10 times a lady, and she has a true lady's heart. And she has taken a dislike, as far as I can see, to Alice Tennant." "And I'm sure I'm not surprised," said Rosie Myers. "Stuck up thing," said Clara Sawyer. "Dirt beneath our feet," exclaimed Hannah Johnson. "Well, she doesn't like her either, though she doesn't use that kind of language," continued Susy. "Anyhow, she wants to befriend us. Oh, do let me speak," as Kate interrupted with a hasty explanation. "She thinks that we are just as good as herself. There is no false pride about a real lady, girls, and the end of it is that she has a plan to propose, something for our benefit and for her benefit. See for yourselves. This is her letter. It is in her own beautiful Irish handwriting. You can read it, only don't tear it all to bits." The girls did read the letter. They pressed close together, and one peeped over the shoulder of her companion, another stood on tiptoe, while a third tried to snatch the letter from the hand of a fellow. But all managed to read the words: "Get as many foundation girls as you can to meet me, at whatever place you like to appoint this evening. I have a plan to propose." This letter and the end of the postscript excited the girls. There was no doubt whatever of that. "The plan is glorious." They laughed at the word, smiled into each other's faces, and stood very close together consulting. "The old quarry," whispered Rosie. "That's the place," exclaimed Mary. "Let us meet her, we 7 by ourselves," was Kate's final suggestion. "We will know what she wants, and if there's anything in it, we can form a committee and get other girls to join by degrees. Hurrah! I do say this is fun." Susy was now quite petted by her companions. The conference hastily ended, and on entering the school Susy pinned a piece of paper under Kathleen's desk, on which she wrote: "The old quarry, 9 o'clock this evening. Will meet you at 8:45 outside Mrs. Tennant's house." When Kathleen received the communication, her eyes flashed with delighted fire. She thrust the letter into her pocket and proceeded with her work. The Irish girl looked quite happy that day. She had something to interest her at last. Her lessons, too, were by no means distasteful. She had a great deal of quick wit and ready perception. Hitherto she had been taught anyhow, but now she was all keen to receive real instruction. Her intuitions were rapid indeed. She could come to startling quick conclusions, and as a rule her guesses were correct rather than otherwise. Kathleen had a passion for music. She had never been properly taught, but the soul of music was in her as much as it was in David Tennant. She had a beautiful melodious voice, which had, of course, not yet come to maturity. Just before the end of the morning she took her first lesson in music. Her mistress was a very amiable and clever woman of the name of Angus Spicer. Miss Spicer put a sheet of music before her. "Play that," she said. Kathleen frowned. Her delicate white fingers trembled for an instant on the keys. She played 1 or 2 bars perforce, and very badly. Then she dashed the sheet of music in an impetuous way to the floor. "I can't," she said. "It isn't my style. May I play you something different?" Miss Spicer was about to refuse, but looking at the girl, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes full of fire, she changed her mind. "Just this once," she said, "but you must begin to practice properly. What I call amateur music can't be allowed here." "Will this be allowed?" said Kathleen. She dashed into heavy chords, played lightly a delicate movement, and then broke into an Irish air, "The Harp that once through Tara's halls." From one Irish melody to another her light fingers wandered. She played with perfect correctness, with fire, with spirit. Soon she forgot herself. When she stopped, tears were running down her cheeks. "What is music after all?" she said, looking full into the face of her teacher. "When you are far from the land you love, how can you stand music then? No, I don't mean to learn music at the Great Shirley School. I can't. When I am back again at home I shall play the harp that once through Tara's halls, but I can't do it justice here. You will excuse me, I can't. I am sorry if I am rude, but it isn't in me. Sometime, if you have a headache and feel very bad, as my dear father does sometimes, I shall play to you, but I can't learn as the other girls learn. It isn't in me." Again she put her fingers on the keys of the piano and brought forth a few sobbing, broken-hearted notes. Then she started up. "I expect you will punish me for this, Miss Spicer, but I am sorry. I can't help myself." Strange to say, Miss Spicer did not punish her. On the contrary, she took her hand and pressed it. "I won't ask you to do any more to-day," she said. "I see you are not like others. I will talk the matter over with you to-morrow." "And you will find me unchanged," said Kathleen. "Thank you all the same for your forbearance." End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 The Poor Tired One. Mrs. Tennant spent the afternoon out shopping. She told the girls at dinner that she would be home for tea, that she expected to be rather tired, and hoped that they would be as good as possible. The boys were always out during the afternoon, and as a rule never returned until after tea, but Alice and Kathleen were expected to be in for this meal. When Mrs. Tennant walked down the street, Kathleen went to the window and looked after her. "What are you going to do this afternoon?" said Alice, who was lying back in an easy chair with an open novel in her hand. "I don't know," replied Kathleen. "What a dull hole this is! How can you have grown up and kept well in a place like this?" "Opinions differ with regard to its dullness," said Alice. "I think our home a very pleasant, entertaining place. I wouldn't live in your wild castle for all you could give me." "Nobody asked you, my dear," said Kathleen with a saucy nod of her head. She left the room and went up to what she called her half of the bedroom on the next floor. She knelt down by the window and looked across over the ugly landscape. There were houses everywhere, not a scrap of real country, as she expressed it, to be found. She took out of her pocket the letter which the foundation girls had sent her, and opened and read it. The old quarry. "I wonder where the old quarry is," she thought. "It must be a good way from here. We have such a place at home too. I did not suppose one was to be found in this horrid part of the world. I am rather glad there is an old quarry. It was quite nice of little Susy to suggest it, and she will meet me, the little colleen. That is good. What fun! I shall probably have to return through the bedroom window, so I may as well explore and make all in readiness. Dear, I should like David to help me. It isn't the naughtiness that I care about, but it is the fun of being naughty. It is the fun of having a sort of dangerous thing to do. That is the real joy of it. It is the ecstasy of shocking the prim Alice. Oh, there is her step. She's coming up, the creature. Now then, I had best be as mum as I can, unless I want to distract the poor thing entirely." Alice entered the room. "Do you greatly object to shutting the window?" she said to Kathleen. "I have a slight cold,
and the draught will make it worse." "Why then, of course, darling," said Kathleen in a hearty voice, as she brought down the window with a bang. "Would you like me to shut the ventilator in the grate?" she then asked. "No, how silly you are!" "Is it silly? I thought you had a cold. You are afraid of the draughts? Why are you going out?" "I want to see a school friend." "You will be back in time for tea, won't you?" "I can't say." "But your mother, the poor tired one, asked you to be back." "I do wish, Kathleen, that you wouldn't call my mother by that ridiculous name. She is no more tired than other women are." "If that is the case," said Kathleen, "I heartily hope that I shall not live to be a woman. I wouldn't like us all to be as fagged as she is. Poor dear gentle soul, she's overworked, and that's the truth." Kathleen saw that she was annoying Alice, and proceeded with great gusto to expound her theory with regard to Mrs. Tennant. "She's in a condition where she might drop any time," she said. "We have an old Irish woman overworked like that, and all of a sudden they went out like snuffs. That is what happens. What are you putting on your best hat for? That's no affair of yours. Oh, hoity-toity, how grand we are! Do you know, Alice, you haven't got at all nice manners. You think you have, but you haven't. We are never rude like that in Ireland. We tell a few lies now and then, but they are only polite lies, the kind that make other people happy. Alice, I should like to know which it is best, to be horribly cross or to tell nice polite lies. Which is the most wicked, I should like to know." "Then I will tell you," said Alice. "What you call a nice lie is just a very great and awful sin, and if you don't believe me, go to church and listen when the commandments are read." "In future," said Kathleen very calmly, "now that I really know your views, I will always tell you home truths. You can't blame me, can you?" Alice deigned no answer. She went downstairs and let herself out of the house. "And that is the sort of girl I have exchanged for Daddy and the mother and the boys," thought the Irish girl. "Oh dear, oh dear!" Kathleen flew downstairs. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Tea was to be on the table at 4:30. Quick as thought she dashed into the kitchen. "Maria," she said, "and cook, is there anything nice and tasty for tea this evening?" "Nice and tasty, miss?" said the cook. "And what should there be nice and tasty? There's bread and there's butter, Dorset second class, Dorset, and there's jam if there's any left, and that's about all." "That sort of tea isn't very nourishing, cook, is it? I ask because I want to know," said Kathleen. "It's the kind we always have at Myrtle Lodge," replied the cook. "I don't hold with it, but then it's the way of the missus." "I have got some money in my pocket," said Kathleen. "I want to have a beautiful nice tea. Can't you think of something to buy? Here's 5 shillings. Would that get her a nice tea?" "A nice tea!" cried Maria. "It would get a beautiful meal, and the poor missus, she would like it." "Then go out, Maria. Do like a darling. I will open the door for you if anybody calls. Do run round the corner and bring in I know what. We'll have sausages. They are delicious. And a little tin of sardines. Won't they be good? And some watercress and some shrimps. Oh yes, shrimps. Be quick, and we will put out the best tea things and a clean cloth, and it will rest the poor tired one so tremendously when she comes in and sees a good meal on the table." Both cook and Maria were quite excited. Perhaps they had an eye to the reversion of the tea, the sausages, the sardines, the shrimps, and the watercress. Maria went out and Kathleen stood in the hall. 2 or 3 people arrived during Maria's absence, and Kathleen went promptly to the door and said, "Not at home, ma'am," in a determined voice, and with rather a scowling face, to these arrivals. Some of the visitors left rather important messages.
but Kathleen did not remember them for more than a moment after they were delivered. Maria presently came back, and the tea table was laid. Kathleen gave Maria sixpence for the washing of an extra cloth, and the well spread table looked quite fresh and wonderfully like a school feast. When Mrs. Tennant returned, she came in looking very hot and tired. It was to see the room tidy. Kathleen seated in her own special chair, cobbling the boys' socks as hard as she could, and an appetizing tea on the table. "What does this mean?" asked Mrs. Tennant. "It means," said Kathleen, jumping up, "that you are to plant yourself just here, and you are not to stir. Oh, how I know you are dead tired! I will take off your shoes, poor dear. I have brought your slippers down on purpose, and you are to have your tea at this little table. Now what will you have? Hot sausages? They are done to a turn, aren't they, Maria?" "That they are, miss." "A nice hot sausage on toast, and a lovely cup of tea with cream in it." But," said Mrs. Tennant, "what will Alice say?" "Maria and I don't care twopence what Alice says. This is my tea, and Maria fetched it. Now then, dear tired one, eat and rest." Mrs. Tennant looked at Kathleen with loving eyes. "Did you buy these things?" she said. "That she did, ma'am," cried Maria. "I never did see a more thoughtful young lady." "My dear child," said Mrs. Tennant, "you are too good." Kathleen laughed. "If there is one thing I am, it is not that," she said. "I am not a bit good. I am as wild and naughty and Oh, but don't let us talk about me. I am so hungry. You know I didn't much like your dinner today. I am not fond of those watery stews. Of course I can eat anything, but I don't specially like them. So if you don't mind, I will have a sausage too, and a plateful of shrimps afterwards, and some sardines. And isn't this watercress nice? The leaves are not quite so brown as I should like. Oh, we did have such lovely watercress in the stream at home. Mrs. Tennant, you must come back with me to Carrigrohane some day, and then you will have a real rest." Mrs. Tennant, feeling very much like a naughty child herself, enjoyed her tea. She and Kathleen laughed over the shrimps, exclaimed at the fun of eating the watercress, enjoyed the sausages, and each drank 4 cups of tea. It was when the meal had come to an end that Kathleen said calmly, "3 or 4 or perhaps 5 ladies called while Maria was out." "Who were they, dear?" "I don't know. They left messages, and I have forgotten them. One lady was dressed in what I should call a very loud style. She was quite old. Her face was all over wrinkles. She was stout, and she wore a short jacket and a big, very big picture hat." "You don't mean," said Mrs. Tennant, "that Mrs. Dalzell has called? She is one of my most important friends. She promised to help me with regard to David's future." "What did she say? Can't you remember?" "I am ever so sorry, but I can't. I kept staring at her hat all the time. I don't remember anything about her except that she was old and had wrinkles and a big picture hat, the sort of hat that Ruth Craven would look pretty in." Mrs. Tennant began to find the remembrance of her delightful tea a little depressing, for question Kathleen as she might, she did not remember anything about the ladies except a few fugitive descriptions. As far as Mrs. Tennant could make out, people who were of the greatest importance to her had left messages, and yet none of the messages could be attended to. "I can't even imagine who the other ladies can be," she said. "But as to Mrs. Dalzell, she must not be neglected. I must go out and see her at once." "Then you will be more tired than ever, and I have not done a scrap of good." "You meant very kindly, my dear child, and have given me a delicious and strengthening tea. Only don't do it again, darling, for it is my place to give you tea. not yours to give it to me. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Queen and Her Secret Society. Mrs. Tennant had not been out more than a minute or two before David and Ben came in. Kathleen saw them from the window. She tapped on the window with her knuckles, nodded to them, kissed her hand, and looked radiant with delight. Some boys at the opposite side of the street saw her and burst out laughing. David's face grew red. "I wish the little Irish girl wouldn't make us figures of fun," said Ben, speaking in an annoyed tone. The next instant David had opened the door with his latchkey, and Kathleen was waiting for them in the hall. "Sausages?" she said. "Bring out the word with great gusto, and shrimps and watercress and sardines, besides bread and butter galore, and nice hot tea. Maria is making fresh tea now in the kitchen. Come along in, do. You must be ravenous." The boys stared at her. Ben forgot his anger. He was a schoolboy enough to thoroughly enjoy the delicious meal which Kathleen had prepared. When it came to an end, David jumped up impatiently. "Where are you going, Dave?" asked Kathleen in an interested voice. She wanted him to help her. She had hoped that he and she would go away to the old loft together and talk as they had done the night before, but David was firm. "I am going to the church," he said, "to practice on the organ. I only get the chance 3 times a week, and I must not neglect it." "David hopes to be no end of a swell some day," remarked Ben. "He thinks he can make the instrument speak." "And so can I," said Kathleen. "May I come with you, Dave?" "Some day," he replied, looking at her kindly, "but not to-day. I'll be back as soon as I can." David did not notice her disappointed face. He went out immediately, without even going upstairs first. Ben and Kathleen were now alone. Kathleen looked at him attentively. "I wonder," she said slowly. "What are you staring at me for?" said Ben. "I have been wondering what sort you are. I have got cousins at home, and they do anything in the world I like. I wonder if you would." Ben had been very cross with Kathleen when she had knocked to him and David from the dining room window, but he was not cross now. He was only 13, and up to the present no pretty girl had ever taken the slightest notice of him. He was a plain, sandy-haired boy with a freckled face, a wide mouth, and good-humoured blue eyes. "You make me laugh whenever I look at you," was Kathleen's next candid remark. "I didn't know that I was so comical," was his answer. "Perhaps you don't like it." "I can't say I do." "Well, this is the Palace of Home Truths," said Kathleen, laughing. "I asked your darling saintly sister just now which was the most wicked, to tell a polite lie or a frightfully rude home truth. She said that a polite lie was an awful sin, so in this house I must cleave to the home truths. I could tell you, you know, that you have quite a fascinating smile and a very taking voice, and a delightful and polished manner, but I prefer to tell you that you are comical, which means that I feel inclined to burst out laughing whenever I look at you." "Thank you," said Ben, who could be very sulky when he liked. "Then I will take my objectionable presence out of your sight. I have got my lessons to do." Kathleen raised her brows and gave a slow smile, then got as far as the door. "Benny," she said then in a most seductive whisper. He turned. "I am so glad you are in." "I should not have thought so, but I am. It is awfully lonely for a girl like me, who has got dozens of cousins at home, and uncles and aunts and all the rest of the goodly fry to be stranded. I like David. I am quite smitten with David, and I like you too. You can be a great friend of mine." "Oh, I don't mind," said Ben. He thought it would be very good fun to tell the other fellows about the charming Irish girl who liked him so much. "I wonder if you'd help me, Ben." "What can I do?" asked Ben. "Sit down and let's be cozy. I will sit in the tired one's chair, and you can sit on that little stool at my feet. Now isn't that nice?" "Who do you mean by the tired one?" "Your mother, silly boy, of course. It's a very ridiculous name to call her. It belongs to the Palace of Home Truths. Your mother is tired, and you lazy omadhorns." "Well, go on," said Ben. "I see by your manner that you want me to do something. I suppose it's something a little bit not quite good." "It is perfectly good. I'll love you ever so much if you will do it." "What is it?" "I am going out this evening. I may not be in till late. If the others are in bed, will you come and unlock the door for me when I throw gravel up at your window? You must tell me which is your window." "I sleep in the north attic. It doesn't look out onto the street, and I can't possibly do it." "You can come down and wait for me in the hall." "How can I?" "When the tired one goes to bed you can come down. She goes to bed at 10, I know, and I shall not be in until about 10:30. I don't want Dave to know. Well, because I don't. I don't want Alice to know either, because I dislike Alice very much." "Really, Kathleen, you ought not to speak like that." "Well, I do, and I can't help myself. Will you do what I want? Here, do you think you'd like this in your possession?" As Kathleen spoke, she held out a golden sovereign in the palm of her hand. "I don't want to be bribed." "It isn't bribery really. It is paying for you giving me a great convenience. I must go out on important business. I want to help those who are downtrodden and distressed. Will you do what I want, Ben? Will you, dear Ben? You know I like you so much. Will you? Will you?" Of course, Ben fought against Kathleen's rather wicked suggestion. Of course, in the end he yielded. When he finally got up to his attic to thumb over his well-worn lesson books, he had Kathleen's golden sovereign in his pocket. He took it out and looked at it. He turned it round and round and examined it all over. He rubbed it lovingly against his freckled cheek, held it until it got warm in the palm of his hand, and then put it back in his pocket and jingled it against a couple of pennies which were its only companions. "A whole sovereign," he said to himself, "a whole sovereign, and I never had so much as 5 shillings of my own in the whole course of my life. Well, she is a little witch. I suppose David would beat me black and blue for doing a thing of this sort, but how could I withstand her?" Supper at the Tennants' generally consisted of cold pudding, cold meat, bread and butter, and a little jam when there happened to be any in the house. It was not a particularly tempting meal, and those who ate it required to have good, vigorous appetites. Kathleen, although she had been brought up in a considerable amount of wasteful splendor, was indifferent to what she ate. She soon jumped up and walked across the little passage into the drawing room. Ben, looking very red and shamefaced, would not meet her eyes. Ben's face annoyed Kathleen. It did not occur to her for a minute that he would not be faithful to her, but she was afraid that others might notice his extraordinary and perturbed expression. Once, too, he jingled his sovereign in his pocket. She heard him and wondered why David did not ask him where he had got the money. But no remark was made, and the meal came safely to an end. Kathleen took up the first book she could find and pretended to read. "I shall feign sleepiness at 9:15. she said to herself, and go upstairs. I shall be awfully polite and sweet to dear Alice. She never comes to bed before 10, so I shall be quite safe getting out of the house. I can drop from the window, but I should prefer going by the back door, and I don't think Maria will betray me." Just then Alice strolled into the room. She looked rather nice. She wore a very pretty pink muslin blouse, which suited her well. Her hair was neatly arranged. Her face was calm. She stood before Kathleen. "I wish," she said suddenly. Kathleen raised her head. "And I wish you wouldn't stand between me and the lamp. Don't you see that I am reading?" "I want you to stop reading. I have something to say." "Indeed?" Kathleen longed to be very rude, but she thought of her delightful plan so close at hand and refrained. "I must humour her if I can by any possibility keep my temper," was her thought. Then aloud, "What is it you want? I hope you will be very quick, for I am rather sleepy and intend to go to bed soon." "I hope you won't do it again, that's all." "Do what again?" asked Kathleen. "Spend your money on buying food for us. We are not so poor as all that. My mother is paid by your father to give you your meals. Your father doesn't expect you to buy them over again." "Dad always likes me to do what I wish," replied Kathleen calmly. "Well, don't do it again. It's extremely displeasing both to David and me." Kathleen laughed. "Dave gobbled up his sausages and his sardines," she said. "Don't do it again, that's all." Kathleen nodded her head and again buried herself into her book. "And there is another thing," continued Alice, dropping into a chair by Kathleen's side. "You are very low down in the school. 2 of the mistresses spoke to me about you today. They don't like to see a great overgrown girl like you in a class of little children. It does neither you nor the school credit. They fear that during this term you may be forced to continue in your present low position, but they earnestly hope that you will work very hard so as to be removed into a higher form. You ought, after Christmas, to get into a class at least 2 removes higher up in the school. That's what I came to say. I suppose you have a certain sense of honour, and I don't want your father's money to be thrown away." "Be Dad, then. He has plenty of money, and I don't care much," replied Kathleen. She lay back in her chair and whistled Gary Owen in a most insolent manner. "If you have really made up your mind not to improve yourself in the very least, mother had better write to Squire O'Hara and suggest that you don't come back after Christmas." "And Squire O'Hara will decide that point for himself," replied Kathleen. "There are other houses where I can be entertained and fussed over and regarded as I ought to be regarded. Besides, the home of Alice Tennant. The fact is this, Alice, you aggravate me. You don't understand me. I am at my worst in your presence. Perhaps I am a bit wild sometimes, but your way would never drive me to work or anything else. I have no real dislike to learning, and if another girl spoke to me as you have done, I might be very glad." "What do you mean?" said poor Alice. "I really and truly, Kathleen, do want to help you. You and I could work every evening together. I could and would see you through your lessons. Thus you would very quickly get to the head of your class and get your removes without trouble at Christmas." "I suppose you mean to be kind," said Kathleen. "I will think it over. Let me alone now." She gave a portentous yawn. Ben heard her, came and sat down on an ottoman not far off, and began kicking his legs. "Benny," said his sister, "if you have done your lessons, you had better go to bed." "I don't want to go so early. You always treat me as if I were a baby." "Well, please yourself. I am going upstairs to fetch my books. I have a good hour and a half of hard work to get through before bedtime." The moment Kathleen and Ben were alone, Ben rushed up to her side and began to whisper. "It is all as right as possible," he said. "I am going up to bed as usual, and when mother and Alice and Dave are safe in their rooms, I'll slip down again. I'll be in the hall. Don't ring when you come back. Just walk up the steps and scratch against the door with your knuckles, and I'll hear you and let you in a trice. I am awfully pleased about that sovereign. It will make me one of the greatest toffs in the school. I'll have more money than any of the other fellows. I'm so excited I can scarcely think of anything else. I know I'm doing wrong, but you did offer me such a tremendous temptation. Now I hear Alice's step. It'll be all right, Kathleen, don't you fear." Kathleen smiled to herself. The rest of her programme was carried out to a nicety. At 8:45 she complained of fatigue, bade Mrs. Tennant an affectionate good night, nodded to Alice, and left the room. "Be sure you don't lock the door," called Alice after her. "I shan't be up for quite an hour, and you will be sound asleep by that time." "I won't lock it," replied Kathleen gently. When Kathleen had gone upstairs, Mrs. Tennant turned and spoke to her daughter. "You know, Alice," she said, "the child is very lovable and kind-hearted. A little barbarian in some sense of the word, but a fine nature, of that I am certain." "I am so busy to-night, mother," replied Alice. "Can't we defer talking of the charms of Kathleen's character until after I have done my lessons?" "Of course, dear," said her mother. She drew her basket of mending towards her, put stitch after stitch into the shabby garments, and thought all the time of Kathleen with her bright face and beautiful merry eyes. Meanwhile that young lady, having arranged a bolster in her bed to look as like a human being as possible, put on her hat and jacket and ran downstairs. There was no one in the hall, and she was absolutely daring enough to go out by that door. Mrs. Tennant raised her head when she heard the door gently shut. "Can that be the post?" she said; but as no one replied, she forgot the circumstance and went on with her mending. A few doors down the street Susy Hopkins was waiting for Kathleen. "Oh, there you are," she said. "We are so excited. There will be about 8 of us waiting for you in the old quarry. You are good to come. You don't know what this means in our lives. You are good. You are wonderfully good." "Where's the quarry?" asked Kathleen. "You have chosen such a funny place. I should not have imagined that a dear romantic quarry, could be found anywhere in this neighbourhood." "Yes, but there is, and a good big one too. It is about half a mile away, just at the back of Collier's Buildings. It is the safest place you can possibly imagine, for no one will ever look for us there. Now, do be quick. We will find the others before us. You can't think how excited we are." "Oh, I'm willing to be quick," replied Kathleen. "I am doing all this for you, you know, because I am sorry for the foundationers, and think it so very ridiculous that there should be distinctions made. Why, you are quite as good as the others. They are none of them much to boast of." "What fun this is!" cried Susy again. "I assure you the paying girls think no end of themselves. They are under the supposition that there were never such fine ladies to be found in the land before. Oh, we will take it out of them, shan't we?" Kathleen made no reply. Presently they reached the opening that led into the quarry. They had to go down a narrow sloping path, and then by a doorway cut in the solid rock. After they had passed through, they found themselves in a large circular cavern open to the sky. There was no moon, and the night was dark, but one girl had brought a lantern. She opened it and placed it on the ground. A bright shaft of light now fell on several young figures all huddled together. Susy gave a sharp whistle. The girls started to their feet. "Here we are, girls. See, this is our queen." She presented Kathleen to the assembled girls. "Does the queen mind our looking at her face in turns?" said Kate Rourke. "I have not specially noticed you before," she continued, "but after we have each had a good stare we will know what sort of a girl you are." For reply, Kathleen herself lifted the lantern and flung the full light upon her radiant and lovely face and figure. The intense light made her golden hair shine, and brought out the delicate perfection of each feature. The merry eyes framed in their dark lashes, the gleaming white teeth, the rosy lips were all apparent. But beyond the mere beauty of feature, Kathleen had to a remarkable degree the far more fascinating beauty of expression. Her face was capable of almost every shade of emotion, being sorrowful and pathetic one moment, and brimful of irrepressible mirth and roguery the next. There was a silence amongst the girls until Mary Rand shouted, "Hip, hip, hurrah!" The whole 8 immediately broke into a ringing cheer. "Welcome, Queen Kathleen," they said, "welcome!" And they held out their hands and clasped the hands of the Irish girl. "I am glad," said Kathleen. "What about?" said Clara Sawyer. "Why, you have crowned me queen yourselves. Now I can do what I like with you all." "You certainly can," said Susy Hopkins. "We are devoted to our queen, aren't we, girls?" "We have fallen in love with her on the spot," said Rosie Myers. "I never saw anyone quite so lovely before as the queen," said Mary Rand. "It isn't only that she's lovely, she is so genteel," said Susy Hopkins. "Aristocratic," cried Kate. "Hannah Johnson, you haven't given your opinion yet, and Ruth Craven, you haven't given yours." "I reserve my opinion," said Ruth. "And I say there's a great deal of humbug and balderdash in the world," said Hannah Johnson. Ruth's remark was unexpected, but the girls pooh-poohed Hannah's. Who was Hannah Johnson that she dared to speak so rudely to one so charming and beautiful as Kathleen O'Hara? There was a disconcerting pause, and then Kathleen said, "Hannah, doubtless you are right. There is plenty of humbug in the world, but I don't think I am one. Now, the question is, shall I be on the side of the foundationers, or shall I be on the side of the paying girls in the Great Shirley School?" "Indeed, darling," said Rosie Myers, "you shall be on our side. Those horrid, stuck-up paying girls don't want you, and we do. Nothing will induce us to give you up. It is a chance to get a girl like you, so lovely and so sweet, and so rich, to be one of us." "Well, I think I can give you a good time, and I can show those others with their snobbish ways." "Hear, hear!" cried the excited girls. "I can show the others what I think of them. They won't snub me, but perhaps I shall snub them. Well, girls, as we have decided to band together, we must draw up rules, and when they are drawn up we must obey them. I, of course, will be your head, as you have made me queen. This is the natural thing to expect." "Of course," said Susy. Kathleen clapped her hands. "This is going to be a real good society," she said. "What fun it will be!" The girls laughed and clustered with more and more friendliness round Kathleen. "You are our queen," said Kate. "There are 8 of us here, and we all swear allegiance to you, don't we, girls?" "Certainly," said Susy. "Unquestionably," remarked Mary. "With all my heart," said Rose. "And mine," echoed Clara. "And mine," said Kate. "I will join the others, although I don't approve," said Hannah Johnson, in a somewhat unwilling nod. "And I am neutral. I don't think I ought to join at all," said Ruth. "Oh yes, you will, Ruth. I want you to be my Prime Minister. I want you to be with me in all things." "I don't know that I can." "And why should she be your Prime Minister?" said Kate in an ugly voice. "She's no better than the others, and she's very new. Some of us have been at the school for some time. Ruth Craven has only just joined." "The Queen must have her way," said Kathleen, stamping her foot. "The Queen must have her way in all particulars, and she wishes to elect Ruth Craven as her Prime Minister. That is, if Ruth will consent." They were headstrong and big girls, most of them older than Kathleen, but they submitted, for her ways were masterful and her tone full of delicate sympathy. "I will think it over and let you know," said Ruth. "Of course I shall not betray you, but you must please understand that I have friends amongst the paying girls of the school. Cassandra Weldon is my friend, and there are others. I will not join nor advocate any plan that annoys or worries them." The girls looked dubious, and one or two began to speak in discontented voice. "We must meet again in a couple of days," said Kathleen finally. "By then I shall have drawn up the rules. We can't always meet at night, but we will when it is possible, for this place is so romantic, and so correct for a secret society. Those who are present tonight will be in my cabinet. I should like, if possible, to have all the foundation girls on my side, but that must be decided at our next meeting. I am willing to purchase a badge for each girl who joins me. It will be made of silver, and can be worn beneath the dress in the form of a locket." "Oh, lovely! Delicious! There never was such a queen!" cried Susy Hopkins. The little meeting broke up amidst universal applause. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Box from Dublin and its Treasures. Kathleen returned quite safely to Myrtle Lodge. Ben was sitting up for her. He opened the door. The hall was quite dark. He held out his hand and drew her in. "Am not I splendid?" he said. "I have been standing here for half an hour, all drenched with precipitation. If mother came down, what wouldn't she say? And as to Alice, she'd be even worse. But a song's worth doing something for. I say, I do feel happy. I never had that lot of billion in the whole course of my life before. Are you right now, Kathleen? Can you slip upstairs without making any noise? Don't forget that the step just before you reach the upper landing gives a great creak like the report of a pistol. Hop over it onto the landing itself, and you are safe. Alice is in bed, snoring like anything. I listened outside the keyhole." "Thanks," said Kathleen. "I'm awfully obliged to you, Ben. See if I don't do something for you. You are a broth of a boy. What do you say to Carrigrohane in the summer, and a gun all to yourself? I'll teach you how to shoot rabbits and to bring down a bird on the wing." She brushed her lips against his cheek and ran lightly upstairs. She escaped the treacherous second step and entered her bedroom without waking Alice. The bolster, carefully manipulated, had done its work. It had never occurred to Alice that the form in the bed was anything but the living form of Kathleen O'Hara. She had shaded the light from what she supposed to be the sleeping girl, and got into bed herself, feeling tired and sulky. She had dropped asleep immediately. Kathleen's first step, therefore, towards the formation of a secret society in the Great Shirley School was marked with success. The idea which she had formulated in the old quarry spread like wildfire amongst the foundationers, but Kathleen was determined not to have another meeting for nearly a week. She wished to hear from her father. She wanted to have money in hand. "They are all poor," she thought. "If I appear just as poor as they are, I shall never be able to keep my exalted position as queen. We cannot have our next meeting until I have drawn up the rules, and I should like Ruth Craven to help me. She has got sense. I don't want the thing to be riotous, nor to do harm in any way. I just want us to have a bit of fun and to teach the horrid paying girls of the school a lesson." The thought of her secret society kept Kathleen in a fairly good humour, and she worked at her lessons so well that Alice began to have hopes of her own. About a week after her arrival at Myrtle Lodge, the box which Aunt Katie O'Flynn was sending from Dublin arrived. It came when the girls were at school. When they returned to early dinner they saw it standing in the front hall. "Whatever is this, and why is it put here?" said Alice, springing forward to look at the address. "Miss Kathleen O'Hara, care of Mrs. Tennant, Myrtle Lodge." "Galoptius!" cried Kathleen. "It's my own. It's my clothes, my sort of a kind of treasure. Oh, what delicious fun! Now you will see how smart I can be.
Maybe there will be something here to fit you, Alice. Wouldn't you like it? We are going to tea tonight to Mrs. Weldon's, and Ruth Craven is to be there. The darling girl! I will give her something. I should love to make her look just as beautiful as she can look. I am not a bit a stingy sort of girl, you know that, Alice. I want to be quite generous with my lovely things." "Well, do stop talking," said Alice. "I never came across such an invertebrated chatterbox. I suppose you'd like to have the box taken up to our room, but I don't think you'll have any time to open it at present. You have promised to come back with me to the school this afternoon, in order that Miss Spicer may give you a special lesson in music." "Ah, then, my dear," cried Kathleen, "it isn't me you'll see at school again to-day. It's gloating and fussing over my clothes. I will be portioning out those I mean to give to others, and trying on the ones that will suit me. You can go to your horrid, stupid lessons if you like, but it won't be Kathleen O'Hara who will accompany you. Perhaps the poor tired one would like to have a pleasant afternoon in my bedroom. Oh, glory be to goodness! We will have a time. Isn't it worth anything to see that blessed trunk? My eyes can almost pierce through the deal and see the lovely garments folded away inside." Alice took no notice. She marched on to her room. Kathleen followed her. "The boys shall bring it up for me immediately after dinner," she said. "I shan't be going out again until I go to Mrs. Weldon's. I expect people will open their eyes when they see me tonight." "You must please yourself, of course," said Alice. "For my part, I am extremely sorry that the trunk has come. You were settling down a little, and were not quite so objectionable as at first." "Thanks awfully, darling," said Kathleen, dropping a mock curtsy. "Not quite so objectionable," continued Alice in a calm voice. "But now, with all these silly gewgaws, you will be worse tight than ever. But please clearly understand that I do not want any of your ornaments." "Don't trouble yourself, darling. They were not made for you. I force my treasures on nobody." "I wouldn't wear them if you were to give them. I hope I have some proper pride." "Pride of the most proper sort," said Kathleen, dancing before her. "And I do hope also that you won't make yourself a Merry Andrew or a figure of fun at the Weldons tonight. It will be in extremely bad taste. We are not going to have a large party, just one or two of the mistresses and little Ruth Craven, who, although she is a foundationer, seems to be a very nice sort of child. It would be in the worst taste possible to wear anything but the simplest clothes." "All right," said Kathleen. "If I am a chatterbox, you are about the greatest preacher with the most long-winded sermons that ever entered a house. You are a perfect plague to me, and that is the truth, Alice Tennant." Alice poured some water into her basin, washed her hands, and went downstairs. "Mother," she said, "I am obliged to be out the whole afternoon. The scholarship examination takes place in 6 weeks now, and if I am to have any chance of getting through, I must not idle a single moment. I grieve to say that a box of finery has arrived for Kathleen, most unsuitable, for she has plenty of clothes. I do trust, mother, you will keep her in tow a little this afternoon, and not allow her to make a show of herself." "You are not very kind to Kathleen," said Mrs. Tennant. "Why shouldn't the child enjoy her pretty things? I like to see girls nicely dressed. It is a great trial to me to be obliged to deny you the ribbons and frills and laces which most girls of your age possess." "Thanks, mother," answered Alice; "but if you were as rich as Croesus, I should not wish, while I am a schoolgirl, to dress any better than I do." "You certainly have a great deal of sense, dear, but don't be too hard on the little girl. Ah, here she comes. Now we must sit down to dinner at once." During dinner Kathleen's eyes sparkled so brightly and she looked so merry and mysterious that both the boys gazed at her in wonder. "Don't mind me," she said, whispering to David as she bent towards him. "It's in real downright delight I am. I am expecting to have the most wonderful joy all the afternoon that was ever given a girl. Ah, then, it's elegant myself will be when you see me next, boys. And do look at her. I declare she's getting crosser each minute." "Hush, Kathleen," said David. "You must not say unkind things." "Don't trouble to reprove her, David," called out Alice in a calm and lofty tone. "I assure you she doesn't annoy me in the least. Sometimes I think there is a little gnat flying about and trying to sting me, but that's all." "And a charming metaphor too," said Kathleen. She ate her meal soberly, but occasionally a bubble of laughter came to the surface, and her merry eyes glanced from Mrs. Tennant's face to Alice's, and from Alice's to those of the boys. The moment the meal came to an end, Kathleen jumped up. "Now then, my angels, you come with me," she said, and she caught David by the one hand and Ben by the other, and led her willing slaves into the hall. "Did you ever see anything like it?" said Alice to her mother. "She will ruin the boys in addition to all her other mischief. Mother, must we keep her long? It is really most disturbing." "If you would only take poor little Kathleen as she is, you would find her quite agreeable, Alice," was her mother's answer. "Oh dear, mother, you seem to be just as much infatuated as the others. But never mind, I am off now, and I need not be back in the house until it is time to dress to go to Mrs. Weldon's. I declare that girl is causing me to hate my home. I don't think it's fair, whatever you may say to the contrary." Mrs. Tennant sighed. Alice had always been a little difficult. She was more than difficult at the present moment, but very soon afterwards the welcome bang of the door was heard and the house was through. "Now for a jolly time," said Kathleen. "Tired one, where are you?" "Kathleen, you ought not to call me by that name. You ought to be more respectful." "Ah, then, darling, I can't. Take in me. I am so fond of you. Oh, Warra, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you. But I must be as I am made. You do look tired, and tired you will go on looking until I can take you to Carrigrohane to rest you and to feed you with good milk and good fruit and good eggs and good cream. Now then, boys, lift up that trunk. Be easy with it so that you won't hurt it. Take it up to my bedroom and put it on the floor. Maybe there's something in it for you, or maybe there isn't. Mrs. Tennant, Clusha, you will come along upstairs with me at once. You can bring your mending basket, and I will pop you into the armchair by the window, and we can consult together over the garments. It's fine I'll look when I have them on. Aunt Kate O'Flynn is a woman who has real taste, and I know she is going to dress me up as no other girl ever was dressed before in the Great Shirley School." Mrs. Tennant could not help laughing. The boys were also in the highest good humour. Kathleen's mirth was contagious. They went upstairs to the bedroom, and then Ben saucily perched himself on the foot of one of the beds, while David, having brought up a hammer and screwdriver, proceeded to lift the lid of the box, which was firmly nailed down. Under the lid was a lot of tissue paper. Kathleen went on her knees, lifted it up, uttered a shout, and turned to the boys. "You make it off now," she said. "No, indeed I won't," said Ben. "I want to see the fun. Go, both of you. There will be something nice for you when you come back to tea," said Kathleen. They looked regretful, but saw nothing for it but to go. Kathleen, in a breathless sort of way, scarcely uttering a word, spread out her treasures on the bed. Was there ever such a box? Skirts, bodices, blouses, shirts, an evening dress, an afternoon dress, a morning dress. They seemed simply endless. Then there were frills and ribbons and veils. There were two great big, very stylish looking hats with long plumes, and there was a little toque made of crimson velvet, which Kathleen declared was quite too sweet for anything. There were also dozens of handkerchiefs, dozens of pairs of stockings, and some sweet little slippers, all embroidered and fit for the most bewitching feet in the world. Kathleen's cheeks got redder and redder. "Here's a cargo for you," she said. "Here's something to delight the heart. Now, my dear Mrs. Tennant, let us come and examine everything. Do you think I am utterly selfish, Mrs. Tennant? Do you think I want all these things for myself? I am sure you don't, dear. It makes me ache with longing to give some of them away. I don't want so many frocks. There are a good dozen here all told. Aunt Katie O'Flynn's the one for extravagance, bless her, and for having a thing done in style, bless her. I should like you to see her. It's splendacious. She is entirely when she's dressed up in her best. Velvet and feathers and laces and jewels. Why, nothing holds her in bounds. There's nothing she stops at. I have seen her give hundreds of pounds for one little glittering gem. Ah, and here's a ring. Look, Mrs. Tennant." Kathleen had now opened a small box which was lying at the bottom of the great trunk. There were several treasures in it: a necklet of glittering white stones, another of blue, another of red, and this little ring. A little ring which contained a solitary diamond of the purest water. "Now I shall look stylish," said Kathleen, and she slipped the ring on the third finger of her left hand. "My wedding finger too, bedad," she said. When the contents of the trunk had been finally explored, Kathleen began to sort her finery. Mrs. Tennant gave advice. "Some of these things are a little too fine for everyday use," she said, "but some of these blouses are very suitable, and so are these white and grey and pink skirts, and this blue bodice is quite nice for the evening, and so is the skirt belonging to it. But this, and this, and this, I wouldn't wear these until I went home if I were you, my love." Kathleen glanced at her. A slight frown came between her brows. "Don't you see," she said impatiently, "that I want to give away some of these things? Do you see this dozen of blouses, all exactly alike in this box? These are for the secret society." "The what, Kathleen?" "Oh, you mustn't tell. It is the most profound secret. But I have joined one. Being an Irish girl, it is quite normal. I sent a line to Aunt Katie to get a dozen of the very prettiest blouses she could. Of course, there are a lot more members, but our cabinet has risen to something like a dozen, so I thought I'd have them handy. Aren't they just sweet?" As she spake, she took out the box the palest blue cashmere blouse, most exquisitely trimmed with blue embroidery, flecked with pink silk. The blouse had real lace round the neck and cuffs, and must have cost a great deal of money. "Don't you think Alice would look very nice in one of these?" said Kathleen, gazing with a very earnest face at Mrs. Tennant. "Pink is more Alice's colour. She's too pale for blue," was Mrs. Tennant's reply. "Well then, look here. Isn't this a perfect duck? See for yourself. It's sort of a cross between a coral and a rose. Oh, so exquisite! And see how it is made, with all these teeny tucks and the embroidery let in between. And the sleeves, aren't they just elegant entirely? Don't you think we might make her wear it? I am sorry, Kathleen, but you are not getting on very well with Alice. I wish it were different. Could you not do something to appropriate her?" "Wish you then, darling," said Kathleen, pausing a moment to consider. "That's just what I can't do. Alice's ways are not my ways, and if I copied her it's killed I'd be entirely. She never likes to see a smile on my face, and she can't abide to watch me if I dance a step, and she won't take a joke out of me if it was to save her life. To please Alice I'd have to be the primmest of the prim, and always stooping over my horrid lessons, and the end of it there'd be no more of poor Kathleen O'Hara. It's dead, and in her grave she'd be, the creature. Indeed, I'm glad I am not made on Alice's pattern, even if she is your daughter. I can't aspire to anything so fine and high up even for your sake, darling, and you are one of the sweetest women on God's earth. I couldn't do it, not by no means." Mrs. Tennant could not help laughing as Kathleen described the sort of girl she would be if she adopted Alice's role. "But the question is now," said the girl, "what are we to do to make her have some of these pretty things? Mightn't I give the blouse to you first, and you could give it to her? She'd look so sweet in this pink blouse when she went to tea at her chosen friends. She'd be almost pretty if she was nicely dressed. I've got this white one for little Ruth Craven, and I want Alice to have this so badly. Can't you manage it, dear Mrs. Tennant?" Mrs. Tennant felt tempted. The blouse was very dainty and pretty, and unlike anything she could afford to buy for her only daughter. Kathleen threw her arms around her neck and kissed her. "You will? You will, dear Mrs. Tennant?" she said. "It is yours entirely. You tell her you got it at a cheap sale. Say you went to a jumble sale and bought it. You paid 1 and 2 halfpenny for it. That's the right figure, isn't it, for the best things at a jumble sale? Tell her it's quite new and was thrown in promiscuous like." "But my darling child, I can't tell her what isn't true. She would wear it if she didn't know it came from you. She would not only wear it, but she would wear it in delight. But nothing would induce her to take it if she thought you had given it." "Then don't let's tell her. Besides, it wouldn't be true, for I have given it to you, dear. And now, see, here is something for your sweet self. I wrote to Aunt Katie, and Aunt Katie is so clever. See, come to the glass." Kathleen had opened a cardboard box, and out of it she took a black velvet bonnet with nodding plumes and a little pink strip of velvet fastened under the brim. This she put with trembling fingers on Mrs. Tennant's head. Mrs. Tennant was in reality not at all old, and she looked quite young and pretty in the new toque. "You are charming, that's what you are," said Kathleen, "and I can't take it back, for you know perfectly well that it is a wee bit too old for me. You will have to wear it." "But what will Alice say?" "Never mind. Don't tell her. Just be mum. Say it's mine and I mean to wear it. Oh, I'd manage Alice if I happened to be her mother." "I don't think you would, dear." "Indeed I would. And now I must consider whom I have to give the other things to." When Kathleen had finally parcelled out her treasures, there was not such a great deal left for herself, for this girl and the other who had taken her fancy were all allotted a treasure out of that famous box, and there was a thick Albert chain made of solid silver for Ben, and a keyless silver watch for David. And what could boys possibly want more? Kathleen had remembered all her friends, and Aunt Katie O'Flynn was more than willing to carry out her requests. Finally, at the very bottom of the trunk was a little parcel which she refrained from opening while Mrs. Tennant was present. It contained the badges of the new society. Kathleen had decided that they were to call themselves the Wild Irish Girls, and this title was neatly engraved on the little badges, which were the shape of hearts. Below the name was the device, "A harp with a bit of shamrock trailing round it." The badges were small and exceedingly neat, and there were about 60 of them in all. "Now then, I can go ahead," thought Kathleen. "What with the finery for my dear, darling chosen ones, and the badges for all the members, I shall do." She was utterly reckless, with no regard to expense. Her father was rich, and he did not mind what he spent on his only child. The box seemed to fill up every crevice of her heart, as she expressed it, and it was a very happy girl who dressed to go to the Weldons that evening. Kathleen was intensely affectionate, and would have done anything in the world to please Mrs. Tennant, but when it came to wearing a very quiet grey dress with a little lace round the collar and cuffs, she began to demur. "It can't be done," she thought. "Half of them will be in grey and half of them in brown, and a few old dowdies will perhaps be in black. But I mustn't be gay. It isn't fair to Aunt Katie to be anything else." She made a wild and scarcely judicious selection. She put on crimson silk stockings and tucked into her bag a pair of crimson satin shoes. Her dress consisted of a black velvet skirt over a crimson petticoat, and her bodice was of crimson silk, very much embroidered, and with elbow sleeves. Round her neck she wore innumerable beads of every possible colour, and twisted through her lovely hair were some more beads, which shone as the light fell on them. Altogether it was a very bizarre and fascinating little figure that appeared that evening at the Weldons' hall door. Over her showy dress she wore a long opera cloak, so that at first her splendours were not fully visible. This gaily dressed little person entered a room full of sober people. The effect was somewhat the same as though a gorgeous butterfly had flown into the room. She lit up the dullness and made a centre of attraction. All eyes were fastened upon her, for Kathleen, in her well-made dress, notwithstanding the gaiety of its colour, looked simply radiant. The mischief in her dark eyes too, but added to her charm. She glanced with almost maliciousness at Alice, who, in the dowdiest of pale grey dresses, with her hair rather untidy and her face destitute of colour, was standing near one of the windows, and as Alice glanced at Kathleen, she felt that she almost hated the Irish girl. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This little Fox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Conscience and Difficulties. All the people who knew her were beginning to make a fuss over Ruth Craven. She, who had hardly ever been noticed during the early part of her life, who was just her grandfather's darling and her mother's idol, was now petted and made much of and fussed over by everyone. It was quite an extraordinary thing for the paying girls of the Great Shirley School to be so interested and excited about a foundationer. Cassandra Weldon was not the only girl who had taken Ruth up. Some of the best and nicest girls of the school began to patronize her. The fact was that she was very modest and a perfect lady, and it was impossible to feel anything but goodwill towards her. The rest of the foundation girls at first determined that they would leave her with her fine friends, but when Kathleen insisted on Ruth's joining the secret society of the Wild Irish Girls, they were obliged to submit. "We'd do anything in the world for our queen," said Susy Hopkins, talking to another foundation girl one day as they strolled along the road. "It is tonight we are to meet again, and she says she will bring the rules all drawn up, and she will read them to us. There are about 30 of us now, and more offer to join every day. The difficulty is that we have got to keep the thing from the knowledge of the teachers and the paying girls of the school. Kathleen is certain that it would be suppressed if it were known, and it must not be known, for it is the biggest lark and the greatest fun we ever had in all our lives." "Yes," said Rosie Myers. "I feel now quite honoured at being a foundation girl." "She does promise us wonderful things," said Kate Rourke. "She says when the summer comes we shall have all sorts of nice excursions. Of course, we can't do anything special in the daytime, unless sometimes on Saturday, when we have a whole holiday. But at least, she says, the nights are our own and we can do as we like. It really is grand. I suppose it is wicked, but then that makes it rather more fascinating." "We are in the Queen's cabinet, bless her the duck," said Susy Hopkins. "There are a dozen of us now, and there is talk of a sort of livery or badge for the members of the cabinet. But we'll know all about it when we meet sharp at 9 tonight. We are the 12 members of the cabinet, and there are about 20 girls who are our sort of standing army. It is really most exciting." The girls talked a little longer and then parted. As Susy Hopkins was running home helter-skelter, for she wanted to get her lessons done in order to be fully in time for the meeting that evening, she met Ruth Craven. Ruth was walking slowly by with her usual demure and sweet expression. "Hello," called out Susy. "We'll meet tonight, shan't we?" "I don't know," said Ruth. "Aren't you coming? Why, you are sort of Prime Minister to the Queen." "You don't think it right, really, do you?" said Ruth. "Not from the bottom of your heart, I mean." "Right or wrong, I mean to enjoy myself," said Susy Hopkins. "I suppose if you come to analyse it, it is wrong and not right. But, dear me, Ruth, what fun should we poor girls have if we were too particular on these points?" "It always seems to me that it is worth while to do right," said Ruth. "So you say, but I don't quite agree with you. You will come tonight in any case, won't you?" "Yes, I will come tonight, but I am not happy about it, and I wish Kathleen Oh, I know it is very fascinating, and Kathleen is just delightful, but I should not like our teachers to know." "Of course not," said Susy, staring at her. "They'd soon put a stop to it." "Are you certain? I know so little about the school." "Certain? I'm convinced. Why, they'd be furious. I'd expect we'd be expelled." "Then that proves it. I didn't know there was any strict rule about it." "Why, what are you made of, Ruth Craven?" "I thought," said Ruth, "that when we were not in school we were our own mistresses." "To a certain extent, of course. But we have what is called the school character to keep up. We have, as it were, to uphold the spirit of the school. Now, the spirit of the school is quite against secrecy in any form. Oh dear, why will you drag all this out of me? I made up my mind not to think of it, and now you have forced me to say it. Of course you will come tonight. You have to think of Kathleen as well as the school, and she's gone to a fearful lot of expense. You could not by any possibility forsake her, could you?" "No, of course not," said Ruth very slowly. She bade Susy good bye and walked on. Her attitude was that of one who was thinking hard. "Ruth is very pretty," said Susy to herself, "but I don't know that I quite admire her. She is the sort of girl that everybody loves, and I'm not one to admire a universal favourite. She is frightfully, tiresomely good, and she's just too pretty. She's not a bit vain, and she's not a bit puffed up. Oh, she is just right in every way, and yet I feel I hate her. She has got the sort of conscience that will worry our queen to distraction. Still, once she joins, she'll have to obey our rules, and I expect our queen will make them somewhat stringent." A clock from the neighbouring church struck the half hour. Susy looked up.
uttered an exclamation, put her wings to feet, and ran the rest of the way home. Susy's home was in the High Street of the little town of Merrifield. Her mother kept a fairly flourishing stationer's shop, in one part of which was a post office. Some ladies were buying stamps as Susy dashed through the shop on her way to the family rooms at the back. Mrs. Hopkins was selling stationery to a couple of boys. She looked up as her daughter entered. Susy went into the parlour, where tea was laid on the table. It consisted of a stale loaf, some indifferent butter, and a little jam. The tea in a pewter teapot was weak, the milk was sky blue, and the jug that held it was cracked. Susy poured out a cup of tea, drank it off at a gulp, snatched a piece of bread and butter from the plate, and sat down to prepare her lessons at another table. She had 2 hours' hard work before her, and it was nearly already 6 o'clock. The quarry was a little distance away, and she must tidy herself and do all sorts of things. Just then her mother came in. "Oh, Susy," she said, "I am so glad you have come. I want you to attend to the shop for the next hour. I am sent for in a hurry to my sister's. She has a bad cold and wants me to call in. I think little Peter is not well. Your aunt is afraid he is catching measles. Run into the shop the moment you have finished your tea like a good child. You can take one of your lesson books with you if you like. There won't be many customers at this hour." "Oh, mother, I did really want to work hard at my lessons. They are very difficult, you know, and you promised that when I went to the Great Shirley School you'd never interfere with my lesson hours." "I did say so, and of course I don't mean to interfere, but this is a special case." "Can't Tommy go and stand in the shop? If any special customers come in I will attend to them." "No, Tommy can't. He has a headache and is lying down upstairs. You must oblige me this time, Susy. You can sit up a little longer to-night to finish your lessons if you are much interrupted while I am away." "You are sure you will not be more than an hour, mother?" "Oh, certain. And I suppose in any case I may shut up the shop at 7 o'clock, mayn't I?" "Shut up the shop at 7 o'clock?" said Mrs. Hopkins. "You forget that this is Wednesday. We always keep the shop, except the post office part, open until past 9 on Wednesdays. Such a lot of people come in for odds and ends on the special night. But I will be back long before 9. Don't on any account shut the shop up until I appear." Susy, feeling cross and miserable, all her bright hopes dashed to the ground, took a couple of books and went into the shop and sat behind the counter. The days were getting short and cold, and as the shop door was opened there was a thorough draught where she was sitting. Her feet grew icy cold. She could scarcely follow the meaning of her somewhat difficult lessons. No customers appeared. "How stupid I am!" thought the little girl. "This will never do." She roused herself and bending forward propped her book open before her. Presently she heard the clock outside strike 7. "Mother will be back now, thank goodness," she thought. "If I work desperately hard and stop my ears so that I needn't hear a sound, I may have done by 9 o'clock." Just at that moment 2 ladies came in to ask for a special sort of stationery. Susy, who was never in the least interested in the shop, did not know where to find it. She rummaged about, making a great mess amongst her mother's neat stores, and finally she was obliged to say that she did not know where it was. "Never mind," said one of the ladies kindly. "I will come in again next time I am passing. It doesn't matter this evening." Susy felt vexed. She knew her mother would blame her for sending the ladies away without completing a purchase, and they had scarcely left before she found the box which contained the stationery. She pushed it out of sight on the shelf and sat down again to her book. Her mother ought to be coming in now. Susy would have to do a lot of exercises. These she could not by any possibility do in the shop. She had also some mathematical work to get through, or she would never be able to keep her place in class.
Why didn't Mrs. Hopkins return? Half an hour went by, 3/4. It was now 7:45. Susy felt quite distracted. With the exception of the two ladies, there had been no customers in the shop up to the present. The fact was, they did not begin to appear until soon after 8 on Wednesday evenings. Then the schoolgirls and schoolboys and many other people of the poorer classes used to drop in for penn'orths and ha'porths of stationery, for pens, for ink, for sealing wax, etc. "Mother must be in soon. I know what I will do," said Susy. "I will open the door of the parlor and sit there. If any one appears I can dash out at once." No sooner had the thought come to her than she resolved to act on it. She turned on the gas in the parlor, it was already brightly lighted in the shop, and sat down to her work. "An hour and a quarter before the meeting of the Wild Irish Girls," she said to herself. "Strange, is it not, that I should call myself a Wild Irish Girl when I am a Cockney through and through? Well, whatever happens, I shall be at the meeting." Chapter 10 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Wild Irish Girls' Society is started. While Susy sat in the parlor, a tramp happened to pass the brightly lighted shop. He was weather-beaten and slipshod, and altogether made a most disreputable appearance. A hand was thrust into each of his pockets, and these pockets were destitute of coin. The tramp was hungry and penniless. The little shop with its gay light and tempting articles of stationery and books and sealing wax displayed in the window were quite to the man's taste. He could not see the parlor beyond, nor the peephole where Susy was supposed to be able to watch the shop. He only noticed that no one was within. The tramp was in the humour to do something desperate. He entered the shop under the pretence of begging, made straight for the till, pulled it open, and took out a handful of money. He had no time to count his spoils, but leaving the till drawer still open, he dashed out of the shop. Now it so happened that Susy, when the tramp stole in, had gone upstairs to fetch a fresh exercise book. She noticed nothing amiss on her return, and went tranquilly on with her work. 8 o'clock struck, and Susy was in despair. "I can't possibly fail Kathleen," she said to herself. "She started this splendid idea in order to help me and give me pleasure. I must be at the quarry whatever happens tonight. Something very unusual is detaining mother. I know what I'll do. I'll shut up the shop at 8:30, leave a little note for mother, and then go to the quarry as fast as I can. I will tell mother that I am due at an important meeting, and she is sure not to question me. Mother is always very kind and gives me as much liberty as she can." Susy made a great struggle to keep her mind centred on her books, but with all her efforts her thoughts would wander. They wandered to Kathleen and to the Wild Irish Girls' Society. They wandered to her other schoolfellows. They wandered to the hardship of having to take care of the shop when she wished to be otherwise employed, and finally they settled themselves on Ruth Craven. She could not help wondering what Ruth would do, whether she would continue to be a valuable aid to the queen of the new society, or whether she would give them up altogether. "I'd almost like her not to stay with us," thought Susy, "for then perhaps Kathleen would make me her Prime Minister. I'd like that. Kathleen is the dearest, truest, greatest lady I ever came across. She doesn't think anything of birth nor of those sort of tiresome distinctions. She thinks of you for what you are worth yourself, and she is so splendid to look at, and has such a gallant sort of way. I do admire her just." The shop bell rang. Susy was out in a moment. A woman had called for a pennyworth of paper and an envelope. She put down her penny on the counter, and Susy supplied her from a special box. "I was in such a taking," said the woman. "I just remembered at the last moment that all the shops were shut. I don't know what I should have done if I hadn't recalled that Mrs. Hopkins keeps hers open until 9 o'clock. I am obliged to you, little girl. I have to send this letter to my son in India, and I'd miss the mail if it wasn't posted tonight. You couldn't now, I suppose, oblige me with a stamp?" "Of course I can," said Susy cheerfully. "Mother always keeps a supply of stamps in the till." She turned to the till as she spoke, and for the first time noticed that the drawer was open. "How careless of me not to have shut it," she thought. It did not occur to her to examine its contents, or to suppose for a single moment that any one had taken money out of it. She provided the woman with a stamp, and then shut the drawer of the till. It was now 8:30, and Susy determined to take the bull by the horns and to close the shop without further ado. She sent for the little maid in the kitchen to put up the shutters, and in a minute or two the shop was in darkness, and Susy was racing through the remainder of her lessons. It would take her a quarter of an hour, running most of the way, to reach the old quarry, and she must have 3 or 4 minutes to dress. She stood up, therefore, at her work, in order, as she expressed it, to save time. She was so occupied when her mother came in. "Why have you shut the shop, Susy?" said Mrs. Hopkins in an annoyed voice. "It is only a very little past 8:30, and I saw 2 poor women outside. They wanted a pennyworth of paper each. They said, 'We thought you always kept open until 9 o'clock.' Now it will spread all over the place that I shut at 8:30. Why did you do it, Susy? It's hard enough to make ends meet without adding any more difficulties." Mrs. Hopkins stood, looking very pale and perplexed, in the parlor. Susy glanced at her mother, and could not help reflecting that the poor woman was fit to drop. "Sit down, mother," she said. "I was so distracted. I have to be a good way from here at 9 o'clock. I couldn't think whatever kept you. I was obliged to shut the shop. I am sorry." "Well, never mind. You didn't tell me that you were going out. I wish you wouldn't go out so much in the evening, Susy. It does make it so hard for me. There's no one now to help me with a bit of mending, and all your things are getting so racketed through." "What kept you, mother?" said Susy, ignoring her mother's speech. "Oh, it was your aunt. She's in such a talking about little Peter. She's quite certain he's in for measles or something worse. I'm persuaded that it's nothing but a cold. I never saw such a muddled-headed woman as your Aunt Bessie. She hadn't a thing handy in the place. I had to stay and see the doctor, and then to fetch the medicine myself, and then put the child to bed. I assure you I haven't sat down since I left." "And I suppose she never thought of giving you as much as a cup of tea," said Susy. "No," answered her mother. Then, catching sight of the teapot, she added, "You might have had the tea things removed, Susy. I will make myself a fresh cup." Susy stood still for a moment. Temptation tugged at her heart. Her mother certainly required, if ever a mother did require, a daughter. But the Wild Irish Girls, surely they were pining for her in the distance. "I wish I could help you, mother. I would if I hadn't promised to go out. If you will give me the latch key, I can let myself in. You needn't wait up. I promised to lock up carefully." "Very well, dear," said Mrs. Hopkins. She did not reproach Susy. That was not her way. She put a little kettle on the gas stove, fetched a clean cup and saucer, and presently sat down to her belated meal. Susy dashed upstairs. She put on her hat and jacket, snatched up a pair of gloves, and the next moment was out of the house. Free at last, she thought. But oh, what an evening I have had! I must say it is horrid to be poor. Now, if I was rich like Kathleen, wouldn't I have a gay time of it? Poor dear mother, she should drive in a carriage, and I'd ride on my pony by her side, and Tom should be a public school boy. There'd be no horrid shop then, and no horrid woman coming in for ha'porths and pennyworths of paper. But as she ran through the autumn night air, she felt that, after all, there was something good in life. Her pulses, which had been languid enough in the stuffy little parlour at the back of the shop, now galloped fiercely. She arrived 2 or 3 minutes after 9, but still in fairly good time to see a number of dark heads surrounding a bright light. This light was caused by 2 lamps, which had been placed on the ground in the old quarry. Kathleen had brought them herself in a hamper. She had managed to buy them that day, and had smuggled them off without any one being the wiser. A large bottle of crystalline oil accompanied the lamps. Kathleen, who had dressed lamps for pleasure at home, knew quite well how to manage them, and when Susy appeared they stood at each end of a wide patch of light. Kathleen herself was in the midst of the light, and the other girls clustered round the edge. "Isn't it scrumptious?" said Kate Rourke. "Oh, is that you, Susy Hopkins? You are late." "Yes, I know I am. It's a wonder I could come at all," said Susy. "Ruth Craven hasn't come yet," said another voice. "Yes, here she is," cried a third, and Ruth came and stood at the edge of the patch of light. Kathleen flung off her hat, and the light from the lamps lit up her brilliant hair. Her cheeks were flaming with colour, and her very dark blue eyes looked as black as night. She faced her companions. "Well," she said, "here we are, and we call ourselves the Wild Irish Girls. I really wonder if you English girls who are assembled here in the old quarry tonight have the least idea what it means to be a wild Irish girl. If you don't know, I'd like to tell you." "Yes, do tell us," cried several. "The principal thing that it means," continued Kathleen, raising her voice to a slightly theatrical pitch, and extending her arm so that the lamplight fell all over it, "the chief thing is that it is to be free. Yes, free as the air, free as the mountain streams, free as the dear, darling, glorious, everlasting mountains themselves. Oh, to know freedom, and then to be torn away from it! Girls, I will tell you the truth. I feel in your dull old England as though I were in prison. Yes, that's about it. I don't like England. I want you girls to join me in loving Ireland." "But we can't hate England," said Kate Rourke. "That is quite impossible. If Ireland is your native land, England is ours, and we cannot help loving her very much." "You have never known Ireland," continued Kathleen. "You are not cramped up in that favoured spot. You are allowed to get up when you like and go to bed when you like, to eat what you like, to read what books you like, to row on the lake, to shoot in the bogs, to gallop on your pony over the moors, and oh, to live the life of the free." It was Ruth Craven who now interrupted the eager words of the queen of the new society. "Can't you tell us, Kathleen," she said, "how to get Ireland into England? How to introduce what is good of Ireland into England? That is the use of the society as far as I am concerned. With the exception of yourself, we are all English girls." "Yes," said Susy suddenly, "and we have very bad times, most of us. I wish you knew what a dull evening I have just been living through, taking care of a tiny, very dull little shop. Mother was out looking after a sick child, and I had to mind the shop. Poor woman came in for pennyworths of paper. I can tell you there wasn't much freedom about that. It was all horrid." "Well, we have shops in Ireland too," continued Kathleen, "and I suppose people have to mind them. But what I want to say now is this. I have been sent over to this country to learn. My Aunt Katie O'Flynn, she is the finest figure of a woman you ever laid eyes on, thought that I ought to have learning. Mother thought so too, but the dad didn't care much. However, I needn't worry you about that. I have been sent here, and here I am. When I came to your wonderful school and looked all around me, I said to myself, if I am not to have companions, why, I'll die. The heart of Kathleen O'Hara will be broken. Now, who amongst the schoolgirls will suit me? I saw that very dull Cassandra Weldon, and I noticed a few companions of hers who were much the same sort. Then I observed dear, pretty little Ruth Craven, and someone said to me, 'You won't take much notice of Ruth, for she's only a foundationer girl.' That made me mad. Oh yes, it did. 'Give me your hand, Ruth.' That made my whole heart go out to Ruth. Then I was told that a lot of the girls were foundation girls, and they weren't as rich as the others, and they were somewhat snubbed. So I thought, my time has come. I am an Irish girl, and the heritage of every Irish girl handed down to her from a long line of ancestors is to help the oppressed. So now I am going to help all of you, and we are going to found this society, and we are going to have a good time." Kathleen's somewhat incoherent speech was received with shouts of applause. "We must make a few rules," she continued when her young companions had ceased to shout. "Just a few big rules which will be quite easy for all of us to obey." "Certainly," said Kate, "and I have brought a notebook with me, and if you will dictate them, Kathleen, I will jot them down." "That is easy enough," said Kathleen. "Well, I am queen." "Certain you are. Who else could be? Of course you are queen." "Darling, dear, sweet, duck," fell from various pairs of lips. "Thank you," said Kathleen, looking round at them, her dark blue eyes becoming dewy with a sudden emotion. "I think," she added, "I love you all already, and there is nothing on earth I wouldn't do for you." "Hear her, the dear! She is bringing a fine change into our lives," cried a mass of girls who stood a little out of the line of light. "Well," said Kathleen, "I am queen, and I have my cabinet. Now, the girls of my cabinet are the following: Ruth Craven is my prime minister. Kate Rourke comes next in importance. Then follow Susie Hopkins, Clara Sawyer, Hannah Johnson, Rosie Myers, Mary Redland. Now, all of you girls whom I have named are expected to uphold order, such order as is alone necessary for the Wild Irish Girls. You are expected on all occasions to uphold the authority of me, your queen. You are never under any circumstances to breathe a word against dear old Ireland. The other girls who join the society will be looked after by you. You will instruct them in our rules, and you will help them to be good members of a most important society. I believe there are a great many girls willing to join. If so, they will hold up their hands." Immediately a great show of hands was visible. "Now, Kate Rourke," cried Kathleen, "please take down the names of the girls who intend to become members of the Wild Irish Girls." The girls came forward one by one, and Kate took down their names, and it was quickly discovered that, out of the 100 foundationers who belonged to the Great Shirley School, 60 had joined Kathleen's society. "We shall soon get the remaining 40," said Mary Rand. "They will be all agog to come on. Their positions are not so very pleasant as it is, poor things." "Perhaps 60 are about as many as we can manage for the present," said Kathleen. "Now, girls, I intend to present you each with a tiny badge. I have a bag full of them here. Will you each come forward and accept the badge of membership?" Kathleen's badges were very much admired, the eager girls bending down toward the light of the lamps in order to examine them more thoroughly. She had strung narrow green ribbon through each of the little silver hearts, and the girls could therefore slip them over their heads at once. "You must hide them," said Kathleen. "The thing about these badges is that you will always feel them pressing against your hearts, and nobody else will know anything about them. They belong to Ireland and to me, to the home of the three, and to Kathleen O'Hara. They seal you as my loving friends and followers for ever and ever." Girls are easily impressed, and Kathleen's words were so fervent that some of them felt quite choky about the throat. They received their badges with hands that very nearly trembled. Kathleen next handed a slightly handsomer badge, but with exactly the same device, to the members of her Cabinet. Finally, she took the box of pale blue cashmere blouses and opened it in the light of the lamps. The enthusiasm, which had been extremely keen before the appearance of the blouses, now rose to fever height. Whom were these exquisite creations meant for? Kathleen smiled as she handed one to Mary Rand, another to Ruth Craven, another to Kate Rourke, and finally to each member of her Cabinet. "I wish I could give you all a blouse apiece," she said to the other girls of the society, "but I am afraid that is not within my means. I choose these sweet blouses on purpose, because I know you could wear them at any time, girls," she added, turning to the members of her Cabinet. "Outsiders won't know. They will wonder at the beauty of your dress, but they won't know what it means. But we will know." She shouted aloud to her companions, "We will know that these girls belong to us and to old Ireland, and in particular to me, and they will be faithful to me as their queen." "Oh dear," said little Alice Harding, a pale-faced girl who loved fine dress and never could aspire to it. "What means can I take to become a member of the Cabinet?" "By being a very good outside member and trusting to your luck," laughed Kathleen. "But the time is passing, and we must proceed to what little business is left for to-night." Each member of the Cabinet took possession of her own blouse, wrapped it up tenderly, and tucked it under her arm. Kathleen desired someone to throw the telltale box away, and then she collected her followers round her. "Now," she said, "Rule 1. To stick through thick and thin, each to the other." "Yes," cried every voice. "Rule 2. If possible, never to quarrel each with the other." This rule also was received with acclamations. "Rule 3. To have a bit of fun all to ourselves, at least once a week." This rule quite brought down the house. They shouted so loud that if the spot had been less lonely someone would certainly have taken cognizance of their proceedings. Rule 4. That as far as possible we hold ourselves aloof from the paying members of the Great Shirley School. This rule was not quite as enthusiastically received. The foundationers were not altogether without friends amongst the other girls of the school. Ruth Craven in particular had several. "I don't think that is a very fair rule," she said. "I am fond of Alice Tennant, and I am fond of Cassandra Weldon." "And I care for Lucy Sharp, and I am devoted to Amelia Dawson," said other members of the Cabinet. Nevertheless, Kathleen was firm. "The rule must be held," she said. "In a society like ours there are always rules which are not quite agreeable to everyone. My principal object in starting this society is to put those horrid paying girls in their proper places. There must not be friendship, not real friendship, I mean, between us and them." "You are a paying girl yourself," suddenly exclaimed Mary Rand. "I know. I wish I were not, but I can't help myself. You must allow me to stand alone. I am your queen." "That you are, and I love you," said Mary. "This rule must hold good," repeated Kathleen. "I must insist on my society adhering to it. Ruth Craven, why are you silent?" "Because I earnestly wish I had not joined. I cannot give up Cassandra, nor Alice, nor the other girls." "Nonsense, Ruth! You dare not fail me now," said Kathleen with enthusiasm. "I will make it up to you. You shall come with me to Ireland in the summer. You shall. Oh, Ruth, don't fail me." "I won't, but I hate that rule." "And girls, I think we must part now," said Kate Rourke. "It is getting late, and it would never do for our secret meetings to be discovered." "Whatever happens, we must stick together," said Kathleen. "Well, good night. We meet again this day week." There was quite a flutter of excitement along that lonely road as the Wild Irish Girls returned to their different homes. Susy Hopkins felt quite the happiest and most light-hearted of any. By and by she and Ruth Craven found themselves the only girls who were walking down the road called Southwood Lane. This road led right into the centre of the shops where Susy's mother lived. "What a good thing," said Susy, "that I took the latchkey with me. It is past 10 o'clock. Mother would be wild if she had to sit up so late." Ruth was silent. "Aren't you happy, Ruthie? Don't you think it is all splendid?" cried Susy. "Yes and no," said Ruth. "You see, I am a foundationer, and when she pressed me to join I hated not to. But now I am sorry that I have joined. What am I to do about Cassandra and about Alice?" "You think a great deal about Cassandra, don't you?" "Oh yes, she is quite a splendid girl, and she has been so very good to me." "I suppose you are quite in love with her?" "No, I don't think I am. It isn't my way to fall violently in love with girls, like some of the rest of you. But I like her, and I like Alice Tennant." "All the same," said Susy, "it is worth sacrificing a little thing to belong to the Wild Irish Girls. Did you ever in all your life see anyone look more splendid than Kathleen as she stood with the light of those big lamps upon her? She is a wonderful girl, so graceful and with such a power of eloquence, and she has such a way of just taking you by storm, and her language is so poetic. Oh, I adore her. She is the sort of girl that I could die for. If all Irish girls are like her, Ireland must be a wonderful country to live in." "But they are not," said Ruth. "Half of them are quite commonplace. She happens to be rich and beautiful, and to have a taking way, but all the others are not like her. I am certain of it." "Anyhow, whether they are or not, I am glad to belong to the society," said Susy. "It will give us great fun, and we need not mind now whether the paying girls are disagreeable to us or not. Then, too, think of the blouses we have got. Oh dear, when I put mine on Sunday mother will gape. I shall feel proud of myself in it. She was just sweet of her to get things like this to give to us. And she knew we weren't well off. Oh, I do think she's 1 in 1,000. She must have thought of you, Ruth, when she ordered these sweet pale blue colors, for that color is yours, isn't it?" "I suppose so," said Ruth. "Well, all the same, I feel rather anxious. I like her, of course, but I think she is mistaken. I must go on now, but I feel somehow—" "What?" said Susy, with some impatience. "As though I had not done right. As though I had something to conceal. Well, I can't help myself, only I won't hate the girls who are good to me. Good night, Susy. We won't be in time for school in the morning if we stay talking any longer." Chapter 11 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 The Blouse and the Robbery. Susy Hopkins shared none of Ruth Craven's scruples. To her the Wild Irish Girls' Society was all that was lovely. She trod on air as she went down the street, and when she finally let herself into her mother's little shop, locked the door after her, and went softly upstairs. Her heart was beating so loud that she hardly knew herself. She slept in a tiny room just at the back of her mother's. It was sparsely furnished and had a sloping roof at one side. The chest of drawers also did duty as a dressing table, and there was a small square of looking glass placed on the top. Susy had secured a candle in a tin candlestick, with which she had lighted herself to her bedroom. But when she got there she had no intention of putting up with such feeble illumination. She first of all drew the bolt to secure herself against intrusion, and then, stepping on tiptoe, she unlocked a drawer and took from it several ends of candle which she had collected from time to time. These she stuck on the dressing table, and when she had made her little garret almost as bright as day, she unfolded her pale blue blouse. She bent low over her treasure, examining the blue embroidery, which was rendered still more fascinating with small stitches of pink silk, looking with ecstasy at the real lace round the neck and cuffs, and finally pressing the delicate color against her blooming cheek. Susy Hopkins was quite an ordinary looking little girl. Her nose was decidedly snub, her mouth wide, but her eyes were dark and bright, and she had fairly good eyebrows. She had a low forehead, rather nice curly hair, and a high color in her cheeks. "In this blouse I shall look a positive beauty," she thought. "Won't Tom respect me when he sees me it on Sunday? I must try it on now. I really must." Accordingly, she slipped off her bodice and substituted the pale blue cashmere blouse for the ugly and threadbare garment she had removed. Whether the blouse was becoming to Susy Hopkins or not remains to be proved, but it certainly delighted its wearer, causing her eyes to sparkle and the color in her cheeks to grow brighter. "It is the most wonderful thing I ever saw in my life," she thought. "Why, Kathleen is like a fairy godmother, and how well it fits! And what a perfect cut about the neck! And oh, these darling little cuffs at the end of the sleeves, and this sweet pink embroidery, and this little ruffle of lace round the neck. Oh, there never was anything made so beautifully before. I am in luck, I am." Her mother's hand knocking on the wall brought her down from the clouds. "Go to bed, dear," called out her parent. "It is very late, and you are disturbing me." "Yes, mother," called back Susy. She removed the blouse, folded it in tissue paper, put it into her drawer, blew out the candles, and got into bed. But all through the remainder of the night Susy dreamt of her blouse. The blouse filled her thoughts, otherwise she might have been in raptures over her pretty silver locket
and its green ribbon. But as this was for private wear, and must on no account be shown to any one who was not a member of the society, it did not give her the amount of rapture it would otherwise have done. "It is lovely too. It is a badge and means a great deal," she said to herself, and she closed her hand over it as she lay in bed. "It is tiresome that I cannot show it. It is a sweet little locket, and I might save up money enough to have it gilded over. People would think I had a gold locket. I have always nearly died to have one, but of course I couldn't do that, for it would be displeasing to our queen, the darling, and I wouldn't, for all I am worth, do anything to annoy her. Oh dear, things are turning out lovely. I am twice as happy a girl as I was before Kathleen O'Hara came to the school." At school the next day the members of the new society looked a little conscious. Their eyes often met, and those eyes spoke volumes. Sometimes a girl would put her hand up to her neck in a somewhat significant way, and another girl would respond with a similar signal. There was a sort of suppressed excitement in the school, but the teachers remarked nothing. On the contrary, they were pleased with the way lessons were done, exercises gone through, and work accomplished. The girls were so completely in league with each other, so full of delight over the new amusement which Kathleen had started in their midst, that they had no time to be supercilious or disagreeable to the paying girls, who were left in peace. They were usually a good deal tormented by the foundationers, who took their revenge by small spiteful ways, by taking the ink when they did not want it, by removing good pens and putting bad ones in their place, by spilling ink on the blotting paper. In short, they had many ways of rendering the life of a paying girl anything but happy. To-day, however, all was peace and quiet. Kathleen walked in her radiant fashion through her lessons. Her beautiful face could not but be an attraction. She was very bright and very smart, and even Alice gave her an approving glance. "Mother is right," she thought. "She is a little better than she was. If only she would take a real interest in her work, I should have hopes of her." Now Cassandra Weldon had come to the school that day with the intention of asking Ruth Craven to come home with her. She had a suggestion to make to Ruth. She knew that the little girl was very poor and very clever. Cassandra was working very hard for one of the big scholarships, and her mother had gone to the expense of getting a special coach to help her at home. Cassandra had spoken to her mother, and her mother had agreed that Ruth might come back with her each evening and also take advantage of the services of Miss Renshaw. If Ruth got a scholarship, she would indeed be a happy girl, and it was Cassandra's opinion that although she had been such a short time in the school, she would have a very good chance if she got a little outside help. Accordingly, Cassandra waited for Ruth outside the school when lessons were over. During the morning her eyes had travelled in Ruth's direction pretty often, and her eyes had conveyed to the little girl all sorts of kind and friendly messages, but Ruth had avoided Cassandra's eyes. She had made up her mind. "I can't be two things," she said to herself. "I have elected to go with the foundationers and with Kathleen O'Hara, although I don't care for the society, and I don't want to belong to the girls who band themselves together against the paying girls. But if I do this, I certainly can't take advantage of Cassandra's kindness. I do love her. I am sure I should love her dearly, but I can't have much to say to her now." Accordingly, while Cassandra waited for Ruth, hoping that she would appear at any moment, and that she could tell her what a good thing she had arranged on her behalf, Ruth avoided Cassandra. Presently Kathleen O'Hara, dressed somewhat extravagantly, and with her blue velvet cap perched upon the back of her golden hair, strolled out of school. She had a crimson sash around her black velvet dress, and a wide lace collar encircled her neck. She was fastening a heavily embroidered coat of blue cashmere when Cassandra accosted her. "How do you do, Miss O'Hara?" she said. "How are you?" replied Kathleen, just raising her brows and then turning to say something to Susy Hopkins. Cassandra frowned. How can Kathleen, who with all her eccentricities is a lady, waste her time talking to an insignificant little girl like Susy? thought Cassandra. Kathleen seemed to read her neighbour's thoughts, for she slipped her hand inside Susy's arms. "I will walk with you a little way," she said. "I have something I want to say." "One moment first," said Cassandra. "Have you seen Ruth Craven anywhere?" "Oh yes, Ruth has left the school. Didn't you see her go? There she is, crossing the field. I suppose she is in a hurry to get home." "Thank you," said Cassandra. She caught up her books and started running in the direction of Ruth Craven. "How tiresome of her to have gone so fast," she said to herself. Presently she shouted Ruth's name, and Ruth was obliged to stop. "Why, Ruth," said Cassandra, "what is the matter with you? You generally wait to talk to me after school is over. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I am not," said Ruth, who was not going to get out of her difficulty by telling an untruth. "Well, if you are not in a hurry, why are you running across this field at the rate of a hunt? It looks as if you were—" Cassandra paused, and the colour came into her cheeks. "As if you were running away from me." Ruth was silent. Cassandra came close to her and looked into her face. "What is the matter, Ruth?" she repeated. "I have promised Granny that I would help her with some darning this afternoon." "Your granny must do without you, for you have got to come back with me." "Oh, indeed I can't." "But you must, my little girl. I have got the most heavenly plan to suggest to you." Cassandra laid her hand on Ruth's shoulder. Ruth started away. "What is it, Ruth? How queer you look! What is the matter?" "I must get home. I promised Granny." "But listen, before you decide. You know Miss Renshaw, don't you?" "Yes, Maria Renshaw, the coach. Yes, I do." "Don't you remember my pointing her out to you?" "Of course I remember it, Cassandra. And she looked lovely." "She is far more lovely than she looks. That is, if you mean she is clever and taking all the rest. She is just perfectly splendid. She makes you see a thing at the first glance. She has a way of putting information into you so that you cannot help knowing. Oh, she is delightful. And mother says that I may have her to coach me for the big scholarship, the £60 a year scholarship. You know there are two of them. There is one quite in your line, and there is one in mine, and there is no earthly reason why you should not get one and I the other." "Well," said Ruth. Her beautiful, fair, delicately chiselled face had turned pale. She stood very upright and looked full at Cassandra. "It could be easily done, dear Ruth. Miss Renshaw would just as soon coach two girls as one, and mother has arranged it. Yes, she has arranged it absolutely. Miss Renshaw will coach you and me together. You are to come home with me every evening. She will give us both an hour. Isn't it too splendid?" Ruth did not speak. "Aren't you pleased, Ruth? Don't you think it is very nice of me to think of my friends? You are my friend, you know." "Oh no," said Ruth. "But what is it? What is the matter? I
I can't." "You can. It will be madness to refuse. Think what a chance is offered you. If you get Miss Renshaw's instructions, you are safe to get that scholarship, and it is for 3 years, Ruth. It would send you, with a little help from your grandfather perhaps, to Holloway College, perhaps to Somerville or Newnham, or even Girton. Perhaps you could try for a scholarship in one of these great colleges afterwards. You don't refuse it. It means all the difference in your whole life." "I know," said Ruth. "Cassandra, I will write to you. I can't decide just now. I am awfully obliged to you. I can't express what I feel. You are good. You are very, very good." Ruth caught one of Cassandra's hands and raised it to her lips. "You are very good," she said again. Meanwhile, Kathleen O'Hara, after walking a very short way with Susy Hopkins, gave her an abrupt good-bye and started running in the direction of the Tennants' house. She did not care a bit for Susy, but being a member of the Wild Irish Girls, and not only a member but one of the Cabinet, she must on all occasions be kind to her. Nevertheless, a commonplace little girl like Susy Hopkins had not one thing in common with Kathleen. "Everything is going splendidly," she said to herself. "No fear now that I shall not have plenty of excitement in the coming by and by. I mean to write to father and ask him whether I may not invite some of the members of the Cabinet to Carrigrohane. Wouldn't they enjoy it? Kate Rourke, of course, must come, and dear little Ruth Craven. How pale and sweet Ruth looked today! She is far and away the nicest girl in the school. I am so glad I have taken steps to prevent that horrid friendship with Cassandra coming to anything. Ruth mustn't love anybody in the school very, very much except me. Oh, things are going well, and Alice little guesses what she is driving me to do by her extraordinary behavior." Kathleen entered the house, banging the door loudly after her, as was her fashion. Another little girl had also reached home, but she did not bang the door. She entered her mother's shop to encounter the flushed and much perturbed face of her parent. "Well, Susy," said Mrs. Hopkins, "I wouldn't have thought it of you." "Why? What is it, mother?" "There's 19 and 6pence taken out of the till," said Mrs. Hopkins. "Some one must have come to the shop, for the accounts are 19 and 6pence short. When I left the house yesterday there were £3 in the till, £3 and 5pence halfpenny. You sold, according to your own showing, a pennorth of paper, which makes an extra penny. But when I went into the accounts this morning I found that the whole amount was only £2 and 1 and a halfpenny. 19 and 6pence is missing. Susy, what does this mean?" "I am sure, mother, I can't tell you. No one came into the shop. Certainly no one stole the money." "My dear child, seeing is believing. I assure you there are only £2, 1 and a halfpenny in the till. I scarcely took a penny this morning, and that 19 and 6pence makes it impossible for me to pay my rent, as I meant to-day. Who can have come in and stolen very nearly £1 worth of my hard-earned money?" "Nobody, dear mother. Do let me examine the till." "Are you quite positive that no one came into the shop?" "Nobody, mother." "You did not leave the shop even for a moment?" "Yes, I went to sit in the parlor." "Oh, Susy, there you are! I trust you with my house and my property, and you leave the shop without anyone in it. Did you lock the till?"
Susy had an unpleasant memory of having found the till open when she returned to attend to a customer. "No," she said, hanging her head. Mrs. Hopkins uttered a heavy sigh. "Oh dear," she said. "And as you sat in the parlor you could not see the shop. You did not leave the parlor, did you?" For 1 minute Susy remembered that she had gone upstairs for an exercise book, but she determined not to tell her mother of this further enormity. "I was either in the shop or in the parlor all the time. I only went into the parlor because I could not do my exercises in the shop, but I sat where I could see everything." "You couldn't have done so. This money would not have gone without hands. How am I to manage? I don't know. I have lost a large sum for such a poor woman." Susy pitied her mother, tried to assure her that the fault was not hers, was convinced that the money would be found, and went on talking a lot of nonsense until Mrs. Hopkins fairly lost her temper. "Examine the drawer for yourself," she said. "I tell you what it is, Susy. I won't be able to buy you a new winter frock all this year, and you will have to have your boots patched, for I can't afford a new pair. I was trying to collect £1 towards your winter things, but this puts a stop to everything." "Mother doesn't know what a lovely blouse I've got," thought Susy. "When she sees me in that she'll be quite cheered up." The moment she thought of the blouse, the little girl felt a frantic desire to run upstairs to look at it. "Mother," she said, "I don't mind a bit about the winter dress, and if my boots are neatly patched and well blacked every day, I dare say I can do with them a little longer. And I will sit with you this afternoon, mother, and help you to sew. I can't understand who could have stolen the money. Perhaps it is a practical joke of Tom's. You know he is fond of doing things of that sort now and then." "No, it isn't, for I asked him. Who could have come into the shop? Do you think you fell asleep over your work?" "Oh no." "Then it is a mystery past bearing. If nobody came in, and you never left either the shop or the parlor, that money was taken out of the till as though by magic." "We will find it, mother. We are sure to find it," said Susy, and the way she said these words aggravated poor Mrs. Hopkins, as she said afterwards, more than a little. Chapter 12 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Tom Hopkins and his way with Aunt Church. It was quite true that Mrs. Hopkins could ill afford to lose so large a sum as 19 6d. out of her small earnings. During her husband's lifetime the stationer's shop had gone well and provided a comfortable living for his wife, son, and daughter. But unfortunately, in an evil moment, he had been induced to put his hand to a bill for a friend. The friend had, as usually is the case, become bankrupt. Poor Hopkins had to pay the money, and from that moment the affairs in the stationer's shop were the reverse of flourishing. In fact, the blow killed the poor man. He lingered for a time, broken-hearted and unable to rouse himself, and finally died about 3 years before the date of this story. For a time Mrs. Hopkins was quite prostrate, but being a woman with a good deal of vigour and determination, she induced one of her relatives to lend her £100 and determined to keep on with the shop. She could not, of course, stock it as fully as she would have liked. She could never extend her connection beyond mere stationery, sealing wax, pens,
and a very few books and Christmas cards in the winter. Still, she managed to support herself and Tom and Susy, but it was a scraping along all the time. She had to count every penny, and above all things to avoid going in debt. She was only in debt for the £100 which had been lent to her by an aunt of her husband's, an old woman of the name of Church, who lived in the neighbouring village about 4 miles away. Mrs. Church was quite rich, according to the Hopkinsons' ideas of wealth. She lived alone and hoarded her money. She had not been at all willing to lend Mrs. Hopkins the £100, but as she had really been fond of Mr. Hopkins, and had at one time meant to make him her heir, she had listened to Mrs. Hopkins' lamentations, and desired her to send Tom to her to inspect him, and had finally handed over the money, which was to be paid back by monthly instalments within the space of 3 years. Mrs. Hopkins was so relieved to get the money that she never thought at all of the terrible tax it would be to return it. Still, by working hard morning, noon, and night, she added to her gains by doing fine needlework for several ladies, who said that no one could embroider like Mrs. Hopkins. She managed to make 2 ends just meet together, and she always continued to send Mrs. Church her £2 15s and 7d on the first of every month. Tom was the one who generally ran across to the old ladies with the money, and so fond was she of him that she often gave him a piece of cake, and even on 1 or 2 rare occasions kept him to dinner. Tom enjoyed his visits to Mrs. Church, and Mrs. Hopkins was sure to encourage him to go to her, as she hoped against hope that when the old lady died, Tom would be left some of her money. It was on a Wednesday that Susy sat in the parlour and forgot all about the interests of the shop. It was on that very night that the tramp had come in and helped himself to a 10-shilling piece and some silver out of the till, and it was on the following Saturday that Mrs. Hopkins, for the first time since she had borrowed the £100 from Aunt Church, as she called the old lady, found that she could not return even a portion of what had just fallen due. She called Tom to her side. "Tom," she said, "you must go and see Aunt Church this afternoon, as soon as ever you come in. You must go, and you must tell her." "Of course I'll go, mother," answered the boy. "I always like going to Aunt Church's. She is very kind to me. She said next time I came along she'd show me things in her microscope. She has got a beetle's wing, mother, mounted on glass, and when you gaze down at it, it seems to be covered with beautiful feathers, as long as though they were on a big bird. And she has got a drop of water full of wriggly things all alive, and she says we drink it by the gallon, and it is no wonder we feel bad in our insides." "I'll go, right enough. I suppose you have the money ready?" "No, Tom, that's just what I have not got. I told you how that night when I had the misfortune to go and see your aunt and look after her sick child, some one came into the shop and stole 19 and 6pence out of the till. I am so short from the loss of that money that I can't pay Aunt Church for at least another week. Ask her if she'll be kind enough to give me a week's grace, Tom. That's a good boy. I can't think how the money was stolen." "Why did you put it in the hands of the police?" said Tom. "Why, Tom," said his mother, looking at him with admiration, "you are a smart boy. Do you know, I never thought of that. I will go round to the police station this very afternoon, and get Police Constable McCartney to take it up." "But, mother, the thief, whoever he is, has left the place long before now. The money was stolen on Wednesday, and this is Saturday morning." Well, Tom, there's no saying. Anyhow, I will go round to the police station and lodge the information." Accordingly, while Susy was again trying on her lovely pale blue cashmere blouse behind locked doors upstairs, Tom and his mother were plotting how best to cover the loss of the 19 and 6pence. Naughty Susy, having made up her mind to deny herself a frock and new boots, had given the matter no further consideration. She was accustomed to the fact that her mother was always in money difficulties, as long as she could remember. This was the state of things at home. She had come to the conclusion that grown-up persons were always in a frantic state about money, and she had no desire to join these anxious ones herself. As she could not mend matters, she did not see why she should worry about them. Tom had a scrap of dinner and then ran off to see Aunt Church. He found the old lady sitting at her parlor window, looking out as usual for him. She was dressed in rusty black. She had a front of stiff curls on her forehead, a white widow's cap over it, and a small black crape handkerchief crossed on her breast. Mrs. Church was a little woman. She had very tiny feet and hands, and was very proud of them. She never thought of buying any new clothes, and her black bombazine dress was more brown than black now. So was her shawl, and so was the handkerchief which she wore round her neck. Her cap was tied with ribbons which had been washed so often that they were no longer white but yellow. She came to the door to greet Tom when he arrived, and called him in. "Ah, Tom," she said, "I have got a piece of plum cake waiting for you, and if you are a really good boy and will shoo the fowls into my backyard and shut the gate on them, you may look into my microscope." "Thank you, Aunt Church," said Tom. "I shall go at once and shoo the fowls." "You had best give me my money first. Here is the box. You drop it in, £2 in gold. I hope to goodness your mother has sent the money in gold. £2 in gold and the rest in silver. Now then, here is the box. Drop it in like a good child, and then you shall shoo the fowls and have your plum cake and look in the microscope." "But Aunt Church," said Tom. He planted himself right in front of the old lady. He was a tall boy, well set up, with a sandy head, and a face covered with freckles. He had rather shallow blue eyes and a wide mouth, but his whole expression was honest and full of fun. "I am desperately sorry, and so is mother." "Eh? What?" said the old lady. She put her hand to her ear. "I am a bit hard of hearing, my dear. Come close to me." "Mother's awfully sorry, but she can't pay you to-day." "Oh!" said Mrs. Church. "Can't pay me to-day? But it is the first of the month, and she was never behindhand, I will say that, in her payments before." "She's fretting past bearing," said Tom. "She'd give all the world to be able to pay you up, but she ain't got the money, and that's a fact. We have had a robbery in the shop, Aunt Church, and mother has took on dreadful." "A burglary?" said Mrs. Church. "Now tell me all about it. Stand here and pour your words into my ear. I am very much interested about burglaries. Was there attempted murder? Speak up, boy, speak up." Tom quite longed to say that there was. He had been able to assure Mrs. Church that burglars with masks on their faces had burst into the shop at dead of night and penetrated to his mother's bedroom, and had held pistols to her throat and Susy's throat, and a great fair glittering knife to his; and had he been further able to tell her that he himself unaided had grappled with the enemy, had wrested the knife from the hand of one, and knocked the loaded pistols from the hands of the others, then indeed he would have felt himself a hero, and the mere fact of not being able to return the money on the appointed day would not have signified. But Tom was truthful, and he had but a lame story to tell. 19 and 6pence had been abstracted from the till. Nobody knew how it had been done, and nobody had the least idea who was the thief. Mrs. Church, who would have given her niece unlimited time to return the money had there been a real, proper, bloodthirsty burglary, was not at all inclined to show mercy when the affair dwindled down into an unknown thief taking a small sum of money out of the till. "Why didn't you get it back?" she said. "Why didn't you send for the police? My word, this is a nice state of things! And me to be out of my money that I counted up. Why, Tom boy, I spend that money on my food, rent, and the little expenses I have to go to. I made up my mind when I drew that £100 from my dear husband's hard-earned savings that whatever happened I'd make that sum last me for all expenses for 3 years. And I have done it, Tom. I have done it, and am in low water, Tom. I want the money. I want it just as much as your poor mother does." "But you have money in the bank, haven't you?" "That is no affair of yours, Tom Hopkins. Don't talk in that silly way to me. No, I don't want you to shoe the fowls in the yard, and I don't mean to give you any plum cake. I shall have to eat it myself, for I have no money to buy anything else. And I won't show you the beautiful wings of the beetle in the microscope. You can go home to your mother and tell her I am very much annoyed indeed." "But Aunt Church," said Tom, "if you were to see poor mother you wouldn't blame her. She looks, oh, so thin and so tired. She's terribly unhappy, and she will be certain sure to pay you next week. It was silly of her, I will own, not to think of the police sooner, but she's gone to them to-day, ordered by me to do that same." "That was thoughtful enough of you, Tom, and I don't object to giving you a morsel of the stalest cake. I always keep 3 cakes in 3 tin boxes, and you can have a morsel of the stalest. It is more than 2 months old, but you won't mind that." "Not me," said Tom. "I like stale cakes best," he added, determined to show his aunt that he was ready to be pleased with everything. He was a very knowing boy, and spoke up so well, and was so evidently sorry himself, and so positive, that as soon as ever the police were told, they would simply lay their hands on the thief, and the thief would disgorge his boils, and Aunt Church was fain to believe him. In the end she made a compact. "I'll tell you what it is," he said. "You haven't been to see mother for a long time, and if you ain't got any money to buy a dinner for yourself, it is but fair that you should have a slice off our Sunday joint." "Sunday joint, indeed!" snapped Mrs. Church. "You couldn't expect us not to have a bit of Sunday meat on Sunday," said Tom. "Why, we'd get so weak that mother couldn't earn the money she sends you every month." "And you couldn't do your lessons and be the fine big boy that I am proud of," said Mrs. Church. "Now, to tell the truth, I can't bear that sister of yours. Susy, you call her. But I have a liking for you, Tom Hopkins. What is it you want me to do?" "If you will let me come here to morrow, I'll push you all the way to Merrifield in time for our dinner. Wouldn't you like that? And I'd bring you back again in the evening. There's your own old bath chair that Uncle Church used to be moved about in before he died." "To be sure there is," said Mrs. Church, her eyes brightening; "but the lining has got moth-eaten." "Who minds that?" said Tom. "I'll go and clean it after you have given me that bit of cake you promised me." Everything ended quite satisfactorily as far as Tom was concerned, for Mrs. Church forgot her anger in the interest that the boy's visit gave her.
She consulted him about her fowls, and gave him a new laid egg to slip into his pocket for his own supper. Later on she allowed him to munch some very poor and very stale plum cake. Finally she gave him his heart's delight, for he was allowed to peer into the old microscope and revel in the sight of the beetles' wings with thin, sweeping plumes, as he afterwards described them. It was rather late when Tom returned home. He burst into the parlor where his mother and Susy were sitting. "Mother," he said, "I have done everything splendidly, and she's coming to dine with us to-morrow." "She's what?" said Mrs. Hopkins. "Aunt Church is coming to dine with us. She was mad about the money, and nobody could have been nastier than she might have turned out but for me. But it's all right now. We must have a nice dinner for her. She is very fond of good things, and as she never gives them to herself, she will enjoy ours all the more." "She'll think that I am rich when I am as poor as a church mouse," said Mrs. Hopkins. "But I suppose you have done everything for the best, Tom, and I must go around to the butcher's for a little addition to the dinner." Mrs. Hopkins left the house, and Tom sank into a chair by his sister. "It's galoptious for me," he said. "She's taking no end of a fancy to me. See this egg? She gave it to me for my supper. Mother shall have it. Mother is looking very white about the gills, and a new laid egg that she hasn't to pay for will nourish her up like anything." "So it will," said Susy. "We'll boil it and say nothing about it, and just pop it on her plate when she's having her supper. All the same, Tom, I wish you hadn't asked old Aunt Church here. She is such a queer old body, and the neighbours sometimes drop in on Sundays, and I have asked Miss Kathleen O'Hara to come in to-morrow, and she has promised to." "What?" said Tom. "That grand beauty of a young lady, the pride of the school? Why, everybody is talking about her. At the boys' school we've caught sight of her, and there isn't a boy that hasn't fallen in love with her. They all slink behind the wall and bob up as she comes by. You don't mean that she's coming here?" "Yes, why not? She's very fond of me." "But she's no end of a howler. They say she's worth her weight in gold, and that her father is a sort of king in Ireland. Why should she take up with a little girl like you?" "Well, Tom, some people like me, although you think but little of your sister. Kathleen is very fond of me. I invited her to have tea with us to-morrow, and she is coming." "My word!" said Tom. "To think that I shall be sitting at the same table with her. I'll be able to make my own terms now with John Short and Harry Reid and the rest of the chaps. Why, Susy, you must be a genius, and I thought you weren't much of a sort." "I am better than you think, and she is fond of me." "And you really and truly call her by her Christian name?"
"Of course I do."
Susy longed to tell Tom about the wonderful society, but its strictest rule was that it was never to be spoken about to outsiders. Susy, as a member of the Cabinet, must certainly be one of the last to break the rules. Mrs. Hopkins came back at that moment. She had added a pound of sausages and a little piece of pork to the usual Sunday fare. She had also brought 6 pennyworth of apples with her. "These are to make a pudding," she said. "I think we shall do now very well." Susy and Tom quite agreed with their mother. Susy rose and prepared supper, and at the crucial moment the new laid egg was laid on Mrs. Hopkins' plate. It takes perhaps a great deal of poverty to truly appreciate a new laid egg. Mrs. Hopkins was delighted with hers. She thought Tom the noblest boy in the world for having denied himself in order to give it to her. Tears filled her tired eyes as she thanked God for her good children. Susy and Tom watched her as she ate the egg, and thought how delicious it must taste, but were glad she had it. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a suspicion of frost in the air. It was, as Tom expressed it, a perfect day. Susy went to church with her mother in the morning, the dinner being all prepared and left to cook itself in the oven. Tom started at about 11 o'clock on his walk to the tiny village where Mrs. Church lived. As soon as Susy returned from her place of worship, she helped her mother to get the little parlour ready. She put some autumn leaves in a jug on the centre of the table. Her mother brought out the best china, which had not been used since her husband's death. The best china was very pretty, and Susy thought that no table could look more elegant than theirs. The best china was accompanied by some quite good knives and forks. The forks were real silver. Mrs. Hopkins regarded them with pride. "If the very worst comes," she said to Susy, "we can sell them. But I cling to them as a piece of respectability that I never want to part from. Your dear father gave them to me on our wedding day, a whole dozen of beautiful silver forks with the hall mark on them, and his initials on the hand of each. I want them to be Tom's some day. Silver should always be handed on to the eldest son." Susy felt that she was almost worthy of Kathleen's friendship as she regarded the silver forks. "You must never part with them, mother," she said, "until Tom is married. Then of course they will belong to him." "You are a good little girl, Susy," said her mother. "Of course there was never a boy like Tom. It was sweet of him to give up his egg to me last night." Having seen that the table was in perfect order and that dinner was cooking as well as dinner could in the oven, Mrs. Hopkins went upstairs to put on a lace collar and a neat black silk apron. Meanwhile, Susy had locked herself into her own room. The crowning moment of her life had arrived. She had made up her mind that she would wear her new blouse at dinner that day. Susy's stockings were coarse and showed darns here and there. Susy's shoes were rough and could not altogether hide the disfiguring patches on the toes of each. Susy's skirt was dark blue serge, fairly neat in its way. Altogether, Susy from her waist down was a very ordinary little girl, the little daughter of poor people, but from her waist up she was resplendent. "Oh, if only I could show my sweet, sweet little badge," she thought, "it would make me perfect. But I daren't. The Queen commands that it should be hidden, and the Queen's commands must be obeyed." Susy slipped into her blouse. She fastened it and put a belt round her waist. She curtsied before her little glass. She bobbed here, she bobbed there. She looked at herself front view, then over her shoulder, then with a morsel of glass at her back. She surveyed herself as far as the limited accommodation of her room afforded, from every point of view. Finally, with flushed cheeks and a very proud expression on her face, she tripped downstairs. The pale blue cashmere blouse, with its real lace and embroidered trimmings, might have been worn by any girl, even in the highest station of life. Mrs. Hopkins was busy in the kitchen. She called to Susy. "Come and hold the vegetable dish, child. I hear Tom pushing Aunt Church in at the gate. I know he is doing it by the creak of the bath chair. There never was a bath chair that creaked like that. Hold this while I Why, sakes alive, Susy! Wherever did you get that?" "Oh, it's my new blouse, mother." "Your new what?" "What you see, mother. My new blouse. Don't you admire it?" Mrs. Hopkins was so stunned that she could not speak for a moment. Her face, which had been quite florid, turned pale. She suddenly put up her hand and caught Susy by the arm. "Oh, mother, don't!" said the little girl. "Your hand isn't clean. Oh, you have made a stain. Oh, mother, how could you?"
Run upstairs at once, child, and take it off. For the life of you, don't let her see it. She'd never forgive me. It isn't fit for you, Susy. It really isn't. Wherever did you get it from? Where did you buy it?" Now Susy had really no intention of making a secret with regard to the blouse. She meant to tell her mother frankly that it was a present from Miss Kathleen O'Hara, but Mrs. Hopkins's manner and words put the little girl into a passion, and she was determined now not to say a word. "It is my secret," she said. "I won't tell you how I got it, nor who gave it to me, and I won't take it off." Just then there were voices, and Aunt Church called out, "Where are you, Mary Hopkins? Why don't you show yourself? Fussing over fine living, I suppose. Oh, there is your daughter. My word, fine feathers make fine birds. Come over and speak to me, my dear, and help me out of this chair. Now then, give me your hand. Be quick." Susy put out her hand and helped Mrs. Church as well as she could out of the bath chair. Tom winked when he saw the splendid apparition. Then he stuck his tongue into his cheek, and coming close to his sister, he whispered, "Wherever did you get that toggery?" "That's nothing to you," said Susy. Mrs. Church glanced over her shoulder and looked solemnly at Susy. "It's my opinion," she said, speaking in a slow, emphatic, rather awful voice, "that you are a very, very bad little girl. You will come to no good. Mark my words. I prophesy a bad end for you, and trouble for your unfortunate mother. You will remember my words when the prophecy comes true. Help me now into the parlor. I cannot stay long, but I will have a morsel of your grand dinner before I leave." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Aunt Church at dinner and the consequences thereof. When Mrs. Church was comfortably established in the easy chair in the little parlor, with her feet on the fender and a nice view of the street from the window near by, when her best widow's cap was perched upon her head, and her little black mitts were drawn over her delicate small hands, she looked around her and gave a brief sigh of satisfaction. "Upon my word," she said, "I am not at all sorry I came. There's nothing like seeing things for yourself. Most elegant damask on the table. Mary Hopkins, where did you get that damask?" Mrs. Hopkins, whose cheeks were flushed and who looked considerably worried, replied that it had been left to her by her own mother. "My mother was a housekeeper in a nobleman's family," she said, "and she was given that cloth and 2 or 3 more like it. I have 'em in the linen chest upstairs, and I wouldn't part with 'em to anybody." "I admire your pride," said Mrs. Church. "Next door to pride comes honesty. I am sometimes inclined to believe that it comes afore pride, but we needn't dispute that delicate point at present. And the silver forks? My word, Tom, my boy, pass me a fork to examine." Tom took up a fork and handed it to Mrs. Church. "Hall marked and all," she said. She laid it down with emphasis. "Perhaps you know," she said, fixing her beady black eyes upon Mrs. Hopkins's face, "that I'll be very low as regards victuals for the rest of this week. But never mind. I am never one to press what ain't convenient to return. Ah, and here comes the dinner. Well, I will say that I have a good appetite. You can push me right up the table, Tom, my boy." Tom did push the old lady into the most comfortable seat. She now removed her mittens, put a napkin on her lap, and bent forward with a look of appetite to regard the different dishes which Ellen, the tiny 12-year-old servant, brought in. Ellen trembled very much in the company of the old lady, and Mrs. Hopkins trembled still more. But Susy, who saw no reason why she should bow down before Aunt Church, ate her good dinner with appetite, tossed her little head, and felt that she was making a sensation. Tom was very attentive to Mrs. Church, and helped her to a large glass of ginger wine. She thoroughly enjoyed her dinner, and, while she was eating it, forgot all about Susy and the pale blue cashmere blouse. But when the meat had been followed by the apple pudding, and the apple pudding by some coffee which was served in real china cups, and Mrs. Church had folded her napkin and swept the crumbs from her bombazine dress, and Mrs. Hopkins, assisted by Susy, had removed the cloth, and the little maid had swept up the hearth, Mrs. Church began to recollect herself. It is true she was no longer hungry nor cold, for the fire was plentiful, and the sun also poured in at the small window. But Mrs. Church had a memory, and, as she believed, a grievance. In her tiny house on the common 4 miles away firing was scarce, and food was scarcer. The owner of the house did not care to spend more than a very limited sum of money on coals and food. There was nothing in the cottage for Mrs. Church's supper except a bit of stale cake, a hunch of brown bread, and a little tea. The tea would have to be drunk without milk, and with only a modicum of brown sugar, for Mrs. Church was determined to spend no money, if possible, until Mrs. Hopkins paid the debt which had been due on the previous day. It was one thing, therefore, for Mrs. Church's debtors to eat good roast beef and good boiled pork and good apple pudding, but it was another thing for Mrs. Church to tolerate it. She fixed her eyes now on Susy in a very meaning way. Susy had never appealed to the old lady's fancy, and she appealed less than ever to-day. "Come right over here, little girl," said Mrs. Church, waving a thin arm and motioning Susy to approach. Susy Hopkins, remembering her blouse and her proud position as a member of the cabinet of the Queen of the Wild Irish Girls, felt for a moment inclined to disobey, but Mrs. Church had a certain power about her, and she impelled Susy to come forward. "Stand just in front of me," she said, "and let me look at you. My word! I never did see a more elegant figure. Don't you think that you are something like a peacock, fine above and ugly below?" "No, I don't, Aunt Church," said Susy. "Tut, tut, child, don't give me any of your sauce, but just answer a straight question. Where did you get that bodice? It is singularly fine for a little girl like you. Where did you get it?" "I don't think it is any business of yours, Aunt Church." "Susy!" said her mother in a voice of terror. "Don't talk like that. You know very well you mustn't be rude to Aunt Church. Don't mind her, aunt. She is a very naughty girl." "I am not, mother," said Susy, "and it's awfully unkind of you to say it of me. I am not a bit rude, but it is not Aunt Church's affair. I didn't steal the blouse. I came by it honestly, and it wasn't bought out of any of Aunt Church's money." "That remains to be proved," said Mrs. Church. "Susan Hopkins, I do not like you nor your ways. When I was young I knew a little girl, and you reminded me of her. She had a face somewhat like yours, no way pretty, and what you'd call boastful and conceited, and she thought a sight of herself, and put on gay dresses that she had no call to wear. She strutted about among the neighbors, and they said, 'Fine feathers make fine birds,' and laughed at her past bearing. But she didn't mind, because she was a little girl that was meant to go to the bad, and she did. She learned to be a thief, and she broke her mother's heart, and she was locked up in prison. In prison
She had to wear the ugly convict dress with the broad arrow stamped on all her clothes. Afterwards, when she came out again, her poor mother had died, and her grandmother likewise, and her brother, who was the moral image of Tom there, wouldn't receive her in his house. I haven't heard of her for a long time back, but most likely she died in the workhouse. Well, Susan, you may take my little story for what it is worth, and much good may it do you." "I think you are very rude indeed, Aunt Church," said Susy. "I don't see that I'm bound to submit to your ugly, cruel words. I like this blouse, and I'll wear it whenever I wish." "Oh, toity toity," said the old lady. "Impudent as well as everything else. That I should live to see it. Mary Hopkins, can it be convenient to you to let me have the remainder of my £100? There wasn't any contract, but that I could demand it whenever I wanted it, and it is about convenient to me that I should have it back now. You owe me between £30 and £40, and I'd like, I will say, to see the colour of my money. It can't be at all ill convenient to you to give it to me when I know you can afford blouses of that quality for your impudent young daughter. Real lace, forsooth! I know it when I see it. We'll say Wednesday week to receive the money, and I will come over in my bath chair, drawn by Tom, to take it, and I will give Tom a whole shilling for himself the day I get it back. That will be quite convenient to you, Mary Hopkins, won't it?" "Susy," said poor Mrs. Hopkins, "for goodness' sake leave the room. Aunt Church, you know perfectly well that I am not responsible for the naughty ways of that naughty little girl. It's apologize to you she shall, and that before you leave this house. And you know that if you press me now to return the money in full, I'll have to sell up the shop, and the children won't have anything to eat, and we'll all be ruined. You wouldn't be as cruel as that to your own flesh and blood, would you?" "Well, Mary, I only said it to frighten you. I ain't at all a cruel woman. On the contrary, I am kind-hearted, but I can't stand the source of that little girl of yours. It's my opinion, Mary, that the lost money of yours is on the back of your Susan, and the sooner you get her to confess her sin the better it will be for us all." Now, before Mrs. Hopkins had time to utter a word with regard to this preposterous and appalling suggestion of Aunt Church's, there came a loud knock on the little street door, and listening in the parlor, the people within could distinctly hear the rustle of silk petticoats. "Who in the world can that be?" said Mrs. Hopkins. Tom turned first red and then white, and rushed into the passage. Susy, who had been crying in the shop, also appeared on the scene. "I'll open the door," said Tom. "Do wipe your eyes, Susy. Don't let her see you crying. It's herself, of course." The knocker was just going to be applied to the door again when Tom opened it with a flourish, and there stood, waiting on the steps, a very brilliant apparition. This was no less a person than Miss Kathleen O'Hara in her Sunday best. Now, Kathleen tried to bear with Mrs. Tennant's advice with regard to her clothes in the week, but on Sundays she was absolutely determined that her love of finery should find full vent. Accordingly, from her store of rich and beautiful garments, she chose the gayest and the most likely to attract attention. On the present occasion she wore a crimson velvet toque. Her jacket was bright blue, and she had a skirt to match. On her neck she wore a rich necklet of flaming beads, which was extremely becoming to her, and thrown carelessly round her neck and shoulders was a boa of white fur, and she had a muff to match. Altogether her radiant dress and radiant face were quite sufficient to dazzle Tom, but Susy pushed past Tom and held out her hand.
"Oh, Kathleen," she said, "I am glad you have come. You'd best come into the shop with me. There's company in the parlor, and I don't think you'd care about it." Kathleen, of course, was just as pleased to stay in the shop with Susy as to go into any other part of the house. But just then Mrs. Hopkins put a sad, distressed face outside the door, and Mrs. Church's voice was heard in high and grating accents. "I want to see the person who is talking in the passage." "Oh, don't go in," said Susy. "It's Aunt Church, and she's dreadful." "An old lady?" cried Kathleen. "I love old ladies." She pushed past Susy and made her appearance in the parlor. Now Mrs. Church was a person of discernment. She strongly objected to gay dress on the person of little Susy Hopkins, but, as she expressed it, she knew the quality. Had she not lived all her earlier days as housekeeper to a wooded nobleman? Could she ever forget the fine folk she helped to prepare for in his house? Now Kathleen, standing in the tiny room, had a certain look of wealth and distinction about her. Mrs. Church seemed to sniff the fine quality air in a moment. She even managed to rise from her chair and drop a little curtsy. "If it weren't for the rheumatics," she said, "I would make so bold as to sit before you, miss." "But why shouldn't you? I'm sorry you suffer from rheumatism. May I bring a chair and come and sit near you? Are you Mrs. Hopkins, Susy Hopkins's mother?" "Indeed, my dear, I am truly thankful to say I am not. And what may your name be, my sweet young lady?" "Kathleen O'Hara." "Oh dear, but it's a mouthful." "I'm not English," said Kathleen. "I'm Irish. Do you know, in our country we have old ladies something like you. A good many of them have dresses like you, and they live in little cottages, and we bring them up to the castle and give them good food very, very often. There are 12 of them, and they all live in their tiny cottages close to each other. We make a great fuss about them. They love to come to the castle for tea." "The castle?" said Mrs. Church, more and more impressed. "I should think they would like it. Who wouldn't like it? It is a very great honor for an old lady to be entertained to her tea in a castle. And so you live in a castle, my bonny young lady?" "Yes, my father owns Carrigrohane Castle." "Eh, love, it is a mouthful of a word for me to get round my lips, but never mind. It is but to look at you to see how beautiful and good you are." "And you are beautiful too," said Kathleen. "I mean, you are beautiful for an old lady. I love the beauty of the old. But I want to see Mrs. Hopkins, and I want to see Susy. Susy is a great friend of mine." Mrs. Church opened her eyes very wide. Her mouth formed itself into a round O. An eager exclamation was about to burst from her lips, but she restrained herself. "And a very good little girl Susan Hopkins is," she said, after a moment's pause, "and a particularly great friend of mine, being, so to speak, my grand niece. Mary, my dear, call your little girl in." Mrs. Hopkins, in some trepidation, crossed the room and called to Susy, who was still sulking in the shop. "My visitor and all," she kept saying, "and I wanted to have her all to myself. I had such a lot to say to her. I never saw anybody quite so horrible as Aunt Church is to-day." "Never mind, Susy, never mind," said her mother. "The young lady is pleasing your aunt like anything, and she has sent for you." "Come along in, Susan, this minute," called out Mrs. Church. "Come, my pet, and let's have a little talk." "Go, Susy, and be quick about it," said her mother. By the aid of Tom and Mrs. Hopkins, who pushed Susy from behind,
she was induced to re-enter the little parlour. There indeed all things had changed. Kathleen called to her, made room for her on the same chair, and held her hand. Mrs. Church glanced from one to the other. Only too well did she see the difference between them. One was a rather plain little girl, and the daughter of her own relation. The other was a lady, beautiful, stately, and magnificently dressed. "I know her kind," thought Aunt Church. "I have aired beds for quality of that sort, and I have watched them when they danced in the big ballroom, and watched them, too, when their sweethearts came along, and seen oh, yes, many, many things I have seen, and many, many things I have heard of those fair young ladies of quality. She belongs to them, and she likes that good-for-nothing, pert little Susy Hopkins. Yet it doesn't matter to me. Susy shall have my good graces if she has secured those of Miss Kathleen O'Hara." Accordingly, Mrs. Church changed her tactics. She praised Susy in honeyed words to the visitor. "A good little girl, miss, and deserving of anything that those who are better off can do for her. She is a great help to her mother, Mary Hopkins. Come nigh, dear. You are very fond of your Susy, aren't you?" "Of course I am," said Mrs. Hopkins in an affectionate tone. Susy longed to keep up her anger, but she could not. She was soon smiling and flushing. "And what a neat little bodice my Susy is wearing," said Mrs. Church. "And bought with her own hard-earned savings. You wouldn't think so, would you, miss?" "It gives her great credit," said Kathleen in a calm voice. "I like people to wear smart clothes, don't you, Mrs. Church? If you lived on our estate I would dress you myself. I love to see our old ladies gaily dressed. On Christmas Day they come to the castle and have dinner as well as tea. It is wonderful how smart they look." "They are very lucky ladies, very lucky," said Mrs. Church. "They don't wear old bombazine like this, do they?" "Your dress suits you very well indeed," said Kathleen. "But my old ladies wear velveteen dresses. They save them, of course. We don't want them to be extravagant, but they always come up to the castle in velveteen dresses with white caps and white collars round their necks, and they look very nice. They have a happy time." "I'm sure they have, miss." "Yes, they have a very happy time. They want for nothing. There was an old lady belonging to our house who left a certain sum of money, and the old ladies get it between them. They get 6 shillings a week each, and a dear little house to live in. We are obliged to supply them with as much coal as they want, and candles, and a new pair of blankets on the 1st of every November, and a bale of unbleached calico on the 1st of May. You can't think how comfortable they are. And then, of course, we throw in a lot of extra things, the black velveteen dresses and other garments of the same quality." "It must be a wonderful place to live in. Is it very difficult to get into one of these houses, missy?" "I don't know. Would you like to come?" "That I would." "I'll write to father and ask him if you may. Miss, it would be wonderful." "You'd be very picturesque amongst them," said Kathleen, gazing at Mrs. Church with a critical eye. "And you'd have so much to tell them, because all the rest are Irish, and they have never gone beyond their own country. But you have seen such a lot of life, haven't you?" "Miss, I can't express all the tales I could tell. I lived with the quality for so long. I lived with Lord Henshall until he died. I was housekeeper there. Oh, I could tell them lots of things. It would be very nice if you came over, and I'm almost sure there is a cottage vacant," said Kathleen in a contemplative voice. "It seems unfair to give the cottages entirely to Irish people. We might have one English old lady."
You would enjoy it. You have such a lovely view. And you might keep your own little pig if you liked." Mrs. Church was not enamoured with the idea of keeping a pig. "Perhaps fowls will do as well," she said. "I have a great fancy for birds. I am fond of new laid eggs." "Fowls will do just as well," said Kathleen, rising now carelessly from her seat. "Well, Mrs. Church, I will write to father and let you know if there is a vacancy, and you could come back with me in the summer, couldn't you? Oh, miss, it would be heaven." "Can't we go out and have a walk now, Susy?" said Kathleen, who found the small parlor a little too close for her taste. Susy rushed upstairs, put on her outdoor jacket and a cheap hat, and, trying to hide the holes in her gloves, ran downstairs. Kathleen, however, was the last girl to notice any want in her companion's wardrobe. She had all her life been so abundantly supplied with clothes that although she loved to array herself in fine garments, the want of them in others never attracted her attention. "Susy," she said the moment they got out of doors, "what is the matter with Ruth Craven?" "With Ruth Craven?" said Susy, who was by no means inclined to waste her time over such an uninteresting person. "Yes, you must go to her house. You must insist on seeing her, and you must find out and let me know what is wrong. She has written me a most mysterious letter. She has actually asked me to let her withdraw from our society. Ruth, of all people!" "It is very queer of her," said Susy, "not to be grateful and pleased, for she is no better than the rest of us." "No better than the rest of you, Susy," said Kathleen, raising her brows in surprise. "But indeed you are mistaken. The rest of you are not a patch on her. She is my Prime Minister. I can't allow her to resign." "Oh, well," said Susy, "if you think of her in that way " "Of course I think of her in that way, Susy. I like you very much, and I want to be kind to everybody, but to compare you or Mary Rand or Rosie Myers or any of the others with Ruth Craven " "But she is no better." "She is a great deal better. She is refined and beautiful. She mustn't go. I can't allow it. But she has written me such a queer letter, and implored and besought of me not to come to see her, that I am forced to accede to her wishes. So you will have to go to her tonight and tell her that she must meet me on my way to school tomorrow. Tell her that I will go a bit of the way towards her house. Tell her that I will be at the White Cross Corner at 9:15. You needn't say more. Oh, Susy, it would break my heart if Ruth did not continue to be a member of our society." "I will do what you want, of course," said Susy. "I will do anything in the world for you, Kathleen. It was so kind of you to come to see us this afternoon. You will keep your promise and come and have tea with us, won't you?" "I am very sorry, but I am afraid I can't. I do wish I had a home of my own, and then I'd ask you to have tea with me. But Susy, how funnily you were dressed today! Now that I come to think of it, you did look odd. That blouse is too smart for the coarse blue serge skirt you are wearing." "I know it is, but I can't afford a better skirt. Mother is very worried about money just now. I know I oughtn't to tell you, but she is. And do you know, before you came in Aunt Church was so horrid. She got it quite dreadful about the blouse, and she tried to make out that I had stolen the money from mother to buy it. Wasn't it awful of her? I can tell you it was a blessing when you came in. You changed her altogether. What did you do to her?" "Well," said Kathleen, "I rather like old ladies, and she struck me as something picturesque." "She's a horrid old thing, and not a bit picturesque. I hate her like poison." "That is very wrong of you, Susy. Some day you will get old yourself, and you won't like people to hate you." Well, that's a long way off. I needn't worry about it yet," cried Susy. "I do hate her very much indeed. And then, you know, when you appeared, she began to butter me up like anything. I hated that the worst of all." "I am sorry she is that sort of old lady," said Kathleen after a pause, "but I have promised to try and get her into one of our almshouses. It would be rare fun to have her there." "But she is not a bit poor. She oughtn't to go into an almshouse if she is rich," said Susy. "Of course she mustn't go into an almshouse if she is rich, but she doesn't look rich. She is quite rich. I think she has saved £300. You must call that rich." "I'm afraid I don't," said Kathleen. Susy was silent for a moment. "There are so many different views about riches," she said at last. "I am glad you are so tremendously rich that you think nothing of £300. Mother and I often sigh and pine even for £1, for instance now. But I mustn't tell you; it would not be right. Perhaps Aunt Church will be a little nicer to me now that you have taken her up. I'll threaten to complain to you if she doesn't behave." Here Susy laughed merrily. "That's all right, Susan," said Kathleen. "I must go back now, for I have promised to go for a walk with Mrs. Tennant. No one ever thinks about her as she ought to be thought of, so I have some plans in my head for her too. Oh, my head is full of plans, and I do wish, yes, I do, Susy, that I could make a lot of people happy." "You are a splendid girl," said Susy. "I wish there were others like you in the world." "No, I am not splendid," said Kathleen, her lovely dark eyes looking wishful. "I have heaps and lashons of faults, but I do like to make people happy. I always did since I was a child. The person I am most anxious about at present is Ruth. I love Ruth so very much. You will be sure to see her this evening, won't you?" "Sure and certain," said Susy. "I am very much obliged to you, Kathleen. You have made a great difference in my life." The two girls parted just by the turnstile. Kathleen passed through on her way across the common to Mrs. Tennant's house, and Susy went slowly back to the High Street and the little stationer's shop. She found Mrs. Church in the act of being deposited in her bath chair, and Tom, looking proud and flushed, attending on her. Mrs. Hopkins was also standing just outside the shop, putting a wrap round the old lady and tucking her up. When Susy appeared, her mother called out to her: "Come along, you ungrateful girl. Here's Aunt Church going, and wondering why you have deserted her during the last hour." "That's just like you, Mary Hopkins," said old Mrs. Church. "You scold when there's no occasion to, and you withhold scolding when it's due. I don't blame your daughter Susan for going out with that nice young lady. I am only too pleased to think that any daughter of yours should be taken notice of by a young lady of the Miss Kathleen O'Hara type. She's a splendid girl, and to tell you the honest truth, none of you are fit for her to touch you with a pair of tongs." "Dear, dear," said Susy, "but she has touched me pretty often. I don't think you ought to say nasty things of that sort, Aunt Church, for if you do I may be able to—" Aunt Church fixed her glittering black eyes on Susan. "Come here, child," she said. Susy went up to her somewhat unwillingly. "My bark is worse than my bite," said old Mrs. Church. "Now look here. If you bring that charming young lady to see me, and give me a notice a day or so before, Tom can run over and tell me. If you and Tom and Miss Kathleen O'Hara would come and have tea at my place, why, it is the freshest of the plum cakes we'd have, not the stalest. And the microscope should be out handy and in order, and with some prepared plates that my poor husband used, which I never have shown to anybody from the time of his death. I have a magnifying glass too, that I can put into the microscope. It will make you see the root of a hair on your head." "And I will," whispered Susy. Susy somewhat unwillingly bent forward. "I will give you 5 shillings. You'd like to trim your hat to match that handsome blouse, wouldn't you?" Susy's eyes could not help dancing. 5 shillings all to yourself, and I would press your mother about the instalment which was due to me yesterday. I'll manage without it somehow, but I want to see that beautiful young lady in my cottage, and you will get the money when you bring her. That's all. You are a queer little girl, and not altogether to my taste, but you are no fool." Susy stood silent. She put her hand on the moth-eaten cushion of the old Bath chair, bent forward, and looked into Mrs. Church's face. "Will you take back the words you said?" "I will take back what?" "If not the words, at least the thought. Will you say that you know I got this blouse honestly?" "Oh yes, child. I'd quite forgotten all about it. Now just see that you do what I want, and the sooner the better, you understand. And oh, Susy, mum's the word with regard to me being well off. I ain't, I can tell you. I am quite a poor body, but I could do a kindness to you and your mother if certain things were to come to pass. Now that's about all. Pull away, Tom, my boy. I have a rosy apple which shall find its way into your pocket if you take me home in double quick time." Tom pulled with a will. The little Bath chair creaked and groaned, and Mrs. Church nodded her wise old head, and she was carried over the country roads. Meanwhile Susy entered the house with her mother. "What a blessing," said Mrs. Hopkins, "that pretty young lady happened to call. I never saw such a change in any one as what took place in your aunt after she had seen her." "Well, mother, you know what it's all about," said Susy. "Aunt Church wants to get into one of those almshouses." "Just like her, stingy old thing," said Mrs. Hopkins. "I don't want her to get in, I can tell you, mother. And when Kathleen and I were out, I told Kathleen that she was a great deal too rich. She asked me what her means were, and I said I believe she has £300 put by. Now, mother, don't you call that riches?" "£300?" said Mrs. Hopkins. "That depends, child. To some it is wealth, to others it is a decent competence, to others again it is poverty." "Kathleen didn't think much of it, mother." "Well," said Mrs. Hopkins, "I have notions in my head. Maybe this very thing can be turned to good for us. There's no saying. I think if your aunt was sure and certain to get into one of those almshouses, she might do a good turn to you, Susy, as she's sure and certain to help Tom a little. But there, we can't look into the future. I am tired out with one thing and another. Susan, my dear child, where did you get that beautiful pale blue blouse?" "I didn't get it through theft, mother. It's what you were thinking of. I got it honestly, and I am not obliged to tell, and what's more, I won't tell." Mrs. Hopkins sighed. "Dear, dear," she said, and she sat down in the easy chair which Mrs. Church had occupied, and stared into the fire. "I am not nearly as low-spirited as I was," she said after a pause. "If Miss Kathleen will do something for Aunt Church, it stands to reason that Aunt Church won't be hard on us." Susy made no answer to this. She stood quiet for a moment or two, and then she went slowly upstairs. She removed the beautiful blouse and put on a common one. She then wrapped herself in an old waterproof cloak, for the sunshiny morning had developed into an evening of thick clouds and threatening rain, and went downstairs. "Where in the world are you going?" said her mother in a fretful tone. "I did think you'd sit quietly with me and learn your collect. If you are going out, it ought to be to church. I don't see what call you have to be going anywhere else on Sunday evening." "I want to see Ruth Craven. Don't keep me, please. It is very important." "But I don't know who Ruth Craven is." "Oh, mother, I thought everyone knew her. She is the very, very pretty little granddaughter of old Mr. Craven, who lives in that cottage close to the station." "A handsome old man, too," said Mrs. Hopkins; "but I confess I don't know anything about him." "Well, he and his old wife have got this one beautiful grandchild, and she has joined the foundationers at the Great Shirley School. Miss Kathleen O'Hara has taken up with her as well as with me and other foundation girls, and instead of having a miserable, dull, downtrodden life, we are extremely likely to have the best life of any girls in the school. Anyhow, I have a message for Ruth, and I promise to deliver it." "All right, child. Don't be long any way than you can help." Susy left the house. The distance from her mother's shop to the Cravens' cottage was a matter of 10 minutes' quick walking. She soon reached her destination, walked up the little path which led to the tiny cottage, and tapped with her fingers on the door. The door was opened for her by old Mrs. Craven. Mrs. Craven was in her Sunday best, and looked a very beautiful and almost aristocratic old lady. "Do you want my grandchild?" she said, observing Susy's size and dress. "Yes. Is she within?" asked Susy. "No, dear. She has gone to church. Would you like to wait in for her, or would you rather go and meet her? She has gone to St. James the Less, the church just round the corner. You know it?" "Yes, I know it," said Susy. "They'll be coming out now," said Mrs. Craven, looking up at the 8-day clock, which stood in the passage. "If you go and stand by the principal entrance, you are safe to see her." "Thank you," said Susy. "You are sure you wouldn't rather wait in the house?" "No, really. Mother expects me back. My name is Susan Hopkins. My mother keeps the stationer's shop in the High Street." "To be sure," said Mrs. Craven gently. "I know the shop quite well." Susy said good bye, and then stepped down the little path. What a humble abode the prime favorite Ruth Craven lived in! Susy's own home was a palace in comparison. Ruth lived in a cottage which was little better than a workman's cottage. "There can't be more than 2 bedrooms upstairs," thought Susy, "and I wonder if there is a sitting room. Certainly there can't be more than 1. The old lady looked very nice, but of course she is quite a common person. I should love to be Prime Minister to Kathleen O'Hara, and why should there be such a fuss made about Ruth? I only wish the post was mine. Shouldn't I do a lot? Couldn't I help mother and Tom and all of us? And there is that stupid little Ruth. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I suppose I must give her the message." She hurried her steps as these last thoughts came to her, and presently she stood outside the principal entrance of the little church. St. James the Less was by no means remarkable for beauty or architecture or adornment of any sort. Nevertheless, the vicar was a man of great eloquence and earnestness, and in the evenings it was the custom for the little church to be packed. By and by the sermon came to an end. The voluntary rolled forth from the organ, and the crowd of worshippers poured out. Susy stretched out her hand and clutched that of a slim girl who was following in the train of people. "Ruth, it's me. I have something to say to you." Ruth's face, until Susy touched her, had been looking like a piece of heaven itself. So calm and serene were the eyes, and so beautiful the expression which lingered round her lips. Now she seemed to awaken and pull herself together. She did not attempt to avoid Susy, but slipping out of the crowd of people who were leaving the church, she found herself by the girl's side. "Just come a little way home with me," said Susy. "It won't take me long to say what I have to say." She linked her hand in her companion's as she spoke. Yes, there was little doubt of it. Ruth was lovable. One forgot her low birth with her low surroundings when one looked at her. Susy had heard of those few people of rare character and rare natures who are, as it is expressed, nature's ladies. There are nature's gentlemen as well, and nature's ladies and nature's gentlemen are above mere external circumstances. They are above the mere money's worth or the mere accident of birth. Now Ruth belonged to this rare class, and Susy, without quite understanding it, felt it. She forgot the humble little house, the lack of rooms, and the workmanlike appearance of the whole place. She said in a deferential tone: "I have come to you from Kathleen O'Hara. You have done something which has distressed her very much. She wants you to meet her to-morrow at the White Cross Corner on your way to school. She wants you to be there at 8:45. That is all, Ruth. You will be sure to attend? I promised Kathleen most faithfully that I would deliver her message. She is very unhappy about something. I don't know what you have done to vex her." "But I do," said Ruth, "and I can't help going on vexing her." "But what is it?" said Susy, whose curiosity was suddenly awakened. "You might tell me. I wish you would." "I can't tell you, Susan. It has nothing to do with you. It is a matter between Kathleen and myself." "Very well, I will meet her. There is no use in shirking things. Good night, Susan. It was good of you to come and give me Kathleen's message." Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Ruth Resigns the Premiership. The next morning Kathleen O'Hara was downstairs betimes. She ran into the kitchen and suggested to Maria that she should help her to toast the bread. Maria, who was somewhat lazy, and who had already begun to appreciate Kathleen's extreme good nature, handed her the toasting fork and pointed to a heap of bread which lay cut and ready for toasting on the deal table in the centre of the kitchen. "Dear me, Miss Kathleen," she said, "if only Miss Alice was as good-natured as you, why, the house would go on wheels." "I often help the servants at home," said Kathleen. "Why isn't Alice good-natured?" "She's made contrary, I expect, miss. Cut on the cross, I call it," said cook, who came forward at this juncture and offered a chair to Kathleen. "Well, if that's the case, I'm sorry for her," said Kathleen. "It must be very unpleasant to feel sort of peppery and salty and cross-grained all the time." "It isn't what you ever feel, miss," said cook with an admiring glance at the young lady. Kathleen fixed her deep blue roguish eyes on the good woman's face. "No," she said, "I don't think I am cross-grained. By the way, cook, wouldn't you like a black silk apron embroidered with violets to wear when you have done all your dirty work in the kitchen?" "Cooks don't wear black silk aprons embroidered with violets," was the good woman's answer. "But this cook might, if a nice Irish girl who has plenty of money gave it to her. I have it in the bottom of my trunk. I asked Aunt Katie O'Flynn to send it to me for your mistress, but your mistress doesn't care for it. I will give it to you, cook. And Maria, I've got a little toque for you. It is sky blue with forget-me-nots. Have you a young man, Maria? Most girls have, haven't they? Wouldn't you like to walk out with him in a sky blue toque trimmed with forget-me-nots?" "It puts me all in a flutter to think of it, miss," said Maria. "I am sure a sweeter young lady never came into this house." Kathleen chatted on to the retainers, as she called cook and Maria, until she had toasted enough bread. She then went into the dining room. Alice was there, looking pale and headachy. The day was a very cold one, and the fire was by no means bright. Kathleen's intensely rosy cheeks, for the fire had considerably scorched them, attracted Alice's attention. "I wish you wouldn't do servants' work," she said. "You annoy me terribly by the way you go on." "Oh, don't be annoyed, darling," said Kathleen softly. "Just regard me as a necessary evil. You see, Alice, however cross you are, I'd have the others all on my side. There's your mother and David and Ben and the two servants. It isn't worth while, Alice. If they all like me, why shouldn't you?" Alice made no reply. Kathleen stood still for a moment. Then she glanced at the clock. It was 8:15. She must be out of the house in a little over a quarter of an hour if she was to meet Ruth Craven at the White Cross corner. She sat down to the table, helped herself to a piece of toast, and spread some butter on it. "A cup of tea, please, Alice," she said. "Oh, what letters are those? Any for me? David, if you give me a letter, I'll love you ever so much. Do, Dave, you are a treasure. You are a darling. You are everything that is exquisite." It was Alice's place to pour out the tea. She poured some now very unwillingly for Kathleen, who drew the cup towards her, stirred it absently, and began to read her letters. Presently she uttered a little shriek. "It is from Aunt Katie O'Flynn, and she is crossing the Channel. The darling Collingo! She is coming to London, and she wants me to see her. Oh, good lopchus, what fun I shall have! Boys, aren't you delighted? It was Aunt Katie O'Flynn who sent me that wonderful trunk of clothes. Won't she give us a time now? I declare I scarcely know whether I am on my head or my heels. Alice, you'd best make yourself agreeable and join in the fun, for I can assure you it's theatres and concerts and teas and dinners and shopping, and every conceivable thing that can delight the heart of man or woman, boy or girl. That'll be our portion, while Aunt Katie, the duck, the darling, the treasure, is in London. Let me see, what hotel is she going to? Oh, the Metropole. Where is the Metropole? In Northumberland Avenue. But of course we are not going up to London," said Alice. "We are only schoolgirls. We are at school and must mind our lessons. I am trying for my scholarship, and I mean to get it. And I don't suppose, even if your aunt is coming at a most inopportune time, that she is going to upset everything." "That remains to be proved," said Kathleen. "I am not going to have Aunt Katie so close to me without having my bit of fun. Oh, dear, dear, look at the time. I must be off." "Why are you going so early? It is only 8:30. "I have business, darling. A friend to meet. Have you any objection?" Kathleen did not wait for Alice's answer. She dashed upstairs, and on the first landing she met Mrs. Tennant, who had been suffering from headache, and was in consequence a little late for breakfast. "Mrs. Tennant!" shouted Kathleen. "I have the top of the morning as far as news is concerned. It is herself that is crossing the briny. She'll be in London to-night. Oh, did you ever hear of anything quite so scrumptious? But what's the matter, dear?" "Kathleen, I wish you wouldn't wear that really good dress going to school." "It is my old lavender and my old satin blouse.
said Kathleen, looking down at herself with a momentary glance. "Ah, then, my dear tired one, it isn't dresses I'll be thinking of when Aunt Katie is in London. She'll get me more than I can wear. She'll fig you all out, every one of you, if you like. You and Alice and David and Ben and Cook and Maria. Maria is keeping company, she tells me, and would like a few fine clothes. Naturally, the creature. Well, Mrs. Tennant, it's herself that is crossing, as I said. Even now, she is in the big steamer coming nearer and nearer to England. Shan't we have fun when she arrives?" "You haven't told me who it is yet, dear." "Oh, darling, you haven't been listening. It is the dear woman who sent me the box full of new clothes, Aunt Katie O'Flynn, at your service. But there, I must be off. I'll think of it all day, and it will make me so happy." Kathleen dashed away to her own room, put on her outdoor things, and a moment or two later was running as fast as she could in the direction of the White Cross Corner. There she saw a silent, grave-looking girl, very quietly dressed, standing waiting for her. "Here I am," said Kathleen, "and here you stand, Ruth. And now, what have you got to say for yourself?" "I am sorry," said Ruth. "I thought when you sent Susy to me with your message that I might as well come here this morning, but I haven't changed my mind, not a bit of it." Kathleen's eyes, always extraordinarily dark for blue eyes, now grew almost black. A flash of real anger shot through them. "Don't you think it is rather mean," she said, "to give me up when you promised to belong to me? To give me up altogether and go with those dreadful, proud, paying girls?" "It isn't that," said Ruth, "and you know it. It is just this: I can't belong to two sides. Cassandra Weldon offers me an advantage which I dare not throw away. It is most essential to me to win the £60 scholarship. If I win it, I shall be properly educated. When I leave school, I'll be able to take the position of my dear father, had he lived, would have wished for me. I shall be able to support Granny and Grandfather. You see for yourself, Kathleen, that I can't refuse it. It isn't a question of choice, it is a question of necessity. I love you, Kathleen. I will always love you and be faithful to you. But I can't give up the scholarship." "I don't want you to," said Kathleen. "But why shouldn't you belong to me and yet take the scholarship? I don't want you to be with me all the time. You can go to that horrible, detestable girl when it is necessary, and have your odious coach to post you up. But I want you more than anybody else. Don't you know how I love you? Can't you do both? Think it over, Ruth." "I have thought it over, and I can't do it. I would if I could, but it isn't to be done. It wouldn't be right to you, nor right to Cassandra." "Well, I think you are very mean. I think I hate you." Kathleen turned aside. She was impulsive, high-spirited, and defiant, but where her passions were concerned her heart was very soft. She burst into tears now and flung her arms around Ruth's neck. "I like a lot of people," she said. "I like Mrs. Tennant and even Susy, although she's not up to much, and 2 or 3 of the girls. But I only love you. In the whole of England I only love you, and you are going to give me up." "No, I will still be your friend." "But you have refused to join my society. You have refused to belong to the Wild Irish Girls." "I can't help myself." "But you promised." "I know I did. I made a mistake. Kathleen, there's no help for it. I shall love you even if I don't belong to the society. Now, there is nothing more to be said." Ruth disentangled herself from Kathleen's embrace, and putting wings to her feet, ran in the direction of the school. Kathleen stood just where she had left her. Over her face was a passing, a rapid and curious change. "Do I love her any longer?" she said to herself. "Oh, I think I still love her, but she has slighted me. She will be sorry some day. Oh dear, the only girl in the whole of England that I love has slighted me. She has thrown ridicule upon me. She said that she would be my Prime Minister, and she has resigned everything for that horrible Cassandra. She will be sorry yet. I know she will." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Scholarship. Trouble is Brewing. Over some of the girls of the Great Shirley School there passed that morning a curious wave of excitement. Those girls who had joined Kathleen's society were almost now more or less in a state of tension. Once a week they were to meet in the quarry. Once a week, whatever the weather, in the dead of night, they were to meet in this sequestered spot. They knew well that if they were discovered they would run a very great chance of being expelled from the school, for although they were day scholars, yet integrity of conduct was essential to their maintaining their place in that great school which gave them so liberal an education, in some cases without any fees, in all other cases with very small ones. One of the great ideas of the school was to encourage brave actions, unselfish deeds, nobility of mind. Those girls who possessed any talent or any specially strong characteristic had every chance offered to them in the Great Shirley School. Their futures were more or less assured, for the governors of the school had powers to give grants to the cleverer girls, to award scholarships for which all might compete, and to encourage industry, honesty, and charitable ideas as far as possible. Kathleen, when she entered the school and started her society, had not the slightest idea that, while she was trying to help the foundationers, she was really leading them into a very grave mischief. But several of the foundationers themselves knew this. Nevertheless, the fun of the whole thing, particular fascination which Kathleen herself exercised over her followers, kept them her undeniable slaves, and not for the world would any of them have left her now that they had sworn fealty to her cause. So Kathleen had thought when she left the house that morning. But as she entered the school she knew that one girl, and that the girl whom she most cared for, had decided to choose the thorny path which led far from Kathleen and her company. "In addition to everything else, she is quite mean," thought the little girl, and during that morning's lessons she occupied herself far more in flashing angry glances in the direction of Ruth one minute and at Cassandra the next, than in attending to what she was about. Kathleen had been given much by nature. Her father was a very rich man. She had been brought up with great freedom, but also with certain bold liberal ideas as regards the best in life and conduct. She was a very beautiful girl, and she was warm-hearted and amiable. As for her talents, she had a certain charm which does more for a woman than any amount of ordinary ability, and she had a passionate and great love for music. Kathleen's musical genius was already spoken of within much approbation by the rest of the school. The girls used to ask her to improvise. Kathleen could improvise in almost any style, in almost any fashion. She could make the piano sob with her heart-rending notes, and again she could bring forth music clear and fairy-like. Again she would lead the tender and solemn strains of the march, and again she would dance over the keys so lightly, so ravishingly,
that the girls kept time with their feet to her notes. The music mistress was anxious that Kathleen should try for a musical scholarship, and she had some ideas of doing so herself, but today she felt cross, and even her music was at fault. "I can't do it," she said, looking Miss Spicer full in the face. "It means such drudgery, and I don't believe I'd play a bit better if I did." "That is certainly not the case, Kathleen," said Miss Spicer. "Knowledge must be of assistance. You have great talent. If you add to that real music knowledge, you can do almost anything." "But I don't think I'd much care to. I can play on the piano to imitate any birds that ever sung at home, and father loves that. I can play all the Dead Marches to make mother cry, and I can play such dance music for Aunt Katie O'Flynn. It doesn't matter that I should know more, does it?" "I can't agree with you. It would be a very great pleasure to me if I saw you presented with a musical scholarship." "Would it?" said Kathleen, glancing at the thin and careworn face of the music teacher. "You don't know what it would mean to me," answered Miss Spicer. "It is seldom that one has the pleasure of teaching real talent, and I can't say how refreshing it is to me to hear you play as you do. But I want you to improve. I want you to be a credit to me." "I'd like to please you, of course," said Kathleen. She spoke gently, and then she added, "But there is only one piano at the Tennants', and that is in the drawing room, and Alice or the boys or Mrs. Tennant are always there. I have not many opportunities to practice." "I live in the same terrace," said Miss Spicer eagerly, "and my piano is hardly ever used. If you only would come and make use of it. There is a fire in my sitting room, and you could come at any hour whenever you have a fancy. Will you? It would be a great pleasure to me." "You are very kind. Yes, I will come." Kathleen bent towards the music mistress and, somewhat to that lady's astonishment, printed a kiss on her forehead. The kiss went right down into Miss Spicer's somewhat frozen heart. Immediately after school that day, Cassandra held out her hand to Ruth. Ruth went up to her gravely. "Well, Ruth," she said, "have you decided? I hope you have. You told me you would let me know today." "I have, Cassandra," said Ruth. Kathleen, who was standing not far away, suddenly darted forward and stood within a foot of the two girls. "Have you really decided, Ruth?" she said. Her tone was imperious. Ruth felt her gentle heart beating high. She turned and looked with dignity first at Kathleen and then at Cassandra. "I will join you, Cassandra," she said. "Kathleen, I told you this morning what my decision was." "And I hate you," said Kathleen. She tossed her head and walked away. Cassandra waited until she was out of hearing. "You look very pale, dear Ruth," she said. "Come home with me, won't you?" Ruth did not speak. Cassandra laid her hand on her arm. "Why are you trembling?" she said. "What has that horrid girl done to you?" Nothing." "But she has. Please, Cassie, she is not horrid." "Oh, well, we won't discuss her. She is not my sort. Won't you come and have lunch with me? We can arrange everything. You are going to take advantage of mother's offer?" "I can't help myself. It is much too good to be refused. It means I can't tell you what it means to me, Cassie. If I can only get a scholarship, I shall be able to help grandfather, and yet I must tell you the truth. I was very nearly declining it." "I don't think I should have ever spoken to you again if you had." "Even so, I was very nearly declining it, for you know I could not have accepted your offer and been friends with Kathleen O'Hara in the way she wants me to be.
Now, I am very fond of Kathleen, and if I could please myself I would retain her friendship. But you know, grandfather has lost some more money. He heard about it 2 nights ago, and that made me make up my mind. Of course I love you, Cassie. I have loved you ever since I came to the school. You have been so very, very kind to me. But had I the choice, I would have stayed with Kathleen." "Well, it is all a mystery to me," said Cassandra. "I don't like Kathleen. I will frankly say so. I don't think that she has a good influence in the school. That sort of very rich popular girl always makes mischief. It is far better for the school not to have anybody like her in its midst. She has the power of attracting people, but she has also the power of making enemies. It is my opinion she will get into very serious trouble before she leaves Great Shirley School. I shall be sorry for her, of course." "But what do you mean? What sort of trouble can she get into?" "There are whispers about her that I don't quite understand. But if it were known that she does lead other girls astray, she would be had up before the governors, and then she would not find herself in a very pleasant position." Ruth did not say anything. Her face turned white. Cassandra glanced at her, uttered a quick sigh, and resumed: "Whether you like it or not, I am glad you are out of the whole thing. I should hate you to get into trouble. You are so clever and so different from the others that you are certain to succeed. And now let us hurry home. I must tell you all about our scheme. You must come to me every day. Miss Renshaw will be with us each evening from 6 to 7. Oh, you don't know how happy you are making me." Ruth smiled and tried to look cheerful. Mrs. Weldon came out to meet the two girls as they entered the pretty little cottage. Her face was smiling. "Ah, Cassandra," she said, "now you will be happy." "Yes, Ruth has accepted our offer." "Indeed I have, Mrs. Weldon," said Ruth, "and I scarcely know how to thank you." "Come in, dear, and have some dinner. Cassandra, I have just heard from Miss Renshaw, and she is coming this afternoon. You can either stay, Ruth, when dinner is over, or come back again." "I will come back," said Ruth. "Granny is not very well, and I ought not to have left her, even to have dinner here, but I couldn't help myself." Cassandra brought her friend into the house. They had a pleasant meal together, and Ruth tried to forget that she had absolutely quarrelled with Kathleen, and that Kathleen's heart was half broken on her account. But Kathleen herself was determined not to give way to any real feelings of misery on account of Ruth's decision. "I have no time to think about it," she said to herself. When she returned to the house she found a telegram waiting for her. She tore it open. It was from Aunt Katie O'Flynn. "I have arrived. Come and have dinner with me tonight at the Metropole, and bring any friend you like." What a lark, thought Kathleen, and what a chance for Ruth. If only she had been different. Oh dear, I suppose I must ask Alice to come with me. "Who is your telegram from, dear?" asked Mrs. Tennant, coming up to her at that moment. Alice was standing in the dining room devouring a book of Greek history. She held it close to her eyes, which were rather short-sighted. "It is from Aunt Katie O'Flynn. She has come, the darling," said Kathleen. "She wants me to go to London to dine with her tonight. Of course I'll go. You will come with me, won't you, Alice? She says I am to bring someone." "No, I can't come," said Alice, "and for that matter, no more can you. It takes quite 35 minutes to get to Charing Cross, and then you have to get to the Metropole. We girls are not allowed to go to London by ourselves." As if that mattered! "It matters to me, if it does not to you. Anyhow, here is a note for you. It is from Miss Ravenscroft, our head mistress.
I rather fancy that will decide matters." Kathleen tore open the note which Alice had handed to her. She read the following words: "Dear Miss O'Hara, I should be glad if you would come round to see me at 6 o'clock this evening. I have something of importance to say to you." "What can she mean?" said Kathleen. "I scarcely know Miss Ravenscroft. I just spoke to her the first day I went to the school." "She has asked me too. What can it be about?" said Alice. "Then you can take a message from me. I am not going," said Kathleen. "What?" cried Alice. "I don't think even you will dare to defy the head mistress. Why, my dear Kathleen, you will never get over it. This is madness. Mother, do speak to her." "What is it, dear?" said Mrs. Tennant, coming forward. Alice explained. "And Kathleen says she won't go." "Of course I won't go, dear Mrs. Tennant. On the contrary, you and I will go together to see Aunt Katie O'Flynn. She is my aunt, and I wouldn't slight her for all the world." "She'd never forgive me." "You can tell Miss Ravenscroft, Alice, that my aunt has come to see me, and that I have been obliged to go to town. You can manage it quite easily." Kathleen did not wait for any further discussion, but ran out of the room. "I do wish, mother, you'd try and persuade her," said Alice. "I am sure whatever her father may be, he can't want her to come to this school here to get into endless scrapes. There is some mystery afoot, and Miss Ravenscroft has got wind of it. I know she has, because I have heard it from one or two of the girls." "But what mystery? What can you mean?" said Mrs. Tennant. "I don't know myself," said Alice, "but it has something to do with Kathleen and a curious influence she has over the foundation girls. I know Kathleen isn't popular with the mistresses." "That puzzles me," said Mrs. Tennant, "for I never met a more charming girl." "I know you think so, but you see mere charm of manner doesn't go down in a great school like ours. Of course I am sorry for her, and I quite understand that she shouldn't want to disappoint her aunt, but she ought to come with me. She ought, mother. I haven't the slightest influence over her, but you have. I don't think she would willingly do anything to annoy you." "Well, I will see what I can do. She is a wayward child. I am sorry that Miss Ravenscroft expects to see her to day, as she is so devoted to her aunt and would enjoy seeing her." Mrs. Tennant left the room, and Alice went steadily on with her preparations. She wondered why her mother did not come back. Presently she looked at the clock. It wanted 6:15. "Dear me, I must go upstairs now and fetch Kathleen. She will have to tidy herself, and I must try to persuade her not to put anything autour," thought Alice. She rushed upstairs. She opened the bedroom door. The bedroom was empty. "Where can she be?" thought Alice. There were signs of Kathleen's late presence in the shape of a tie flung on the bed, a hat tossed by its side, an open drawer revealing brushes and combs, laces and coloured ties, and no end of gloves, handkerchiefs, etc., but not the girl herself. "She really is a great trial," thought Alice. "I suppose she has gone with mother to town. I wonder why mother yields to her. Kathleen will get into a serious scrape at the school, that's certain." Alice went to her own part of the room, which was full of order and method. She opened a drawer, substituted a clean collar for the one she had been wearing during the day, brushed out her satin brown hair neatly, put on her sailor hat and a small black coat, snatched up a pair of gloves, and ran downstairs. On the way she met Mrs. Tennant. "Oh, mother!" cried the girl, "where is Kathleen? I didn't find her in a room, and I wondered what had become of her." "Where is she?" said Mrs. Tennant. "I thought she was going with you. I had a long talk with her. She did not say much, but she seemed quite gentle and not at all cross. I kissed her and said that I would go with her to London to see her aunt to-morrow, or that she might ask Miss O'Flynn here." "I am sorry you did that, mother." "Well, darling, it seemed the only thing to do, and the child took it very well. Isn't she going with you? She said she wouldn't be at all long getting ready." "She's not in her room, mother. I can't imagine what has happened to her." Mrs. Tennant ran upstairs in some alarm. Kathleen had certainly flown. The disordered state of the room gave evidence of this. And then, on a nearer view, Mrs. Tennant found a tiny piece of paper pinned in a conventional fashion to the pincushion. She took it up and read, "Gone to London to Aunt Katie O'Flynn." "Well, she is a naughty girl. How troublesome! I must follow her, of course," said Mrs. Tennant. "Really, this is provoking." "Oh, mother, it isn't worth while fretting about her. She is quite hopeless," said Alice. "But there, I must make the best of it to Miss Ravenscroft. Only I am sure she will be very angry with Kathleen." Alice flew to the school. She was met by a teacher, who asked her where she was going. "To see Miss Ravenscroft," replied Alice. "I had a note asking me to call at 6 o'clock. Do you know anything about it, Miss Purcell?" "Perhaps she wants to question you about Miss O'Hara. There is some commotion in the school in connection with her. She seems to be displeasing some of those in authority." "Kathleen had a note too asking her to call." "Then it must be about her. But where is she? Isn't she going with you?" Alice threw up her hands. "Don't ask me," she said. "Perhaps the less I say the better. I am late as it is. I won't keep you now, Miss Purcell." Alice ran the rest of the way. She entered the great school and knocked at the front entrance. This door was never opened except to the head mistress and her visitors. After a time an elderly servant answered her summons. "I am Alice Tennant," said the young girl, "and I have come at Miss Ravenscroft's request to see her." "Oh yes, miss, certainly. She said she was expecting two young ladies." "Well, I am one of them. Can you let her know?" "Step in here, miss." Alice was shown into a small waiting room. A moment later the servant returned. "Will you follow me, miss?" she said. They went down a passage and entered a brightly and cheerfully furnished sitting room. There was a fire in the grate, and electric light made all things as bright as day. A tall lady with a jet black hair combed back from a massive forehead, and beautifully dressed in long, clinging garments of deep purple, stood on the hearth. Round her neck was a collar of old Melchian lace. She wore cuffs of the same with ruffles at the wrist. Her hands were small and white. She had one massive diamond ring on the third finger. This lady was the great Miss Ravenscroft, the head of the school, one of the most persuasive, most fascinating, and most influential teachers in the whole realm of girlhood. Her opinion was asked by anxious mothers and fathers and guardians. The girls whom she took into her own house and helped with her own counsel were thought the luckiest in England. Even Alice, who was reckoned a good girl as good girls go, had never before come in personal contact with Miss Ravenscroft. The head mistress superintended the management of every girl in the school, but she did not show herself except when she read prayers in her deep musical voice morning after morning, or when something very special occurred. Miss Ravenscroft did not smile when Alice appeared, nor did she hold out her hand. She bowed very slightly and then dropped into a chair, and pointed to another for the girl to take. "You are Alice Tennant?" "Yes, ma'am." "You are in the upper fifth?" "Yes," said Alice again. "I have had very good reports of you from Miss Purcell and Miss Dove and others. You will probably be in the 6th next year." "I hope so. It will be a very great delight to me." Alice trembled and coloured, looked down, and then looked up again. Miss Ravenscroft was regarding her with kindly eyes. Hers was a sort of veiled face. She seldom gave way to her feelings. Part of her power lay in her potential attitudes, in the possibilities which she seldom except on very rare occasions exhibited to their fullest extent. Alice felt that she had only approached the extreme edge of Miss Ravenscroft's nature. Miss Ravenscroft was silent for a minute. Then she said gently: "And your friend Kathleen O'Hara? I wrote to her also. Why isn't she here?" "I am very sorry indeed," said Alice. "It isn't my fault." "We won't talk of faults, if you please, Alice Tennant. I asked you why your friend isn't here." "I must explain. She isn't my friend. She lives with mother. I mean, she boards with mother." "Why isn't she here?" "She got your letter. I suppose she didn't understand. She is so new to schools. She is not coming." "Not coming? But I commanded." "I know. I tried to explain. But she is new to school and spoilt." "She must be." Miss Ravenscroft was silent for a minute. "We will defer the subject of Kathleen O'Hara until I have the pleasure of speaking to her," she said then. "But now, as you are here, I should like to ask you a few questions." "Yes." "What you say, Alice Tennant, will not be I speak in judicial phrase" here Miss Ravenscroft gave vent to a faint smile "used against you. I should like to have what information you can give me. There is a disturbing element in this school. Do you know anything about it?" "Nothing, absolutely." "But you agree with me that there is a disturbing element?" "I am afraid I do." "It has been traced to Kathleen O'Hara." Alice was silent. "It is influencing a number of girls who can be very easily impressed, and who form a very important part of this school. Special arrangements were made more than 100 years ago by the founders of the school that they should receive an education in every way calculated to help them in life. The influence to which I allude undermines these good things. I must therefore be put a stop to. And the first way to put a stop to anything of the sort is to discover all about it. It is necessary that I should know all that is to be known with regard to the unruly condition of the foundationers of the Great Shirley School. The person who can doubtless tell me most is Kathleen O'Hara. The mere fact of her defying my authority and refusing to come to see me when she is summoned shows that she is insubordinate as far as this school is concerned." Alice sat very still. "She has not chosen to appear, and I wish to take quick and instant steps. Can you help me?" "I could," said Alice. "That is, of course, I live in the same house with her, but I would much rather not." "You will in no way be blamed, but it is absolutely essential that you should give me your assistance. I am authorized to ask for it. I shall see Kathleen O'Hara, but from what you say, and from what I have heard, I am greatly shocked to have to say it, but I think it possible that she may not be induced to tell the exact truth. If, therefore, you notice anything, if anything is brought to your ears which I ought to know, you must come to meet me at once. Do not suppose that I want you to be a spy in this matter, but what is troubling the school must be discovered, and within the next few days. Now you understand. Remember that what I have said to you is said in the interest of the school and absolutely behind closed doors. You are not to repeat it to anybody. You can go now, Alice Tennant. Personally, I am pleased with you. I like your manner. I hear good accounts of your attention to lessons. In pleasing me you will please the governors of the school, and doubtless be able to help yourself and your mother, a most worthy lady, in the long run." "I am very much obliged to you," said Alice. "You have spoken kind words to me, but what you have set me to do is not at all to my taste. It seems scarcely fair, for I must say that I don't like Kathleen. She and I have never got on. It seems scarcely fair that I should be the one to run her to earth. The fairness or the unfairness of the question is not now to be discussed," said Miss Ravenscroft. She rose as she spoke. "You are unfortunately in the position of her most intimate friend," she continued, "for you and she live in the same house. Regard what you have to do as an unpleasant duty, and don't consider yourself in any way responsible for being forced into the position which one would not, as a rule, advocate. The simplest plan is to get the girl herself to make a full confession to me. But in any case, you understand, I must know." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Kathleen Takes Ruth to Town. When Kathleen ran upstairs, her heart was bubbling over with the first real fierce anger she had almost ever felt in her life. She was a spirited, daring girl, but she also had a sweet temper. Now her anger was roused. Her heart beat fast. She clenched one of her hands. "Oh, if I had Alice here, wouldn't I give it to her?" she said to herself. "If I had that detestable Miss Ravenscroft here, wouldn't I give her a piece of my mind? How dare she order me about? Am I not Kathleen O'Hara of Carrigrohane? Is not my father a sort of king in old Ireland? And what is she? I'll prove to her that I defy her. I will go to see Aunt Katie O'Flynn. Nothing shall keep me back." Carried away by the wild wave of passion which consumed her, Kathleen dressed hastily for her expedition. She was indifferent now as to what she wore. She put on the first headdress which came to hand, buttoned a rough, shabby-looking jacket over her velvet dress, snatched up her purse, which lay in a drawer, and without waiting for either gloves or necktie, ran downstairs and out of the house. "I will go. I haven't the slightest idea how I am to get there, but I will go to Aunt Katie O'Flynn. I shall be in the train and far enough away before they have discovered that I have gone," was her thought. From Mrs. Tennant's house to the station was the best part of a mile, but Kathleen was fleet of foot and soon accomplished the distance. She was just arriving at the station when she saw Ruth Craven coming to meet her. Ruth had enjoyed her hour with Miss Renshaw and was altogether in high spirits. Kathleen stopped for a minute. "Oh, Ruth," she said, "will you come to town with me? It would be so nice if you would. I am going to meet Aunt Katie O'Flynn. It would not be a bit wrong of you to come. Do come, do, Ruthie." "But I can't in this dress," said Ruth, who felt suddenly very much tempted. "Of course you can. Why, Aunt Katie is such a darling. She'll take us out if we want things and buy them on the spot. And what does dress matter? We'll be back in no time. What time does your grandmother expect you home?" "Oh, I don't know. I told Granny I did not exactly know what time I should be back, but she certainly wouldn't expect me to be out late." "Never mind. You are doing me a kindness. I must go to see Aunt Katie, and it isn't convenient for the Tennants to go with me. If we go together it won't be a bit remarkable. Do come, Ruthie. You hurt my feelings awfully this morning. You needn't hurt them again." "Very well," said Ruth. "I don't know London at all. and I should like to go with you." The two girls now turned into the railway station. Kathleen gave a puzzled glance around her for a minute, then walked boldly up to a porter, asked him to direct her to the proper place to book for London. He showed her the right booking office, and she secured 2 first-class single tickets for herself and Ruth. The girls were directed to the right platform, and in process of time found themselves in the train. It so happened that they had a compartment to themselves. Kathleen had now quite got over her burst of anger, and was in the highest spirits. "This is fun," she said. "It is so awfully nice to have met you. Do you know that Miss Ravenscroft, the Great Unknown, as we Wild Irish girls call her, had the cheek to send me a letter?" Ruth looked attentive and grave. "She wanted me to go and see her at 6 o'clock. Well, it is 6:30 now, and she will have to whistle for me. Ruth, darling, you don't know how pretty you look, and even though you have deserted me and won't join my darling beloved society, yet I shall always love you." Here Kathleen seated herself near Ruth and flung one arm around her waist. "But," said Ruth, disentangling herself from Kathleen's embrace, "you don't mean that Miss Ravenscroft wanted you to go and see her, and you didn't go?" "No, I didn't go. Why should I go? Miss Ravenscroft has nothing whatever to do with me." "Oh, Kathleen, she is your mistress, the head mistress of the Great Shirley School." "Well, and what about that? Auntie, my darling, my own dear, sweet Aunt Katie O'Flynn, sent me a telegram to meet her in town. She is at the Hotel Metropole. Ruth, do you know where that is?" "I haven't the most remote idea." "Oh, well, we'll get there somehow. Never mind now. Don't look so worried. I shall be sorry I asked you to come with me if you look any graver." "But you make me feel grave, Kathleen," said Ruth. "Oh, Kathleen, I can't tell how you puzzle me. Of course, I know that you are very pretty and fascinating, and that lots and lots of girls love you and will always love you. You are a sort of queen in the school. Perhaps you are not the greatest queen, but still you are a queen, and you could lead the whole school." "That would be rather fun," said Kathleen. "But you'd have to change a good bit. You'd have to be just as fascinating, just as pretty, but different somehow. I mean oh, do tell me what you mean, and be quick. We'll be in London before long." "You wouldn't disobey Miss Ravenscroft if you were to be our real queen." "Then I'll not be your queen, darling, for I shall disobey Miss Ravenscroft when it comes to a case of obliging her or dear, darling, precious auntie." Ruth said no more. In her heart of hearts she was very much distressed. She was sorry for her own sake that she had met Kathleen, and that she was going with her to London. But on the other hand, she was glad that she was with the girl who by herself might have got into a serious scrape. Finally the two found themselves standing, very forlorn and slightly frightened, on one of the big platforms at Charing Cross. "Now what are we to do?" said Kathleen. "We must ask the way, of course," was Ruth's answer. "Here's a porter who looks kind." She went up to the man. "Have you any luggage in the van, miss?" was the immediate inquiry. "No," she answered. Ruth was quietly, although shabbily dressed, but she had on gloves, a neat hat, and a neat necktie. Kathleen had on a very shabby coat, a most unsuitable cap of bright blue velvet on her clustering masses of curls, and no necktie and no gloves. "What could be the matter with the pretty young lady?" thought the man. Ruth spoke in her gentle tones. "We want to go to see a lady at the Hotel Metropole," she said. "Which is the Hotel Metropole?" "Oh, miss, it is quite close. You have only to go out of the station,
take the second turning to your left, walk down Northumberland Avenue, and you'll be there." "But where is Northumberland Avenue? We don't know anything about London," interrupted Kathleen. "If you will allow me to put you two ladies into a cab, the cabman will take you to the Hotel Metropole. It is only a step away, but you'd better drive if you don't know your London." "We have never been in our London before," said Kathleen in a voice of intense pleasure. They now tripped confidently along by the side of the porter. He took them into the yard outside the station and called a four-wheeler. "No, no, one of those two-wheeled things," said the little girl. A hansom was summoned, and the children were put in. The driver was directed to take them to the Metropole, and they started off. "Ah!" said Kathleen, looking with great appreciation around her. "Ah, the lights! Aren't they just lovely? And see that water! That must be the Thames. Oh, Ruth, mayn't we stand up in the hansom? We could see ever so much better standing." "No, sit down," implored Ruth. "Why? Surely you are not frightened? There never was any sort of conveyance that would frighten me. I wish I might drive that horse instead of the stupid old Jew on the box. Isn't London a perfect place? Oh, this is lovely, isn't it, Ruth?" "Thank goodness I'm not always bothered by that dreadful speaking voice inside me that you seem to have got," said Kathleen. Here the cab drew up with a jerk at the Metropole. "How much are we to pay you?" asked Kathleen. The man was honest and asked the customary shilling. A porter was standing on the steps of the hotel. He flung the doors wide, and the two entered. Presently a man came up and asked Kathleen what she wanted. The hour was just before dinner, and the wide hall of the hotel was full. Both men and women turned and stared at the children. Both were extremely pretty, Kathleen almost startlingly so. But what about the gloveless little hands and the untidy neck and throat? "Please," said Kathleen, "we have come to see my aunt, Miss O'Flynn. She is here, isn't she?" The man said he would inquire, and went to the bureau. "Yes," he said after a minute's pause. "Will you come to the drawing room, young ladies?" He conducted the children down some wide passages covered with thick Turkey carpets, opened the folding doors of a great drawing room, and left them to themselves. There was a minute or two of agonized terror on the part of Ruth, of suspense and rapid heart beating as far as Kathleen was concerned, and then a deep, mellow, ringing voice was heard, and Miss Katie O'Flynn entered the apartment. "Well, I never!" she cried. "The top of the morning to you, my honey. God bless you, my darling. Oh, it is joy to kiss your sweet face again." A little lady, all smiles and dimples, all curls and necklaces and gay clothing, extended two arms wide and clasped them round Kathleen's neck. "Oh, Auntie," said Kathleen, "this is good, and I ran away to see you. I did, darling, I did. I have got into the most awful scrape. Nobody knows what will happen. See, me without gloves and without a necktie, and this dear little girl, one of my chosen friends, Ruth Craven, has come with me." "Ah, now, how sweet of her!" said Miss O'Flynn, turning to Ruth. "Kiss me, my darling. Why, then, you are as welcome as though you were the core of my heart for being so kind to my sweet Kathleen. Come to the light, Kathleen O'Hara, and let me look at you. But it isn't as rosy as you are used to be. It is a bit pale and pulled down you look. Do you like England, my dear? If you don't like it at all, it's home. You will come with me to the old castle and the old country. Now then, children, sit by me and let's have a talk. We'll have a good meal presently, and then I have a bit of thought in the back of my head which I think will please you both.
Sit here anyway for the present, and let us colleague to our heart's content." Miss Katie O'Flynn and her two young charges, as she told the girls she was considering them, drew a good deal of attention as they sat and talked together. The little lady was not young, but was certainly very fascinating. She had a vivacious, merry smile, the keenest, most brilliant black eyes in the world, and a certain grace and dignity about her, which seemed to contrast with her rapid utterances and intensely genial manner. Dinner was announced, and the three went into the great dining room. Miss O'Flynn ordered a small table, and they sat down together. Ruth felt unhappy. She keenly desired to go home again. She was more and more certain that she had done wrong to listen to Kathleen's persuasions. But Kathleen was enjoying herself to the utmost. She was an Irish girl again, sitting close to one of her very own. She forgot the dull school and the dreadfully dreary house where she now lived. She absolutely forgot that such a person as Miss Ravenscroft existed. She ceased almost to remember the society of the Wild Irish Girls. Was she not Kathleen O'Hara, the only daughter of the house of O'Hara, the heiress of her beloved father's old castle? For some day she would be a mistress of Carrigrohane Castle. Some day she would be a great lady on her own account. Now, Kathleen's ideas of what a great lady should be were in themselves very sensible and noble. A great lady should do her utmost to make others happy. She should dispense largesse in the true sense of the word. She should make as many people as possible happy. Her retainers should feel certain that they dwelt in her heart. She should love the soil of her native land with a passion which nothing could undermine or weaken. The sons of the soil should be her brothers, her kinsmen. The daughters of the soil should be her sisters in the best sense of the word. But not only should the great lady of Carrigrohane love her Irish friends, but men and women, both youths and children, but she should love others who needed her help. There never was a more affectionate, more generous, kind-hearted girl than Kathleen, but of self-control she had little or no knowledge, and those who crossed her will have yet to find that Kathleen would not obey, for she was fearless, defiant, resolute, in short, a rebel born and bred. Ruth sat silent, perplexed, and anxious in the midst of the gay feast. Kathleen and Aunt Katie O'Flynn laughed and almost shouted in their mirth. Occasionally people turned to glance at the trio: the grave, refined, extremely pretty but shabbily dressed girl, the radiant child, and the vivacious little lady who might be her mother, but who scarcely looked as if she was. It was a curious party for such a room and for such surroundings. "I think," said Ruth suddenly, "forgive me, Kathleen, but I think we ought to be looking out a train to go back by." "Indeed, and that you won't," said Miss O'Flynn. "You are going to stay with me to-night. Why, do you think I'd let this precious darling child back again in the middle of the night? And you must stay here too. What is your name? Oh, Ruth, I can get you a room here, and you shall have a fire and every comfort." "I at least must go home," said Ruth. "My grandfather and grandmother will be sitting up for me." "Oh, nonsense, child," said Miss O'Flynn. "I can send a commissionaire down to tell your grandfather that I am keeping you for the night." "Of course, Ruth," said Kathleen. "Don't be silly. It is absurd for you to go on like that, and for my part I should love to stay." "I am sorry, Kathleen," said Ruth, "but I must go home. Perhaps one of the porters can tell me when there is a train to Merrifield. I must go back, for grandfather would be terrified if I didn't go home. You, of course, must please yourself." "My dear child, leave it to me," said Miss O'Flynn. "You can't possibly go back, neither you nor my sweet pet Kathleen." "Oh, I'll arrange it, dear. Don't you be frightened. You couldn't go so late by yourself. It wouldn't be right." Miss O'Flynn, however, had not come in contact with a character like Ruth's before. She could be as obstinate as a mule. It was in that light Miss O'Flynn chose to consider her conduct. "I must go," she said. "I can't by any possibility stay." "Do, Ruth, for my sake," pleaded Kathleen, tears in her eyes. "No, Kathleen, not even for your sake. And I think," added Ruth, "that you ought to come with me. It would be much better for you to see Miss Ravenscroft in the morning and explain matters to her." "Nonsense," said Kathleen, now speaking with decided temper. "That is my affair. I like you very much, Ruth, but you really need not interfere with me." "I should think not indeed," said Miss O'Flynn. "I know nothing about you, Miss Craven, but you don't understand what a person of consequence my niece is considered in Ireland." "That may be," replied Ruth, "but at school Kathleen, sweet and dear as she is, has to obey the rules just like any other girl. Please, Kathleen, do be persuaded to come back with me. Indeed, Miss O'Flynn, if you will only believe me, it is considered a very grave offence to miss morning school or to be late when 9 o'clock strikes, and Kathleen can't be at school in time unless she returns home now." "I am not going, so there!" said Kathleen. "Perhaps some one would tell me when the next train for Merrifield leaves Charing Cross," was Ruth's next remark. Before anyone could reply to her, however, a servant entered and said something in a low tone to Miss O'Flynn. "Well, now," she said, speaking with eagerness, her face all smiles and dimples, "the way is made plain for you at least, Miss Craven. Who do you think has come, Kathleen? Why, the lady who has charge of you." "Mrs. Tennant? Oh, the dear tired one," said Kathleen. "She can never be cross, and I like her very much. Where is the lady?" she added, turning to the waiter. "She is in the hall, miss." Kathleen flew out, and before Mrs. Tennant, who was really feeling very angry, could prevent her, had flung her arms around her neck. "Thank goodness it is you," said the young girl. "Now, don't be angry, for you don't know how to manage it. If it was Alice, wouldn't she be in a tantrum? But you are all right. You haven't an idea of scolding me. I arrived here as safely as a girl could, and what do you think? I brought pretty Ruth Craven with me. She didn't much like it, but here she is, and she's on tender hooks to get home, so she can return with you, can't she?" "You must come too, Kathleen. You annoyed me very much indeed. You gave me a terrible fright. I did not know what might have happened to you, knowing how ignorant you are of London and its ways." "But I have got a head on my shoulders," laughed Kathleen. "And now that you have come, we must have a bit of fun. I want to introduce you to Auntie. It is Aunt Katie O'Flynn, you know, the lady who sent me the beautiful, wonderful clothes." But here Miss O'Flynn herself appeared on the scene. Kathleen did the necessary introducing, and the two ladies moved a little apart to talk together. By and by Miss O'Flynn called the two girls to her side. "Mrs. Tennant is not angry with you now, Kathleen. On the contrary, she loves you very much, and she will take Miss Ruth Craven back with her. I have been trying to induce her to stay here herself, but she won't, and as Ruth is anxious to return home, her escort has come very opportunely. As to you, darling, nothing will induce me to part with you until to-morrow morning." "But what will you do about school?" said Ruth. "That can be managed," said Miss O'Flynn. "It isn't the first time that Kathleen and I have got up with the sunrise. We'll get up to-morrow before it, and I'm thinking, and take a train, and be in time to have a good breakfast at Mrs. Tennant's. Then if you, my dear lady, will put up with me until lunchtime, I can see more of my Kathleen and propound some plans for your pleasure as well as hers. If you must go, Mrs. Tennant, I am afraid you must, for the next train leaves Charing Cross for Merrifield at 10 minutes past 9." Mrs. Tennant looked grave, but it was difficult to resist Miss O'Flynn, and the time was passing. Accordingly, she and Ruth left the Hotel Metropole, and the aunt and niece found themselves alone. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Rebel of the School by Mrs. L.T. Meade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Miss Katie O'Flynn and her niece. "Now, Kathleen," said Miss O'Flynn, "you come straight up to my bedroom, where there is a cosy fire, and where we will be just as snug as Punch. We'll draw 2 chairs up to the fire and have a real colleague, that we will." "Yes, that we will," said Kathleen. "I have a lot of things to ask you, and a lot of things to tell you." "Come along then, my dear child. My room is on the 2nd floor. We won't wait for the lift." Kathleen took Miss Katie O'Flynn's hand, and they ran merrily and as lightly as 2-year-olds up the stairs. People turned to look at them as they sped upward.
"Why, the little old lady seems as young and agile as the pretty niece," said one visitor to another.
"Oh, they're both Irish. That accounts for anything," was the answer. "The most extraordinary and the most lively nation on the face of the earth." The 2 vivacious Irishwomen entered their bedroom. Aunt Katie flung herself into a deep armchair. Kathleen did likewise, and then they talked to their hearts' content. It is good to hear 2 Irishwomen conversing together, for there is so much action in the conversation, such lifting of brows, such raising of hands, such emphasis in tone, in voice, in manner. Imagery is so freely employed, telling sentences, sharp, satire, wit, brilliant, overflowing, spontaneous, all come to the fore. Laughter sometimes checks the eager flow of words. Occasionally, too, if the conversation is sorrowful, tears flow and sobs come from the excited and oversensitive hearts. No one need be dull who has the privilege of listening to 2 Irishwomen who have been parted for some time talking their hearts out to each other. Kathleen and her aunt were no exception to the universal rule. Kathleen had never been from home before, and Aunt Katie had things to tell her about every person, man and woman, old and young, on the Carrigrohane estate. But when all the news had been told, when the exact number of dogs had been recounted, the cats and the kittens described, the fowls, the goats, the donkeys, the horses, the cows enumerated, it came to be Aunt Katie's turn to listen. "Now, my love, tell me, and be quick, about all you have been doing. And first and foremost, how do you like the school?" "Not at all, auntie. I'm not learning anything." "My dear, that is sad hearing, and your poor father pining his heart out for the want of you."
"I never wished to go to school,"
said Kathleen. "You will have to bear it now, my pet, unless you have real cause for complaint. They are not unkind to you, acushla, are they?"
"Oh, not really, Aunt Katie, but they are such dull people. The teachers are dull. I don't mind Miss Spicer so much. She's the music teacher. As to Miss Ravenscroft, I have never even seen her."
"And who is she, darling?"
"The head mistress, and no end of a toff."
"What's a toff, dear?"
"It's a slang word they use in stupid old England."
"I don't admire it, my love. Don't you demean yourself by bringing words of that sort home to Carrigrohane."
"Not I. I shan't be a minute in the old place before the salt breezes will blow England out of my memory. Ah, it is I who pine to be home again."
"It will broaden your mind, Kathleen, and improve you. And some of the English people are very nice entirely," said Miss O'Flynn, making this last statement in what she considered a widely condescending manner. "So you are not learning much?" "I am getting on with my music. Perhaps I'll settle down to work. I should not loathe it so much if it was not for Alice." "Ah, she's the daughter of Mrs. Tennant. I rather took to Mrs. Tennant, the creature. She seemed to have a kind-hearted sort of face." "She's as right as rain, auntie, and so are the two boys. But Alice, she is—" "What, darling?" "A prig, auntie. Detestable." "I never took to that sort," said Miss O'Flynn. "Wouldn't you like some oyster patties and some plum cake to munch while you are talking, dearie?" "I shouldn't mind." "I'll ring and order them." A servant appeared. Miss O'Flynn gave orders, which resulted in a rich and most unwholesome supper being placed upon the table. Kathleen and her aunt ate while they talked. "And what occupies you, love, at all?" said Miss O'Flynn, as she ate her second oyster patty. "From your description it seems to be a sort of death in life, that town of Merrifield." "I have to make my own diversions, auntie, and they are sprightly and entertaining enough. Don't you remember when I told you to have all those little hearts made for me?" "To be sure, dear." "The most extraordinary idea I ever heard in my life. Only that I never cross you, Kathleen. I'd have written to know the meaning of it." "It doesn't matter about you knowing." Here Kathleen briefly and in graphic language described the society of the Wild Irish Girls. "It is the one thing that keeps me alive," she said. "However, I'm guessing they are going to make a fuss about it in the school." "And what will you do then, core of my heart?" "Stick to them, of course, auntie. You don't suppose I'd begin a thing and then drop it?" "No, that wouldn't be at all like you, you young rebel." Kathleen laughed. "I am all in a puzzle," she said, "to know where to hold the next meeting, for there is no doubt that some of the girls who hate us because they weren't asked to join spied last time. So I want the society to meet the night after next in a new place." "And I'll tell you what I've been thinking," said Aunt Katie, "that I'll be present and bring a sparkle of old Ireland to help the whole affair. So you'll have to reckon with me on the occasion of the next meeting." Kathleen sat very still, her face thoughtful. "Nothing will induce me to give them up," she said, "or to betray any girl of my society. Oh, auntie, there's such a funny old woman. I met her last Sunday. She's a certain Mrs. Church, and she lives in a cottage about 4 miles from Merrifield. We could have our meetings there. I know we could. And she'd never tell. Nobody would guess. She is the great aunt of one of the members of the society, Susy Hopkins. A nice little girl, a tradesman's daughter." "Oh, dear me, Kathleen! You don't mean to say you demean yourselves by associating with tradesmen's daughters?" "I do so, auntie, and I find them very much nicer than the stuck-up girls who think no end of themselves." "Well, well," said Miss O'Flynn, "whatever you are a lady born and bred, and nothing can lower that sort. Nothing nor nobody. You must make your own plans and let me know." "I am sure I can manage the old lady, and I will tell you why. She wants to join our almswomen." "What?" "You know what a snug time our dear old almswomen have. I was telling Mrs. Church about it last Sunday. She took a keen desire to belong to us, and I sort of half, in a kind of way, promised her. Is there likely to be a vacancy soon, Aunt Katie?" "Well, dear, there is a vacancy at the present moment. Mrs. Hagan breathed her last, poor soul, and was waked not a fortnight ago. We'd better wire to your father to keep the little cottage vacant until we know more. This is going to be interesting, and you may be quite sure that if there is going to be a lark that I'm the one to help you, my colleen bawn." Kathleen and her aunt talked until late into the night, and when the young girl laid her head on a pillow she was lost immediately in profound slumber. It was not at all difficult for Kathleen to wake early, and accompanied by Miss O'Flynn she arrived at Merrifield at 8:30 on the following morning. She had no time, however, to change her dress, but after washing her hands and smoothing out her tangled hair, and by leaving Miss O'Flynn in the care of Mrs. Tennant, who, to tell the truth, found her considerably in the way, Kathleen, accompanied by Alice, started for school. "You'll catch it," said Alice. "Oh, that's very likely, darling," said Kathleen, "but I don't think I care. Did you see Miss Ravenscroft last night, and was she very, very angry?" "I saw her, and she was more than angry. She was astonished. I think you will have to put up with a rather serious conversation with her this morning. She asked me questions with regard to you and your doings, which, of course, I could not answer, but you will have to answer them. I don't think particularly well of you, Kathleen. Your ways are not my ways, nor your ideas mine, but I don't think, bad as you are, that you would tell a lie. You'll have to speak out the truth to Miss Ravenscroft, Kathleen, and no mistake about it." "Thank you," replied Kathleen. "I think I can manage my own affairs," she added, and then she was silent, not exactly cross, but lost in thought. The girls reached the school without any further adventure. Prayers were held as usual in the great hall, and then the members of the different classes went to their places and the work of the morning began. The work went on, and to look at those girls, all steadfast and attentive and studious looking, it was difficult to realize that in some of their hearts was wild rebellion and a naughty and ever increasing sense of mischief. Certainly it was difficult to realize that one at least of that member was determined to have her own way at any cost, that another was extremely anxious, resolved to tell the truth, and hoping against hope that she would not be questioned. School had very nearly come to an end when the dread summons which both Ruth Craven and Alice Tennant expected arrived for Kathleen. She was to go to speak to Miss Ravenscroft in that ladies' parlour. "Miss Ravenscroft is waiting," said the mistress, who brought Kathleen the message. "Will you be quick, Kathleen, as she is rather in a hurry?" Kathleen got up with apparent alacrity. Her face looked sunshiny and genial. As she passed Ruth, she put her hand on her shoulder and said in her most pleasant voice: "Extraordinary thing! Miss Ravenscroft has sent for me. I wonder what for." Ruth colored and looked down. One or two of the girls glanced round at Kathleen in amazement. She did not say anything further, but left the room. When she got into the passage she hummed a little air. The teacher who had summoned her had gone on in front. Kathleen followed her at a respectable distance, and still humming "The Wearing of the Green," she knocked at Miss Ravenscroft's door. Miss Ravenscroft was standing by her window. She turned when Kathleen appeared and desired her to sit down. Kathleen dropped into a chair. Miss Ravenscroft did likewise. Then Miss Ravenscroft spoke gently, for in spite of herself Kathleen's attractive face, the wilful, daring, and yet affectionate glance in the eyes attracted her. She had not yet had a full and perfect view of Kathleen. She had seen, it is true, the pretty little girl in a crowd of others, but now she saw Kathleen by herself. The face was undoubtedly sweet with a radiance which surprised and partly fascinated Miss Ravenscroft. "Your name?" she said. "Kathleen O'Hara," replied Kathleen. She rose to her feet and dropped a little bobbing curtsy, then waited to be asked to sit down again. Miss Ravenscroft did not invite her to reseat herself. She spoke quietly, turning her eyes away from the attractive little face and handsome figure.
I sent for you last night, and you did not obey my command. Why so?" "I did not mean to be rude," said Kathleen. "You see, it was this way. My aunt from Ireland, Miss O'Flynn is her name, Miss Katie O'Flynn, was staying at the Metropole. I had a telegram from her desiring me to go to her immediately in town. I got your note after I had read the telegram. It seemed to me that I ought to go first to my aunt. She is my mother's own sister, and such a darling. You couldn't but love her if you saw her. You might think me a little rude not to come to you when you sent for me, but Aunt Katie would have been hurt, terribly, fearfully hurt. She might even have cried." Kathleen raised her brows as she said the last word. Her face expressed consternation and a trifle of amazement. Miss Ravenscroft felt as though smiles were very near. "Even suppose your aunt had cried," she said, "your duty was to me as your head mistress." "Please," said Kathleen, "I did not think it was. I thought my duty was to my aunt." Miss Ravenscroft was silent for a minute. "My dear," she said gently, "you are new to the school. You have doubtless indulged in a very free and easy and unconventional life in your own country. I was once in Ireland, in the West, and I liked the people and the land, and the ways of the people and the looks of the land, and for the sake of that visit I am not going to be hard on the little Irish girl during her first sojourn in the school. In future, Kathleen O'Hara, I must insist on instant obedience. I will forgive you for your disregard of my message last night, but if ever I require you again, I shall expect you to come to me at once. For the present, we will forget last night." "Thank you, madam. I am sure I should love you very much if I knew you well." "That is not the question, my dear. I must insist on your treating me with respect. It is not very easy to know the head mistress. The girls know her up to a certain point, but personal friendship, as between one woman and another, cannot quite exist between a little girl and her head mistress. Yes, my dear, I hope you will love me, but in the sense of one who is set in authority over you. That is my position, and I hope as long as I live to do my duty. Now then, Kathleen, I will speak to you about the other matter which obliged me to send you a message last night." "Thank you, ma'am," said Kathleen. She looked down, so that the fun in her eyes could not be seen. "I am sure from your face that you will not tell me a lie." "No," said Kathleen, "I won't tell you a lie. I must, however, ask you one or two direct questions. It is true that you have encouraged certain girls in this school?" "Oh, I encourage all the girls. I know, poor things. I—" "Don't interrupt me, Kathleen. I have more to say. Is it true that you encourage certain girls in this school?" Here Miss Ravenscroft put up her hand to check Kathleen's words. "To rebellion and insubordination?" "I don't know what insubordination is," said Kathleen, shaking her head. "Is it true," continued the head mistress, "that you have started a society which is called by some ridiculous name, such as the Wild Irish Girls, and that you meet each week in a quarry a short distance from town, that you have got rules and badges, that you sing naughty songs, and altogether misbehave yourselves? Is it true?" Kathleen closed her lips firmly together. Miss Ravenscroft looked full at her. Kathleen then spoke slowly. "How did you hear that we do what you say we do?" "I do not intend to name my information. The girls who have joined your society and are putting themselves under your influence are the sort of girls who in a school like this get most injured by such proceedings. They have never been accustomed to self-restraint. They have not been guided to control themselves. Of all the girls in the school whom you, Miss O'Hara, have tried to injure, you have selected the foundationers, who have only been to board schools before they came here.
They look up to you as above them by birth. Your very way, your words can influence them. Wrong from your lips will appear right, and right will appear wrong. You yourself are an ignorant and unlearned child, and yet you attempt to guide others. This society must be broken up immediately. I will forgive you for the past if you promise me that you will never hold another meeting, that as long as you are at the school you will not encourage another girl to join the society. You will have to give me your word, and that before you leave this room. I do not require you to betray your companions. I do not even ask their names, but I demand your promise, which I insist on. The Irish girls, or the Wild Irish girls, whatever you like to call them, must cease to exist." Miss Ravenscroft ceased speaking. "Is that all?" said Kathleen. "What do you mean? I want your promise." "But I have nothing to say." "You are not stupid, Kathleen O'Hara. I can see that, and I should hope you were too much of a lady to be impertinent. What do you mean to do?" "Indeed," said Kathleen, "I don't mean to be impertinent, and I don't want to tell a lie. The best way on the present occasion is to be silent. I can't give myself or the other girls in the school away. You ask me to make you a promise. I cannot make that promise. I am sorry. Perhaps I had better leave the school." "No, Kathleen, you cannot leave it in the ordinary way. You are connected with other girls now. Your influence must be publicly withdrawn. I had hoped to spare you this, but if you defy me, you know the consequences." "May I go now?" said Kathleen. "You may for the present. I must consult with the other teachers. It may even be necessary to call a meeting of the Board of Governors. Your conduct requires stringent measures, but my child," and here Miss Ravenscroft changed her voice to one of gentleness and entreaty, "you will not be so silly, so wicked, so perverse. Kathleen, it is sometimes a hard thing to give up your own way, but I think an Irish girl can be noble. You will be very noble now if you cease to belong to the Irish Girls' Society." "Wild Irish Girls is the name," said Kathleen. "You must give it up. It was a mad and silly scheme. You must have nothing more to do with it." Kathleen slightly shook her head. Miss Ravenscroft uttered a deep sigh. "I am afraid I must go," said Kathleen. "I think you have spoken to me very kindly. I should like to have been able to oblige you." "And you won't?" Kathleen shook her head again. The next moment she had left the room. The school was nearly over, but whether it had been or not, Kathleen had not the slightest idea of returning to her classroom. She stood for a moment in one of the corridors to collect her thoughts. Then going to the room where the hats and jackets hung on pegs, she took down her own, put them on, and left the school. She walked fast and reached Mrs. Tennant's house at 1:45. Both Mrs. Tennant and Miss O'Flynn were out. There was a message for Kathleen to say that Miss O'Flynn expected her to be ready to go to town with her immediately after dinner. Kathleen smiled to herself. "Dear Aunt Katie, she must get me out of this scrape. But as to thinking of giving up girls whom I meant to help and will help, I wouldn't do it for 20 Miss Ravenscrofts." She stood at the door of the house. Then a sudden idea struck her, and as she saw the girls filing out of the school, she crossed the common and met Susy Hopkins, her satchel of books flung over her shoulder. "Ah, Susy, here I am. I want to speak to you." Susy ran up to her in excitement. It was already whispered in the school that the secret proceedings which becoming known, it had also been whispered from one to another that Kathleen had undergone a formidable interview with Miss Ravenscroft that very morning. "What is it, Kathleen?" said Susy. "Was she very, very cross?" "Who do you mean?" asked Kathleen, instantly on the defensive. "Miss Ravenscroft. You went to see her. Everyone knows it. What did she say?" "That is my affair. But, Susy, I want you to do something. We must not go to the quarry to-morrow evening. We want to have the meeting at your aunt's. I want to go to Mrs. Church's. You must run around this afternoon and make arrangements. There'll be about 30 or 40 of us, and we must all be smuggled into the cottage." "Oh dear," said Susy, "but how are we going to get there? It's 4 miles away." "Well, I suppose those who are really interested can walk 4 miles. I certainly can. Susy, you had better not miss it to-morrow night, for Aunt Katie O'Flynn is to be present, and there's no saying what she will do. She will help us if any one can. She is ever so kind and so interested. It will be the greatest meeting the society has ever had. I wouldn't miss it myself for the world." "Oh, hurrah!" said Susy. "You certainly are a splendid girl, Kathleen, and won't Aunt Church be pleased?" "Tell her that if she wants to get one of those little almshouses, she had better oblige us as far as she can," said Kathleen. "Now I must rush back to dinner. I am going to town afterwards." Without waiting for Susy's reply, Kathleen turned on her heel and returned home. Susy watched her for a minute, then slowly and gravely went in the direction of her mother's shop. Mrs. Hopkins was getting in fresh stock that morning, and the little shop looked brighter and fresher than it had done for some time. It was a beautiful day in the beginning of winter, with that feeling of summer in the air which comes to cheer us now and then in November. Susy marched through the shop, still swinging her satchel. "I wish you wouldn't do that, Susy," said her mother. "And I wish, too, that you wouldn't always be late home. Be quick now. There's peas pudding and pork for dinner. Tom is in a hurry to be off to his football." "Oh, bother!" said Susy. Mrs. Hopkins frowned. Susy, in her mother's opinion, was not quite so nice and comforting as she once had been. But it was not Mrs. Hopkins' way to reproach her children. She bore her burden with regard to them as silently and patiently as she could. Susy ran up to her room, tossed off her hat, washed her hands, and came down. Soon the three were seated at their frugal dinner. "You seem to have got in a lot of fresh goods, mother," said Tom. "I have," said Miss Hopkins with a groan, "but I haven't paid for one of them. Parkins says he will trust me for quite a month, but however I am to pay your Aunt Church and keep enough money for the new goods. Beats me. Sometimes I think that my burden is greater than I can bear. I have often had a feeling that I ought to give up the shop and take service somewhere. I used to be noted as the best of good housekeepers when I was young." "Oh no, mother, you mustn't do that," said Susy. "What would Tom and I do?" "If it wasn't for you and Tom, I'd give notice to-morrow," said the widow. "But there, we must hope for the best, I suppose. God never forsakes those who trust him." "Mother," said Susy suddenly, "I hope you will be able to spare me this afternoon. I want to go and see Aunt Church." "Why should you do that, child? There's no way for you to go except on your legs, and it's a weary walk, and the days are getting short." "All the same, I must go," said Susy. "I suppose you couldn't shut up the shop and come with me, could you, mother?" "Shut up the shop?" said Mrs. Hopkins. "What next will the child ask? Not a bit of it, Susan. But what do you want to see your aunt for?" "It is a little private message in connection with Miss Kathleen O'Hara. It means money, mother, of that I am certain. It means that Aunt Church will forgive you last month's installment of the debt, and perhaps next month's too. You had best let me go, mother. I am not talking without knowledge. I can't tell you what I know." "I know something," said Tom, and he gave utterance to a low whistle. Susy turned and glanced at her brother in some uneasiness. "There are a deal of funny things whispered about your school just now," he said. "I'm not going to peach, of course, only you'd best be look out. They say if it got to the governor's ears every foundationer in the place would be expelled. It is something that ought not to be done." "Don't mind him, mother. Do you think I'd do anything to endanger my continuing at the school after all the trouble and care and anxiety you had in getting me placed there?" "Really, child," said Miss Hopkins, "I don't know. The wilfulness of young folks in these days is past enduring. But you had better clearly understand, Susy, that if for any reason you are dismissed from the school, there is nothing whatever for you but to take a place as a servant, and that you wouldn't like." "I should think not, indeed. Well, mother, to avoid all these consequences, I must go as fast as I can to see Aunt Church." CHAPTER 18.